over this city. Take over this city. Ay, city, ay, city, ay, city. I'ma take over this city. Yeah, I'ma take over this city. Take over this city. Ay, city, ay, city, ay, city. I'ma take over this city.
Have you ever imagined your dream life? We all have, but living that desired life in reality is a different story. If you could become a god and do anything you wanted, what choices would you make? If you've ever entertained fantastical thoughts like these, we want to introduce to you a world where you can create your dream life. Welcome to Inzoi.
To out-survive anybody else that's going to be in front of him, and hey, he'll take a couple of shots at whatever.
Your 2023 PGC champion!
Hey, are you pumped for this year's PGC? Last year was epic. I can't wait to see what they've cooked up for us this time.
Totally. PGC 2023 was a blast.
Got a Schoolborn was new this year?
Oh, buckle up. There's a ton to unpack. We have so much to watch this year.
So, we have separate regional series in 5 regions where teams can earn PGC points. Then, we have 4 PUBG Global Series this year where teams can gather PGS points. You have to commit to all competitions. Every event matters and is key to entering PGC 2024.
Exactly. We've got 15 regional qualifiers from PGC points, 8 PGS points teams, 1 wild card.
So, where's the final battleground?
It's all happening in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The stage is set with a whopping $1.5 million prize pool, plus more from crowdfunding. The fans, they're incredible. What do you say? We catch the grand finals live.
But how's PGC 2024 going to work out?
Let me lay it out. PGC 2024 is slicing things up differently. We're looking at 3 circuits based on point rules, each featuring 6 heart-pounding matches over 3 consecutive days.
And here's the kicker. Rack up the most PGS points year-round and get to chill on the first or second day of the first circuit.
So, every PGS match is critical. The better you perform there, the bigger your advantage at PGC 2024.
Bingo! Each circuit reshuffles based on the last. So if you nail it in the first, you're sitting pretty for the second. After all 3 circuits, the top 16 teams brawl it out in the grand finals.
Speaking of the grand finals, they are running as usual, right?
Not even close. To grab the trophy, you gotta clinch it with a win. Once a team hits the point threshold, their next chicken dinner could crown them champion. But if they miss that shot, the game rolls on. More teams reach the threshold, and any of them could snatch victory with just 1 win. So every match matters in the grand finals. PGC is taking the Battle Royale Esports back to its root to be the last team standing. Welcome to Smash Rules. Smash 'em all!
You have TSM on that edge, and for FaZe, yeah, you're absolutely right. They're going to have to deal with either Cerberus or Na'Vi, and those are 2 options you never really want as a grenade is going to take down Kickstart.
You have 100-0 nade come through. H-Win is going to fall to that blue zone as well. Shrimsky has to back off. As more utils being lopped on forward. This is all Ike Slip. Picture perfect util usage. One building, and there's not a whole lot you can do as long as you press on the sides. He'll go for it into the other week.
Should be able to steal that point, and oh no, Gen G, they have to be so careful here. This is potentially their tournament on the line, as Toasty will get a knock, but he needs to back off, and he does.
Gets out the building successfully, finds the second one as well. 4AM is running right into his open arms. He does have actually, matter of fact, has 4 nades available, not opting to use any of them. Believing in his gun skill over anything else, goes for the third, finds him as well. As now just 1 more left alive, and Adder.
Meanwhile, Jeems will find Pao, get rid of him! What? And Na'Vi will get wiped out by the Panthers of Xiaobei. No freaking way!
Не вижу. Еще последний едет.
Fortunately, Beck's getting caught out in a bad spot, and now Twisted Mind's getting pushed in here by Eternal Fire. And
Example now looking for the knock that he just had, realizing they probably got that res up. Nade's gonna fly by. Still fine. First spray is good. Second spray. Oh, he prones, but he still gets it.
7 shots. No
Staying. He's not trying to jump off because he can't. Xiaobei is holding that other angle, and so at this point, Hakatori is completely trapped.
Oh! Gets the first one. That's what that pistol does to your head. We'll see if Suju can get the rest of Hakatori. Is feeling it now, running.
Oh, no way!
Getting yet another one. The double D comes through, and he's able to get them both.
Sawadee. สวัสดีครับ 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 I heard the World 12 is the best gun.
My fans told me to loot everything before my teammates see that, so I will do that.
ผมกับทีมเคยเล่นโหมด Survival Left Behind ก็ผ่านง่ายครับสบาย
Về chế độ đó thì em chơi tầm 4 lần em mới thắng được. Thì em thấy chế độ đó khá là khó.
I think you're gonna be our IGL, okay?
Go.
Oh shit! Come. Help me, boys!
I'm gonna die here.
Me too.
He has superpowers or something. Help me, help me, help me, boys! Boys, help me! I'm gonna die! I'm gonna die! Kill them! Kill them! Kill them! Kill them! Please, 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 please! No, one more of me! He's punching me to death! Oh my god!
I did to you.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! Come to me, I have heal, I'm dead. See you guys in the other side.
Okay. So you feel first generator, yeah?
Yep. Be careful. Oh my god.
Kill the big one.
Oh! We need help. Yep. We're gonna die.
Oh, be careful. More zombies coming.
Oh my god. Battles! Where you guys are? Come here!
We're coming. 1 second, please.
Yep. Please, I don't want to
Come in. Where?
It's over. No. Run, Batu.
Guys, we're dying, I think. We're gonna play until tomorrow.
It was fun to play this game mode.
I think that if we play this game once again, we're gonna win it without any deaths. Easy.
For sure. I just cannot be using an ump all the way to the middle game.
Do you guys want to play again?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, gas can. Okay, behind the box again. Yeah. Ready? Yeah. Oh my god.
Well, I was not being healed because I was staying on this box.
Okay, you guys ready? Wait. Don't use. I need food. I can't stand up. I need the food. Drop me food, everyone. Please. One more. I need food. Food, Batu. Drop food. Thank you. You can go now.
I have one good moment.
Oh, someone is killing me. Help!
Wait, he's still alive! He's not dying!
Move. Guys, I'm sorry. Guys, I use generator.
Go on.
I hope you're ready.
I was not ready at all. The gate is here. No. Be careful. All that ping. Show.
being healed because I was staying on this.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Hammers, wait for me, man! I have heal. Oh. Heal doesn't work! No, not again, man.
Oh, I'm hungry.
No!
Yeah, win. Oh my.
Pretend you are dead. You did everything so bad.
I killed more than you. You last place, man.
I'm IGL. You know how it works in our team? Like when we play a tournament, like IGL gets double of the kills you made.
Makes sense.
So means I'm first place with a huge gap. Okay, I have a guess. For fucking. I think he had to die from starve.
ของสปาร์กิ้งน่าจะตายคนแรกครับ
Của em là để một người em đổ chết ở máy phát điện thứ ba.
He never rested me when I was standing right in front of him. He watched me die every single time. You know Titanic?
Yes.
I was Leonardo DiCaprio.
Okay.
And he was the woman.
All right. I had to use generator when you are not ready.
You did. I remember. It was the third one.
Exactly the third one I had.
Oh. Yeah, I saw it. I got so scared.
Yeah, I think the most difficult was that me and Sparking are complete noobs. So we ruined games a lot.
Dạ. Độ khó thì mấy vòng đầu thì em thấy bình thường. Chỉ khó khúc cuối. Tại khúc cuối mọi người chưa chuẩn bị thì battery mở nên là em chưa chuẩn bị kịp.
I hope you guys have really good circles.
Em nghĩ hai bạn cũng không cố gắng mấy đâu. Vì chú địch thì cũng thuộc về hai bọn mình tiếp thôi.
No tycoon, no win, my friend.
We will help you to kill all the teams and you can just claim the championship, okay?
Good.
Teamwork.
It is a guaranteed Chinese victory, but really, it's all 17 at this point. Sets the example on how to pick your team out of impossible plays with just ridiculous sprays. And the knock Bing on the other side. This Shaq out in the open. Evan's got James looking for another seat. Evan's got two, looking for the third. Evan! Oh my god. Hilly has already taken down two of his teammates. Chris tries to get involved, but Corey's takes him. Not too long ago, sees the one player has him dead to rights. The grenade just missed. This push eventually through, but Na'Vi to get into the vehicles, but they're not going to make it anyway.
레즈대 벗고 벗어야지. 이어폰이랑.
빨리 가라.
Ai Bahmet. Ai Bahmet. Ai.
Ай, Бахмет. Ай, Бахмет. Ай.
Алло. Как слышно?
Things are brewing quite nicely for Twisted Minds, and honestly, their position in this game is looking even better than it was in game one.
Нет, тройка, Нави.
На метке вижу его.
Что нам сделать? Мы можем съехать?
На метке,
Чай, это что, дерево?
Нет, камень лежит просто.
Хорош, ФВ.
Кто на метке, Тёма, он будет выезжать.
Сейчас пробегать сейчас будет, за синькой.
Там надо посмотреть.
Nice. Phát cho bón. Tính hả? Từ. Ủa tám tự ăn không?
Всё, 1-1 остался.
Естественно, на метке валяется нокнутый.
Метка дерева, парни.
Я буду дропать, Тём, я буду дропать.
дерева.
Последний остался, последний.
Зазона убегает.
Falcons have a decent position to potentially kind of just harass them as they're forced into the circle and then just take this northeastern edge themselves.
ระวังคนมาเจาะ
ต้องรีบลงมาหาพี่เจียพี่ตามวงได้หรอโผล่ไปทีมบ้านนะ
ไฟไล่ดิไอ้ฟังกูไฟไล่บูทนไล่บ้านใกล้ก่อนมันมีแค่หลังเดียวหลังใหญ่หลังเดียวเลยไล่ก่อนไฟมันเป็นหลังเล็กแบบไปเล่นข้างนอกได้นะเล่นนอกบ้านได้เฮ้ยมันเห็นกูหลังบ้านหลังบ้านเลย
ก็ปั๊มนะ
You guys should your punch MZ as 3 and peek into them. I'll link it from the south.
MZ, one's on the rock right now, north.
มันคือตีเดย์
กูเจ็บ
ผมมีRPGอ่ะ RPG ในรถเอามายัง
ยังไม่ได้มา
หยิบมาดิมาชิดดิ
He's in the blue.
Tell me where to BZ
ขวาขึ้นแล้ว
It's not. It's
I knocked two in the compound. Day inside there.
Sonic's today fighting in compound.
Wait, Sonic's is just on yellow. Okay.
Can I
Honestly,
talk?
yes.
Can I talk? I think we should wrap wide edge and go all the way to green. I think we should wrap the entire zone and go around.
I knocked one close on our wall.
He can't. He's on green. He's not resable, but I can't flush him.
It's
Can
still
you scout
two
in the
teams.
zone, Tig, while we're doing this?
I will. This is still two teams in the building.
Day trade and who?
We don't know the other team yet. They didn't fight.
P5, I think. Falcons are killing them from the northwest.
This guy gonna get
P5 died.
No. Oh, well then it's just day.
Nice shot, brother.
He's knocked on green still.
Okay.
They're wrapping us. Driving into me. Knocked one. They're gonna be pushing a compound in towards me.
We should wrap Sonics now.
Yeah,
We should get in front of the roof.
Yep, let's.
I'm getting shot.
He's driving far. He drove far. We're good.
I'm gonna grab the other car, Tig.
Yeah, I'm with you, Tig.
I'm going deeper. I'm going closer. We have to go closer. They're all coming. Use you two.
He's stuck on the car in yellow.
Don't stack on me. Don't double stack. We're gonna get naded.
I've got one low on the car.
Right side of the road.
Getting naded.
One green.
I'm holding the green guy. He's knocked.
One's knocked. Two knocked.
Two knock.
Two knock. I'm dead. You guys play together.
Close. He's super close on
Nade
the
him, give me a nade.
blue, and then one's far.
Made green.
Nice. That guy's knocked off. He's knocked off.
I know.
Take your time. There's 0 points, guys. There's a knock in the blue and orange.
Knock on the blue. Get the knock on the blue.
Nice.
Nice. One up. Just heal.
Where is he?
Just heal. Go on.
Good job.
Nice, dude.
Behind them. Luckily, Batulans and Perfectix have been left at the backside. We don't have to worry too much about that, though, because the push over the top of Everest is now in effect from TDT. They want to get involved in another early fight. It's worked out quite nicely for them. They've confirmed the kill on Tegumen, but Van has been run over by Heaven.
마크 찍혔어. 3번 남았다.
땡겨줘.
우리 쪽으로 나왔다.
Ê, tao vừa nghe con thằng dưới xe kiểu 4 sao ấy.
일단 안전하게 숨어 있어.
빠진다. 뒤로. 빠지면 안 돼.
물도 내버리.
보자.
나 피하고 있어. 천천히 해봐. 확인했어.
확인했어.
나의 사고야.
bắn đi, đừng cố. 봐봐. 픽 남았다.
아 오케이. 괜찮아. 머리 봐줄게.
그냥 과감하게 해줘봐.
바로 빼.
나 잘안 trước mặt luôn.
좀 하나 더. 3번.
June got one. Sloot's gonna finish him. Sloot doing a great job bailing out the freaks. They are suffering a knock, but Tulin's got duck juice there. Example, so effective with this FAMAS. Another big knock.
Потом справа встать.
Парни, справа, перфект, надо встать.
Меня ног, ну в упоре. Справа. Со спины где-то. Со спины перк. За деревом. Да. Вот там. На мне может быть.
лежит.
Есть, конечно.
Смокак лежит? Нету.
На хае. 我脸上有。我的
对着坡，好像我不在这里。
打上去，得往右边打。我有蓝圈，给我位置，小管过来。
别着急。
右下吗？我有蓝圈。
点点。
对着死一个。
Помочь? Убили наверх. Много дерется. Помочь. Посмотри на камне.
Сзади выебали.
Хорош!
Справа, в паре.
The retake just not quite there. 17 hangs on by a thread. Oh no! They had to set up a complete circle of smokes around themselves.
一过来应该。没有，还在来了！我先操作。他们打起来了。
Really not looking great for 17, and TE's like, nah, we've got these knocks. We're going to try to finish this. There's a Panzerfaust in the hands of Xiao Bei. TE crashes into them and eliminates them. Unbelievable.
The position in the zone non-existent for Twisted Minds and Cerberus.
Sao từ. Có tôm chấm hai thằng. Nhìn đường chạy đấy anh em ơi.
Бля, хотите я за синькой буду их руинить? Можешь. Мы все равно все за синькой умираем.
Мне хуёво.
Я буду за синькой.
Нужно будет перепрыгивать сейчас со мной.
Они ХЕ дают. Я пробежал, парни.
Я тоже пробежал. Я в бочке. И ног сидит.
Ну, пытаюсь.
Нужно дом отбирать.
Нужно забирать дом и... Сейчас, подожди, там цель.
Нормально. А тут никого не может быть?
Киткат.
Может быть сольник какой-то. Стян бы тот же.
Трешка, чел.
Парень, нам надо передушиться и просто, чтобы они вайп...
Тёма охуенно делает.
Тёма супер
они
делает.
Они в киткатах дерутся, да. С трешки будет перебегать, я буду целить.
Я ближе подхожу тоже.
Можно все хаешки туда отдать, которые есть.
Я даю дорожку смоков. Чтобы мы могли подойти просто. ЦС нокнули ФБ. Мужики, нам нужно улынить туда.
Да.
О!
Он у тебя?
Под синькой?
Да.
Дайте ХП. Нет, ты не вайп.
Да, добил.
Он в трешку.
Хорош.
ЦСов двое осталось. Мужики, смоки еще дать есть?
Нет.
Да, 2 всего. Я выпрыгнул. Тут без смоков, вот тут.
Не лягай. Пойдем.
He just has to find these points. He cannot! Twisted Minds has done it! Once again, they are going to be back-to-back CPS champions. Unbelievable. Just why not?
Still going. He's still getting knocks.
Мы выиграли?
Вы
выиграли?
We win!
Once again, for the second time in a row, PGS champions.
A new vehicle, a new arcade mode, and a new crafter pass. All this and more as we dive into the update 32.2 patch report. First up, the black market is back, bringing another opportunity to collect some fan-favorite progressive weapon skins and new chromas for the Mark 12, the Barrel M762, the Ace 32, and the M24. When you pick up the Crafter Pass Black Market 2024, you'll be able to complete missions and collect rewards which you can use for crafting in the workshop. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details. Next up, Arcade is getting a new mode. In Hot Drop mode, you'll drop into a very small area and have to fight to survive as the circle closes in. With 64 max players, things will get cramped in the circle very quickly. So loot as fast as you can and start fighting for ground as the chaos ensues around you. Hot Drop mode will be available from November 20th until December 3rd. We've also got a brand new vehicle floating your way. The new inflatable boat is a more stealthy option when navigating the waters of the battlegrounds, using good old-fashioned teamwork to move. The inflatable boat can seat up to 4 players and moves faster as more players row, so make sure to put your back into it. There are also some updates to the clan system, map bug fixes, quality of life updates, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 32.2 is here. Pick up your crafter pass, hot drop into the new arcade mode, and row your boat gently with your team. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Your champions, PGS4.
What stands behind me is 8 teams facing off against 8 teams here, as all 64 players, men on a mission, are looking to resonate from 4 to 1 and get themselves the chicken dinner at the very end. We have 7 teams in the running at the very top. Twisted Minds, TSM, 17 Gaming, New Happy, Cerberus, Day Trade Phase. All of these teams look to become the diamond which pressure creates here for PGS6. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Grand Finals Day as we figure out who is going to be the last champion before PGC. My name's Kalaris, with me is Matrim, and before I talk to you, we got to thank our partners all joining us here for PGS6 live from Bangkok. First and foremost, we have Crafton as well as VSPO bringing you the tournament and everything that will go down throughout the next couple of hours. We also have OP.GG, our main partner, joining us as well. You can overpower your game if you head over to OP.GG and figure out everything that's going on over there as well. We also need accommodation whilst we're traveling to these events left, right and center across the world, and we have Novotel joining us here for Bangkok, so thank you to them, the Novotel Bangkok. And we also have ourselves the Green Park Studio that is here providing us all the facilities that are going down throughout the tournament here today. Finally, we have TT Racing, allowing all of these players to get comfy and settle in as they try and fight for PGC Gold and PGS Gold here today. Matrim, it is time. We today are going to crown a champion here, and we have quite the litany of excellent teams that have fought across the group stage, fought into the final stage here for the grand final for today.
Yeah, just like you're talking about, 23 points separates first all the way down to 7th place. This should be an absolute banger of a day. It has just been slowly and steadily accumulating all year. Everything is building into that qualification for PGC, and you know all of these teams want it. There's tons of teams that need to get first place to secure a good position at PGC, and there's a ton of teams like, you know, Twisted Minds. I've been joking about the Twisted Minds era. We also have TSM that's stepping up and could have a massive chance here if they can manage to take it for themselves.
For sure, there's 300,000 on the line as well, 100,000 for first place, but as you mentioned, a lot lot of teams are even looking past it towards PGC to try and get themselves into the best shape possible. And it's understandable, all things considered. These teams want to be a world champion. Being a PGS champion is great. And they'll be able to do that via the usual point system, getting yourself 10 for first, getting yourself kills on the board as well. But here's the road to PGC. This is important. If you get first place, technically, if you were to somehow jump past all of those 7 teams and get yourself a first place, you pretty much be guaranteeing yourself a spot at PGC via PGS points. However, the top 7 that we have so far in this finals are looking strong and sturdy.
And a lot of repeats on there. I mean, we've got Twisted, we've got Cerberus, we've got 17, TSM, all in striking range, all wanted, all hungry. And remember that we also have to be thinking about in the back of our heads placement with PGC points is super vital for the series. So there are tons of different elements that are all accumulating right here today.
E-Arena is hoping for a miracle. They did not qualify for they didn't get anything at EWC. They did not qualify for PGS 5 and 6. So they are hoping for a miracle because the next page is very, very telling, of course, as you've got teams like Kwangdong Freaks, teams like FaZe that are hunting for 6th and upwards. And if FaZe, for example, gets a 3rd place, that gives them basically a 90-some% chance to actually qualify through via this, depending on other movements that can actually happen here. But teams at home are hoping that teams like FaZe are able to do it right. Like teams like VP, their fate effectively rests in their hands.
There's teams that have qualified for this event but did not manage to make it to the stage. They're just going to have to sit back and be biting their nails. Now we're looking at the overall leaderboard with Twisted Minds in first place. Still haven't seen their massive big come up yet, but I mean, it is the last day. We know the fact that they can take control over leaderboard. TSM, though, just nipping at their heels back behind them. But really, it's going to be all the way down to FaZe where we see that drop off into Gen G. That's going to be where it gets a lot more spicy because a lot of these teams also still need to make sure that they're securing as many PGC points as possible.
I mean, one of those teams that we were mentioning on the precipice of qualifying via PGS points was Kwangdong Freaks, and they're only in 11th with 57 points. They need a lot more than that if they want to actually try and go through via that method. Likewise for FaZe, 7th place at the moment. They are just kind of on the cusp of really putting themselves into that true conversation position, and considering how well they're playing over these last 2 days, I mean, 81 points is a little bit misleading, right? Because you've got so many great performances ahead of you, and despite you playing great, unfortunately, there's a little bit of overshadowing going.
And it's FaZe, man. Whenever we talk about needing to qualify for anything, if they're down, never count them out because they will find a way to get the points that they need at the end of the day.
Yeah, they're quite good on last days of things. Yes, that's true. So we'll see if they can kind of convert with that. And again, it does come back to the idea, though, of in the now, right here, we need to know who is going to be our champion at PGS 6. Who's it going to be? Because we could quite easily have the back-to-back from Twisted Minds, which would be ridiculous. At that point, it's the Twisted era for sure. However, if TSM is able to step up here, Matrim, I want you to speak about TSM because obviously they are very much in contention, and it's great to see this roster go from strength to strength to strength throughout the year.
This has been a squad that has been around nigh eternal in the Americas whenever we're looking at TSM, right? I mean, you probably recognize them from the shoot to kill days, the evolutions that they've had that's come out of that one. This is a squad that we know is heady and very much in the game right now. Bringing in Sparking just really reinvigorated the squad and their firefighting capabilities. Yeah. And we've seen them capable of stepping in and now just nipping at the heels of Twisted Mind, which in and of itself says something because Twisted has been dominant this year. So just to be able to chase back behind them right now is a statement for TSM in and of itself.
I mean, that is what I needed almost a censor button for. I was like, oh, damn. I mean, like when you saw Sparking, despite not, winning out at EWC, Sparking being the MVP at the end of the day, that's when you knew definitively alongside this roster that this roster is gonna make waves here. As we take a look at some of the highlights coming out from Twisted Minds and TSM, this was a very important Erangel, a very harsh circle for a lot of these teams, and Twisted Minds was able to make it work in those fields on the far northwest of Erangel.
And I mean, whenever we look at Twisted, they just play so clinically clean. It feels like they have every bit of information in the map, in the game, at their fingertips all the time. They are just so clean in their comms, they're clean in their movement, they read circles so well, and they make sure to navigate it to always be putting every single one of their players in the Primarch position to net them the most points. And you can see it time and time again.
Did you say Primarch?
Yeah.
Ooh,
fancy.
It's tickling me. Anyway, I do like me Warhams. But yes, we have ourselves a moment from TSM here as well, who were crashing on a position which was hotly contested, right? A very important location for a game like this. this, which eventually became, I think it was third on 5's position down the line, but TSM is not afraid to make the impactful moves. It's not just a case of like, oh, okay, we're going to go to a compound and we're going to make a play to get later into the game. We're going to make the potentially game-winning move, and that's the kind of thing that makes a champion.
Yeah, and they've been having to chase a lot of the circles, so they're not necessarily just walking into a lot of this. Big shout out also to all of our co-streamers. You guys have been with us through the entirety of this series. We appreciate you guys so much. Hope you've been having a ton of fun. Make sure if you guys care about any of the other co-streamers, go give them a watch, hang out with them for a little while. Just make sure to leave us and the map feed open while you're doing so.
Definitely so. And we've got ourselves the Fantasy League still going on here as well, Matchroom, because it's always great to participate in. So far, so good for those guys at the very top for the PGS of 5 and 6 standings. You got yourself a chance of winning G-Coin as well as even potential share down the line as well. But, I mean, if you hadn't had someone like Example as your captain for many phases of these tournaments, chances are you're probably not going to be number 1.
Yeah, I mean, he must have been pumping up some points, but Example is just the captain to have. Lou, though, has been having a stellar tournament in and of himself as far as just overall play, but fantasy point generation as well. Let's not forget about the day trade boys, Thanadol and Belmoth, also picking up a ton, but even Batulin's in the top 7. 4 out of the top 7 are Twisted Minds players. That is wild, man.
Yeah, I think it was Poro earlier that was posing the question going into PGC. There's no way every single one of them isn't 30k plus, right? I mean, they already are there because of the now potential. I'm not truly crowning it until if they win this.
And it feels bad.
Era. We'll see.
Because you have to pick Example, so it makes the other 3 just kind of like no man's land that you can't grab because they're so pricey.
Unless you want to go that middle route, which is like, okay, well, maybe a 30,000 just, and then you kind of skip elsewhere a little bit. 35 is a crazy amount, but to
skip on Example for that just feels. I just won the extra money, man.
It's a problem. I mean, for a long time when I was playing Fantasy, as we take a look at today's maps, I always used to think, no, 35, it's too much. It's too much. But then Example came along. He is inevitable. It's difficult.
It's just the amount of points generation that he pumps out is just absolutely insane. So no surprises on the picks overall. We're going to be kicking off everything on Miramar, which is always going to make me happy, dude. I love the start on Miramar games because it feels like everybody is just warmed up and ready to fight through the rest of it.
Now my question to you is, who wins this? Are you still sticking to the guns of Twisted Mind getting the 3P, or do you think that there is hope for another squad?
I think that the hopes right now for me are going to be on TSM if they can manage to find a big game. But the reality of the world and the way it exists is it just feels like it is going to be Twisted Minds. They are going to pop off today unless everybody in this lobby decides, no, we're not going to let you.
It's a big question. Let's figure it out together here for the last day of PGS 6. Let's crown a champion. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. PGS 6 is on the cards. All of our players getting ready.
Trước khi giải đấu BGS5 xảy ra thì bọn em chưa hề nghĩ đến cái việc có tấm vé đến chung cái thế giới. Lúc đấy bọn em chỉ nghĩ đến là bọn em sẽ có được tấm vé. Nếu như bây giờ bọn em sẽ có được tấm vé đấy thì nó là một hành trình kỳ diệu của bọn em. Nó sẽ làm cho bọn em có một kỷ niệm rất là đẹp với nhau.
มันจะเป็นเรื่องที่บ้ามากครับถ้าเราคว้าตั๋วไป PGC ได้ใน 1% นี้มันจะเป็นสตอรี่ที่ดีสุดทิ้งท้ายปีนี้ครับ Best advice I can give is to just get out of your own head. Just play very loose, because if you're playing PUBG and you're thinking too much about what you're doing, you're probably making more mistakes.
We're putting ourselves in a spot to win, and when the moment comes, we'll be ready.
สำหรับผมเป้าหมายคือพยายามจะทำให้ทีมนั้นดีขึ้นกว่าเดิมครับแล้วก็เรายังมองที่การเป็นแชมป์อยู่ครับเพราะว่า
Still trying to survive, and meanwhile, day trade.
การเป็นแชมป์ก็ช่วยให้เราสามารถพัฒนาขึ้นได้อีกครับ
我们不会再畏手畏脚，我没有圈，那我就干你，我干赢了你，我就拿分，干不赢那就下一把。
크게 바뀌기보다는 저희 이제 트위스티드 마인즈랑 17게이밍 그리고 CS랑 저희가 좀 네 팀 구도가 될 것 같아요. Sau khi mà bọn mình gãy mấy game đầu ở tại ngày cuối thì mình thấy hơi hụt hẫng xíu, tại vì đây là lần đầu tiên mà bọn mình đứng top 1 để trước khi bắn ngày cuối, thì bọn mình cũng hơi áp lực một xíu, có lẽ nó xui thôi. Và bọn mình chỉ muốn phục vụ lại BBS5.
我觉得我们好几次比赛里都是倒数第1局啊或第2局啊都是争冠的嘛。
No! 17 is out! Unbelievable!
第2局拿多了，只能说下个比赛再拿。我觉得特斯曼的能保持这么好，肯定跟他们4个队员打了很久嘛，所以说很少看到他们失误啊，或者说打得很急啊。
I think Twisted Minds play very default strategies, like they play the same strategies over and over. So they're very easy to exploit actually.
Gonna win 3 in a row. Can say like good luck to all the teams who try to beat us, so we are not afraid of you. So we'll see you in the finals.
PGS 5 champions, Twisted Minds!
Well, if you're gonna come for the king, you best not miss. And right now, Twisted Minds are the kings of PUBG, and they are the kings of this lobby. But Toby, they have got a long line of shooters right on their tails trying to take them down. My name is Porzosaurus, and joining me once again is Toby for this final day of PGS 6. And we are getting ready to go to PGC as well, and it is shaping up to be a barn burner once again.
As it always is, a lot of teams in the race, a lot of teams who've been in the race in the past but fallen short in the last 2 PGS events. And so yeah, to go for what you're saying, curious to see if this time around they'll be able to take over the current back-to-back champions.
Could be back-to-back by the end of the day. Who knows? Who knows? But it has been a very difficult process to try to hold on to that first place all the way through the final day. It seems like we always end up seeing a little bit of a shift in the leaderboard on the final day of play.
Definitely does, but I think we do now have a little bit of a teaser for you, a little bit of a trailer for you. So watch along with the rest of us.
That's right, everybody. All the global series have led to this PGC 2024 in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I'm very excited about it, and I know everybody on that side is excited about it too, but we still have some games left to play. 6 games left to play to determine who that final roster of teams at PGC is going to be.
And that's the insane thing. As we're coming to the end of the year now, not only are we, of course, fighting for the championship here tonight, But everyone's eyeing PGC. Everyone wants to get there. So believe you me, we will do our best. I know the desk will do the best to break down all the different situations we could potentially end our way in tonight. Who's going to make PGC? Who is going to come out victorious tonight? This table can change, I mean, multiple times every single game tonight, Paul.
It's going to be back and forth all day long. And I know that there's a lot of teams from a lot of different regions that are sitting at home hoping that maybe FaZe can hop into that top 8. Maybe Daytrade can hop into that top 8. Maybe New Happy can hop into that top 8. And it will just completely change what the roster... Okay,
he's locked
He's
in.
got the sunglasses on. That's how you know he ain't playing. But TSM in a beautiful spot to maybe do some damage here on the final day. Make a run for Twisted Mind's crown.
I mean, their last couple of tournaments, you saw they're 4th in the PGS 4 and getting himself 8th in the last one and now fighting for the top. But then again, look at this. Top 5 in every single PGS event over the last 2 years. I mean, that is unheard of. We talk about how difficult it is to be consistent in PUBG. Twisted makes it look easy.
They look like they're stressing. They don't look like they're stressing.
They're amazing.
Pretty comfy in that top spot right now. But as I mentioned before, even in PGS 5, we saw 17 was in first place going into the final day.
Yeah.
You know, and we saw multiple lead changes throughout the day. So if Twisted Minds doesn't come out here and start getting points early on, they could find themselves in the same boat.
There are a lot of teams in the top there in the race that are phenomenal once they get the momentum going. And honestly, that momentum, winning team could be decided just coming off who gets out to the start here. Oh, okay. We'll see a little bit of beef there. Getting excited here for the first match of the final day of PGS 6.
Yeah, you can hear him screaming in the background just a little bit. Everybody's excited to get into this one. We got about 5 seconds left to play. Well, Toby, I'm going to ask you, do you think Twisted Minds holds on?
I think they do. I want to see the three-peat for the sake of the storyline, but I'm also concerned seeing how good some of these teams that are playing them from behind are playing. TSM out with a 19-kill win in their Takeover game. 17 Gaming as well have had just overall phenomenal consistency in their performances. So yes, Twisted can win it because they've done it before, but this is going to be one of the toughest challenges they've ever had to face.
That is a heavyweight fighter that you're trying to bring down that's holding on to first place right now. And I don't think anybody in this lobby is taking that lightly, as we are going to start our day on Miramar before heading back over to Tego and Rondo and wrapping everything up on El Clasico El Wrangle. But we will see where that leaderboard stands once we enter those final games of the day. At least to start things off, though, it looks like everything's pretty okay. Not a bad plane.
You know what? We have a northern plane path, so things could happen. I will say though, if now is the time you start hot dropping, I feel like you've read the playbook upside down, because coming into the last day, you really want to hope that teams have got all that sorted. And it seems to me like they do in fact have that out of the way. So everyone is going to get down to the ground, get their loot game going. And yeah, I'm curious to see where the first circle is going to take us. Always nice when we have these northern side plane paths, because if we get just a somewhat southern circle, rotations could get very hectic.
Hey, I think you bring up a great point. You talk about the hot drops a little bit there, and obviously not really seeing anything here, but once we start getting to the second half of the day, Toby, especially on these final days of tournaments, ooh, there we go, going up to the north once again around water treatment. But once we get to the end of the days, it feels like some of the teams that have nothing else really left to fight for, they start throwing out caution to the wind.
Yep.
And if you don't want to be in the chase or you know, just like 10 points away from whatever position you're trying to achieve when the wheels start falling off of this thing and start getting crazy.
Exactly. Now, there's a couple different scenarios where in the end of today, hot dropping would be reasonable. One being if the first place team, whoever it may be at the time coming into game 5, game 6, manages to put themselves that far ahead, they can try and dish out some early game damage to the teams on the hunt, because even if they go down, getting a couple of their players taken out, that could be them effectively cementing their win. But of course, that's all to be found out. That's all down the line. We have 6 games to play before we can crown our PGS 6 champions.
Got to take a look at New Happy here. A phenomenal day number 2, where they, I don't think they finished. I think they had one game where they finished lower than 4th. Got a win in there as well. 2 wins on day 1. But despite all of that, they're still in 4th place. And it's just been really difficult for them to find kills, it seems.
And it goes to show, obviously, not only how, I mean, they've played well, considering that they're at 88 points coming into day 3, but also just how well the top echelon of this lobby plays. You'd think that 88 points, as you were saying, kind of separates you from the teams behind, but nope, they're in the middle of it. 1 point up to Cerberus and just another down to Day Trade.
One of the things, I know you're a stats guy. I love stats, and I know that we got a lot of stats fans out there. One of my favorite stats to look at, especially when we're going into the final days, is the difference between kills stolen and kills lost.
Yeah.
And how much
wins your tournaments.
Yeah. I mean, it could make all the difference in the world. And right now, you look at your top 2 teams, Twisted Minds and TSM, they're +5 right now in kills that they've stolen. Meanwhile, 17 is, I believe they're +3, but New Happy, -5, Cerberus, -4. That difference in where they would end up on the leaderboard overall is huge.
But it also plays perfectly in when you compare the teams you just mentioned and look at their playstyles. When have we seen Cerberus initiate fights from a distance? They're usually the team up close, whereas both TSM and Twisted Minds like to play, at least initially, with a bit of a distance. Twisted sets up third parties. They sit at a distance, and instead of trying to knock everyone, if they see a guy crawling around the ground, they'll try and claim points as quickly as they can.
Just don't want to be in a position where at the end of the day you're looking at that plus minus and you're thinking, man, if only I was in a position to flush that point, get that kill, maybe I would be a little bit more money in my pocket, or maybe I might even be at PGC. Hopefully it doesn't come down to that, but we shall see. Kwangdong Freaks getting a little bit of a high ground and looking off to the north while the Sandstorm pushes through. They fairly safe for the time being. Nobody really creeping in on their south side. You do have 17 off to the west, though.
I do like the fact that they stopped for a moment. They go, we could drive down this hill and just kind of scout on the fly, but let's just wait out this sandstorm. Let's regain our vision and actually see if there's anyone on the other side. So Smart on Salute and the boys to wait this one out, and now they start making their way further forward. But a circle up towards the north, and we still have quite a few teams on the southern side. You mentioned New Happy, Day Trade, Cerberus, Falcons out on the east coming in as well. Should actually, when you look at it right now, given where there's currently space in the circle, make for something very playable for the teams here as Freaks. We talked to them just before. Now, well, they thought they were safe. They thought they had a good chance of taking shots towards the TD team, but Bubble shuts them down.
And you hate to see that, and especially Gilman looks like he might be finished off. Hopefully 4AM gets credit for that kill, as he's slowly bleeding out. Gustav actually going to be the one that yoinks it right out of the pocket of 4AM, so...
I think that was Gustav you got here. Yeah, usually not the loudest guy in game, but you know what? Give him a little raw. Let him feel it. Face, I mean, currently set, 22 points out, but we've seen what they can do too when they get things going. It's been few and far between them really structuring good games together, but come off with an incredible performance here in game one. They're in the race too.
But I mean, if nothing else, that puts a little bit of an exclamation point on what we were just talking about. The difference between kills stolen and kills lost. At 1 point away from KDF means they stay in 11th place rather than being tied or slightly ahead of TDT based on how their placement points are looking. But alas, it is not meant to be, and FaZe now collects another one in their pocket as we check in with the aforementioned Twisted Minds, currently sitting in first place, albeit not very comfortably.
Nah, they're up there with a bit of a buffer. We'll call 6 points. I mean, at this level of play, 6 point really ain't anything. But now down to 17. I like the way they've opted to split out of Hacienda. I feel like, again, Circle Superstition, they're expecting this to go somewhat north. It's rare that circles that start up this far north go down towards Graveyard, but usually have Picardo in for circles that end up going down. So it makes good sense to me that they're kind of committing the forward vision towards the northern side of the circle here.
Worth noting in a circle like this, that magnet compound that's just off to the southwest of water treatment plant, currently TSM holding that in a 2-2 split, so we'll see if that pays off dividends for them here, as we've got pretty much everybody inside the zone. T1 a little bit late arriving, shocking to absolutely no one at this point. Day Trade just now arriving on the south side, and New Happy arrived to Los Leones late to begin their looting process, so they're just going to take their time over there on the south as well. 3 of them are still running around looting. I'm not sure if they're opting to set up an E-pickup. I would imagine at this point that they do. Could be, yeah.
Because they really, I mean, New Happy is not a team that is stressed to get to the circle early, especially not when it swings this far north. But under normal circumstances, they would have probably left by now or like a minute and a half ago. So curious to see if they're planning on rotating. If so, I assume they're going to go out towards the east, probably time it with them connecting to the circle with a new one popping. But we'll see as they now start making their way out of Los Leones.
It could also be the fact that even if they do have an E pickup, maybe they just don't like the path that they would have to take
for sure
to get to the zone, which would take them directly north-south.
And you know, there's so many teams in the middle there too.
Exactly. So I mean, unless you're just hard committed to going all the way up to the north by Oasis and Campo, you know, it's maybe not necessarily worth it. And it looks like that's going to be what they do anyway. They're in vehicles once again, so no E pickup just yet for New Happy. We'll see if it comes out a little bit later. Flash, the last player for Day Trade, as they're making their way slowly into Cerberus territory.
And this could actually cause some commotion for New Happy, because Day Trade, I think, would have wanted to wrap a bit further north in this circle, but now they're forced to stop because they see Cerberus down in front of them. And, I mean, time it right, New Happy is going to get a perfect third-party opportunity if this actually becomes a proper fight between Cerberus and Day Trade.
Cerberus with a big wide split there. Now, one of their players, Sololzi, being kind of shepherded a little bit by 17 over at Hacienda, so he has not been able to leave his compound just yet. It looks like Cerberus was thinking about maybe getting everybody back together, but not doing that just yet, and they're just kind of forcing Day Trade to go where they're going here. As we check back in with New Happy, slow arriving here on that south side of the circle.
Yeah, I think they heard the shots fired from up north. Now they're considering wrapping a bit further east on it, which again makes perfect sense, because come in around Minas, that way you're not committing too hard to the west or the east, because if we get an eastern hard shift here, which it could very well happen, New Happy might actually be one of the first teams to get some of the prime real estate out towards the east. That being, of course, if they don't already kind of lock themselves in on the western side of Minas.
Kind of a mirror situation for T1 as well. So they're holding the west side, so if it shifts over there, they're great. Obviously, they have prio on wherever they want, but if it does hard shift to the east, they also know that they can still wrap off to the north. So I think that might be what both of those teams are thinking. We'll see what the circle is thinking, though. Here we got about 30 more seconds.
Yeah, 20 some seconds. New Happy, we're keeping our eyes on them for now. Again, most teams, also because the circle is pretty much right in the middle of the plane path, most teams got centered up very quickly, and I think for the most part, all teams are pretty satisfied with what they've been able to claim. Edge teams are always going to come in late, so that's going to be a little while longer, and they're now looking to try and scout further forward as Rex gets a little bit of a tire popped there. But now let's see Circle 2. How brutal are you going to be? And T1 won the lottery on this one.
Take those all day, and they have just arrived. Now, they haven't been able to scout out a whole lot, but it looks like Raining may have got an idea that that compound that they're heading towards is open, as they're automatically sending Zenith back. And you can see he's still on that north side, just watching the roads. If anybody comes and backfills. Meanwhile, you can see Day Trade, although they were moving around Cerberus, Sololzi has been able to rejoin his squad. Day Trade immediately now heading back towards the west. It looks like we're thinking through San Martin, maybe coming in on that southwestern side.
The approach points in this circle coming in from the southeast is so tricky, because the entire east side north of water treatment is just a wall. I mean, it's a mountain that you can't really scout beyond if you haven't climbed it yourself, and now, therefore, we're seeing teams pull up early on. The first one to fall, it's gonna be Alo. I like the fact that FW were this fast in grouping up. Or you know what, actually I take that back, because those shots came from afar. I thought they were up close, but nope, not quite the case. They're maintaining their split, and 4M now trying to pull up here as well.
Crash is going on across the map right now, and both sides taking big damage, as Gustav will at least make sure he secures those 2 points for himself. See if Jan going to try to go for the seat swap spray, but Gustav makes it around the crate in time. We'll stop down to try to heal up, waiting for the inevitable return of his teammates. Bobo will get the first knock, won't stick around for the flush, but doesn't matter. Fex will get the knock onto Zepion.
Just Bobo left alive. Now, phenomenal player, but not meant to be, at least not this time around. Face able to stand strong, and fortunately for them, no one is in the nearby vicinity right now to try and contest.
That's the big thing, too, is that nobody's there to contest, and they are able to get both of these knocked players back on their feet. 4AM not able to get those flushes based off of FaZe's positioning, so good work there.
Definitely, but it goes back to what I was just saying. It's so hard to wrap northwest into this circle. You're coming uphill regardless of where you go. There's no point trying to stop early and scout, because you're coming from a valley, you're coming from a weak point. You just have to send it and hope that you get something free, and, well, unfortunately for 4AM, that wasn't quite the case.
TSM actually paying price here as well, as Luke 12 will get finished out. I believe it's just down to 2, Purdy Curdy and Sparking.
They're split, too.
And they are very split. And you can see New Happy actually kind of taking that long E pickup, going from the southeast to the northwest. So just as we suspected, they maybe held onto it for a little bit longer, waiting for that C2, and it looks like it's going to pay off pretty nicely for them.
Yeah, they're going to get the space, at least for now. Freaks as well, you can see wrapping their way north, but now it's Sparking. It's all on Sparking in a 1v4 here. Do they realize fast enough that he's here? Yes, indeed. They have now heard him. One guy is shot, but even if you get a knock here, yeah, there's no way you're able to get on with him.
Valiant effort on the part of Sparking, but in the end he will go down as AZ should get back on his feet, and now it's just down to Purdy Curdy for TSM up there in second place. And he has got FW right on his doorstep. He's actually in between the FW 2-2 split, so that FW split actually paying off really nicely. If you check a look at the replay of James dispatching with the two arriving members at 4 a.m.
Slow approach uphill, giving FaZe the time to reposition, to set up for this push to come, and there was just nothing 4 a.m. could do. Even though they get the knock on James initially, it's such a hard fight to fight through. But I will say though, seeing as how FaZe has been struggling in some of these early game fights in games in the past, I like the fact that they're able to collapse in that warehouse as fast as they were, because I believe it was Fex and Correxi, neither of whom was really in a position to help initially, but they come down, they fortify fast, and we're going north again. Wow. Shifting out of almost all available real estate.
All right, man. Gen G, they get the God spot here essentially, but they've got to hold on to it and see if they can maybe find some big success here. They could put themselves in a position to maybe fight here for those top spots in the end of the day. We'll see how it goes. A lot of teams on that south side, outside of the zone, having to consider how they want to do this. But as you said, Toby, there's just no room to come in on the south side, so everybody's got to be thinking about doing these long wraps.
Exactly. We saw the observers there drawing up potential rotation from Daychate that could send them all the way north around water treatment. I wouldn't really hate it, but of course we're playing with a lot more info here on the map feed than the players are, so it would be a hard one to scout. In the meantime now, Twisted Minds, our current first place team, has opted to take the fight to FW. We mentioned before that they weren't grouped up, but now they have managed to get here together, and I think that's what's calling Twisted off. They thought, you know what, let's peek. Nope, we've seen already 3 different targets. It ain't worth it. It's so far on the edge too. It's simply too dangerous to try and take a fight for this.
And you got to imagine that they had an idea or an inkling that there was going to be another team on their south side as well.
Yeah.
He's already taking shots over in that direction. His FaZe going to have to take another fight as TDT has arrived. And it looks like Fex is down. Meanwhile, T1 is getting into a scrap with Luna Galaxy towards the center as TDT slowly trying to push into FaZe's compound. Gustav down as well. It's just going to be 2 members left up for FaZe as Fex will get flushed out.
And these fights that we're seeing, we're used to seeing this kind of commotion in Phase 4, Phase 5, but it's happening early on in Phase 3 because of these back-to-back northern hard shifts, making it very, very difficult for teams to really get anywhere because they haven't had a chance to scout anything. And T1 will be the first victim because of it. But Tulins down now as well, just as after that, FaZe falls 2.
New Happy kind of eating right now. They've got 3 kills off the bat after taking out Sparking and then those couple of members from T1. And they're in a great position for the late game as TDT trying to reset here after finishing off FaZe. As it sucks for FaZe, man. They had 5 kills, they had 4 up, they were starting off good, and then all of a sudden the crash comes through, and it's just unfortunate timing.
But again, a case of where if you're going to get double hard shifted away from and you know the rotation is going to be hard, at least they have the 5 kills.
Yeah.
If they had to make the rotation now in a vehicle, they might pull up somewhere and get eliminated like 4am did. So at least their, let's call it a bad game, it becomes a 5-point game rather than a 0-point.
There's a lot of people in this lobby that would take a 5-point game. I think sure. 4 a.m. would take a 5-point game right now real quick as Cerberus will take shots towards Day Trade. They're trying to make their way in. Norins is down. He's going to get flushed out as well as, now Haisaki will get spotted by Posa. So a third party coming in from Luna Galaxy. This is not just Day Trade versus Cerberus. Luna starting to strike here at the perfect time.
Yeah, getting a little more active. We've seen it over the last 2 days. They have been doing exactly that, and Day Trade will fall again. A tough push up the hillside. They can see you from miles away. By the time you get to the compound, you're down to low HP already as the circle jumps east. T5 have seen these circles come their way before, and they do so again.
Magnets in their pockets are still working right now, it seems, as that's going to benefit them. It's going to benefit Falcons as well, who definitely could use some things going their way, a little late game luck. As we check back in with Cerberus, Haisaki has been finished off, but they still got 3 up. But as you mentioned before, Luna Galaxy, big wrap on them, all looking down. But they've got to be quick about this because they've got a long way to go to get into this next zone.
Definitely do. All these teams had to commit west, knowing there was nothing to fight for towards the eastern side. And even though they knew the circle was going to go over here with the unplayable terrain in the western mountains, it's a tough one nonetheless. TD team able to get the kills off of Phase early, so 3 points guaranteed, but they now have to fight their way through both 17 and Twisted Minds.
Just another fight that none of these teams really want to take, but they kind of have to. Twisted Minds also kind of in a bad position here as they're taking shots over towards 17. They also have Rossitted from Theraton 5, actually 3 members of Theraton 5 that are creeping over here to see if they can third party onto this. You can see them staring down the scope, see what they can spot out. Xiaobei and Suju still up. Suju will get that heal back and they can try to reset here just on the edge of the circle.
And this is the big issue for 17 right now. Xiaobei is in a position from where he could perfectly overlook this entire fight and help out the team, but he's being suppressed by Theraton 5, forced it back inside that shack you saw it just before. And because of those teams now fighting, Twisted Minds actually going to try and wrap around this position, go up towards, I would imagine, where Xiaobei is, and try and see if they can play contain on the teams on the southern side.
This is something that we've seen Twisted do in situations like this, where even though they know that they have 17 kind of beaten down right next to them, they're going to prioritize getting position inside the next zone and just try to keep them from there.
Yeah.
As Rossitted Jr. has that high ground, but some shots are being sent in his direction. Twisted Minds by no means safe here by, as you can see, Rossitted has the angle and he's going to take shots, and 17 now back up to full strength, so T5 has to be looking at their backs as well.
If T5 can somehow dismantle 17 here, this could be a 15+ kill win for them. Of course, we still have many circles to go, but they're currently the only team with proper high ground, and they can overlook the entire circle. The thing is, as you're seeing here with Rossitted too, they have to concern themselves with the teams nearby. You can't really peek far away if you have teams set right below you. So try and deal with 17 now. That's going to open up a lot of space for you.
Yeah, they're just split in so many different directions, and even Fluky not even anywhere near this, as he is kind of keeping eyes on the north side, making sure that they don't get backfilled. So this is all just a 3-man squad from Theraton 5 trying to take the fight against both 17 and Twisted Minds. Fortunately, Twisted Minds just going to hide out in their smoke cloud right now as they do get their knocked player back on his feet. 17, as you saw, up to full strength, just making their way slowly up the hill. Is New Happy had to leave their compound, but this is precarious at best.
It is. I feel like 17 is, I mean, for good reason, being scared of Twisted Minds, but maybe more so than they need. They're probably waiting to see the next circle, and this is the worst case scenario for them. You have T5 up on the hill above, you have Twisted down below. Now Heaven is going to peek on over, find Nan. That's towards the northwestern side. Lunar Galaxy is still right around this area too. So expect to see, like, once this fight properly pops off, that many more teams will engage.
And being back in the roster once again here today. They liked what they saw yesterday. As Guman has been flushed out, so it's just the 3 from Freaks coming from that north side. But they've got a lot of different options available to them, how they want to get into this next zone. But if they can find these kills, these points on a New Happy, that would be fantastic. New Happy just kind of lying down right here, trying to survive, waiting for either Luna or Freaks to push. And now FW is coming up here to join the party as well.
And this couldn't be any better for the likes of New Happy. They're waiting for teams to come to them. They know that Luna has to cross the road. They know that's going to cause fights, but FW say, you know what, we don't want to wait for Luna to do something. We'll come up here and start the fight right away.
They got to do something. They've got the blue at their backs, and Zakraken will go down. So Vinny is down as well. Haven and Posa, the last 2 alive. For Luna Galaxy, immediately sprayed down by Tonke, as Posa is going to use that crate as what little cover he has available to him. And here comes the grenade from Raze. Will it land true? It goes just a little bit too far as Posa gets down to about half HP.
Incredibly clean fighting here from FW. Yes, they get 6x knocked, but he's back on his feet already. And now Tonke pushing forward once more. Once the third. Will find the third. And that is going to be Luna Galaxy out.
FW.
With no info to go off of either. They came in swinging.
Seriously, 8 kills now for them, but now you can see Kwandong Creek's looking over in that direction as well, spraying through the smoke, trying to find something. Banana 1 gonna have to hide down long enough just to get the heal off, but you can see they're in the blue, and they are bleeding out. Is Theraton 5 still going back and forth with 17? It's been a utility trade so far. Xiaobei has gone low and separated from the rest of the boys to try to find a spot inside this next zone. And Twisted Minds, well, they've stayed in the same place that they have been. So they're still something to worry about.
Fortunate right now that neither 17 or T5 can really do a whole lot to try and engage with Twisted Minds, because that allows for Twisted to look north and find knocks up there. You can see Example able to find down Tonke. Now, this fight has commenced, and you'd have to imagine that Twisted is going to up to engage in this direction.
Xiao Wu knocked and immediately flushed here, as you see in the kill feed, FW trying to get rid of New Happy as well. As gonna lose a couple, and Patapong on time with it, finds Suju, gets gets the knock, gets the flush, and now it's just down to Xiaobei, who, remember, was not part of that fight. Gen G, they saw all this going on, and they come over here, and look at this, Xiaobei striking at the perfect time, gets the knock on a Rex. Adder, the last one alive here on this side. Barpo has been left back at the compound.
Catching them by surprise, able to get one knock. Adder being suppressed here as well. I like the idea of Gen G pushing over this ridge line because they heard the fighting up front, but Xiaobei shuts them down. They get the circle, and now they can only wonder, oh no, had we just stayed back in the compound.
Oh, Gen G's eyes too big for their stomachs as Barpo, oh my goodness, Barpo almost put Xiaobei in the dirt right there. The helmet very busted for Xiaobei. At least he's got time to stop down and heal up. But meanwhile, Theraton 5 has disengaged from this fight, and they're starting to surround Twisted Minds. As Twisted is going to have to leave their little dip that they're playing right now. As they're going to find Fluky to start things off, though.
Up until this point, T5 has been really good at isolating angles, been able to fight 17 without Twisted Minds engaging in there, but now they're going up against the big boys, the first place current team, and Lou once again able to find Nox. It's usually not him who's up and active on the kill feed, but he sure has been throughout this grand final.
Oh, wouldn't you know, you've seen the kill feed. Beam from Guangdong Freaks actually stole away some of those 17 kills. Some more points in their bag as Rossided with a quick flick on the Perfectix. And now it's down to Example and Lou. Example's got to send it back into the shack. The smoke clouds are starting to wane. And now Theraton 5, they know exactly where these guys are. And they're outside of the zone.
Yeah, what can you do about it? Almost everyone's outside the circle. It's just Rello and Flood, I believe, that's inside on one side. We have 3 players inside the circle. The remaining 10 have still yet to find their way. And keep in mind, Falcons are still 4 up, and this is their first kill of the entire game. They've been playing position over kills, and it makes sense because all the action has been in the south, on the northwest, in areas where Falcons haven't really been able to get eyes on. So they've been saying, you know what? I mean, we'll take the free placement points and win the game in the end. And right now, it looks like they're in a really good position to do so.
Oh my goodness. And Rossided will just wreck Roth right there as he got a little bit too close. I think they have eyes on the Twisted Minds shack. They forced them in there as they were shooting them in the backs here while they were engaged in this fight with Theraton 5. So Rossided will have to stop down, heal up just a little bit. 6 kills for Theraton 5. Xiaobei still alive, 417. Barpo still alive for Gen G. But Falcons in the driver's seat if they can get all members back on their feet.
Busted helmet, no vest. Still, he melts through Example. Now it's going to be forced to push further forward, but Flood shuts him down just as he was about to take out Lou down below. And that's going to allow him to get the rest, unless if Xiaobei can somehow... Oh, he has a defensive house. Oh, nope, go short.
A little bit short, Xiaobei. Still playing around that hillside as Falcons will get Roth back on his feet. And Rello, they'll finish him off with the Molotov. So that's 4 points picked up now for Falcons. And they're in a 4v1v1. They might have an idea of where Xiaobei is. They might have an idea where Barpo is. But this is scary times here for Falcons.
Definitely is for Xiaobei right now, being able to outlive Twisted Minds, knowing how close it is on the leaderboard. Every single point he can get now could be crucial.
I mean, they know that they've got their win. The win is in their hands. And that should give them a little bit of an indication where this guy is. And now they should know where both are because Barpo is going to be taking the shot from the compound. Xiaobei coming down the hill. Barpo, the spray gets him so low. But Xiaobei will go down to the blue in the end. And now it's just down to Barpo. He'll eat the grenade. And that will be a Game 1 victory for the Falcons with 4 kills.
There's a world where that's a 0-kill win for Falcons, but at least they had a chance to engage later on in the game. And again, no reason for them not to play this game smart. Sure, if you're aiming for first place, you might need more out of this game. But right now, it's Circles coming against them. It's a good start to the day. Get the momentum going and get some points off of it.
Exactly, and if there's one thing that team could use, it's some positive momentum. It has been a struggle so far in the first 2 days as they find themselves on the lower half of the leaderboard, but that's a good step in the right direction. Yeah, now we've got 1 Miramar down, 1 Miramar to go, and 5 games left in the day to determine who will be our PGS6 champion and who will be attending PGC.
It's the Falcons boys getting themselves a victory here at the very first game of the last day. And they did kind of walk into it to a degree. Nice 2-2 split towards the end to try and hold control of the middle. And from there comes their way. Falcons with the win on the board.
Hey, I was talking to Roth earlier, and he was talking about that they actually have had their worst day yesterday. I think that they only managed to net 14 points. So at least managing to come in, pick up some solid points off the start of this one. This was also just a very intertwined game off the get-go. We saw TSM members just kind of getting picked apart by different teams. Rotations were really difficult for a lot of these squads just off the control points that were being played around. I mean, it just led to a lot of very early dust ups. Like, look at how many squads we have stacked on top of each other at phase 3 here.
Yeah, it can get a little dicey when you get some of these northern circles, especially ones around like those T-junctions on the roads, just south of Oasis as well. There's really not that many great compounds, and therefore you're starting to take to the foothills, and you're really getting in these really scrappy fights as time goes on. Unfortunate for the day trade guys to try and sort that one out, but it does get quite precarious.
Well, we had one of those moments where everybody realized, okay, we need to make sure that we're keeping our points per game up. It's the first game, and there's no easy path into the circle. So instead, let's just try to kill the squads around us. See if we can pick up 4 points at least, get something out of that. And everybody just all had the same idea at the exact same time, and just led to a bloodbath.
At least we got to see FW actually do something over on the western side, right? I mean, they were getting themselves 8 kills quite deep early in this game, I want to say, but it does feel like a little too late to be making it. But at the same time, there is money to be won going up the ranks here, so maybe they can get more on the board.
And just anything that you can pick up here experience-wise is going to be great going into next year.
Yeah.
So even if PGC is off the table for you as a squad, picking up experience to make sure that you can get better established to move into next year is so big. Twisted, you can see getting a bit cooked there in the later stages of the game. But then after that, it was just, what are you going to do? I mean, Falcons have control of the entirety of the circle. You just eat a nade. You try to avoid getting shots. You just don't want to make sure that you're feeding over any points to anybody that's close to you. That's really what it comes down to.
Flood looked very excited there. You can see, woo, 2 hands in the air, you know, pumping it up. But at the same time, I mean, if you think about where Twisted Minds is right now, right? It feels like teams need to be shutting them down earlier in these games. I mean, if they're getting even into the mid-game in some of these scenarios, right, they're probably going to end up getting a few kills here and there. They're going to keep their averages up. We already saw that they're significantly ahead in terms of kills. It was like 75 kills compared to, what, 50-some coming into today. So they've just got too much fragging power.
And whenever we look at the circles themselves, the chaos of the circles can sometimes be cause teams to be a lot more reactionary whenever we're looking at it, right? Whenever you look at Twisted, they pretty much have a plan for every single thing that they have to interact with. So if anything, whenever you get some of these more peculiar circles that we have been getting through this event so far, specifically in the grand final stage, you can maybe have that opportunity to kind of like backstab onto Twisted, like we saw them inside that last game. Kind of have to hold down a shack after taking a couple of casualties early.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one here. Let's see if that can all kind of resonate throughout the day, because for Falcons, technically speaking, they've still got quite the mountain to climb in terms of those points. So they'll be looking for as much as they can here. But I do think that that number 1 spot might be out of reach.
Well, but the climb for them is big for PGC points as well. The higher that they can climb up in there could have some value whenever we're looking at series and everything else like that. So there's still a lot of fighting to be done, but number 1, they ain't getting there. Let's be 100% real. I'm not going to argue that one. I'm not that America.
No, okay. I think the most important thing for them is warm up for PGC, right? Considering that they are now qualified regionally, especially, and then being able to try and kind of get it going from there.
And finally, gel. That's the thing about that squad that we haven't seen yet, is they're still working out a lot of the inner dynamics inside of that squad. So we know that it has a lot of upside. There's a lot of intelligence on the squad. They're just trying to figure out their firefighting capabilities and how to make that work the way that they want to.
Yeah, I can't confirm. You know, I had a chat with them earlier about that exact same thing or whatever, and you know, there are dynamics there that they do need to kind of tweak a little bit. So maybe if they get that right going into PGC, maybe they can find some success there. Very, very important.
This is the day to do it, right? I mean, if you're gonna try to polish anything, it's gotta be today.
Yeah, because I mean, beyond that, then you go into scrims, and it's scrims are nowhere near as good as this.
Dude, there's a reason we make jokes about Game 6 scrims. You're not going to get the same return for it, especially not international level play like this.
Yeah, it's a bit tough. It is a bit tough. Well, I mean, beyond that, though, any other teams that you really had your eye on for this Miramar?
Oh, more about the fact that it's hard to dissect that one all the way down through, just because the fact that we saw so many people losing a member here or there early. And so you could see that there was a lot of positional plays that were trying to be made and then lost a member in rotation, so then really couldn't commit into the play that they wanted, hence why we saw things like Twisted Minds inside of a shack and whatnot. But the thing for me that did stand out was TSM losing 3 members early to 3 different squads really before we even got into Circle 2. That is not the way that you want to start the day.
Not too bad a start for FaZe, I would say, as well, as they're kind of looking to try and find themselves a spot where they guaranteed via PGS. The 5 kills going their way early on, but aside from that, really couldn't convert on too much. It's not too extreme a game as this one. Again, I think it boils down to the nature of the terrain around the circles in which we're ending, right? All of it kind of comes down into a 3-point valley, and then it's difficult to get on going from there.
And that's what I was curious about. The amount of points that we saw 17 Gaming get inside that round now puts them tied up with TSM, and that means that race is getting even closer now.
Yeah, 112 for Twisted Minds, so a little bit further ahead of the pack at the moment, but it's still not insurmountable. Still can potentially catch up, as James nods his head and says, yeah, still can catch up, man. Yeah, okay, all right. We'll see if they're able to do so. A little bit of movement for Guangdong Freak, 66 points to try and get a bit more on the way, but we were saying it yesterday. The difference between some of these places is a bit tough. Genji's trying to join the pack.
It really is. I was noticing that as well. Getting some separation away from the Freaks a bit, but I mean, at least trying to touch in back behind FaZe.
Yeah.
This is, I don't know. It's very difficult. FaZe really wants to try to assault the upper end of the leaderboard. They still have, like, what? I mean, if they want to try to catch up to 17, but FaZe needs to have a big game if they're wanting to start going after Twisted Minds real soon. I mean, anybody inside of this pack cannot let Twisted continue to keep up their points per game average that they're doing right now. I mean, I don't know what you do at this point. Maybe come out swinging a bit heavier. We haven't really seen Cerberus do that quite yet.
Now, one thing to highlight about this leaderboard as a whole is actually New Happy. Now, bear with me a second, because yesterday, if you look back at their actual results from yesterday, they were immaculate. Like, you're talking about in the last 5 games, a 4th, a 3rd, a 4th, a 4th, a 2nd, right? For a New Happy, looking brilliant in their execution and being able to put themselves where they are right now. Nobody's really close to them aside from 17 Gaming in terms of those placement points, and they're able to convert kills as well. So this New Happy is the best I have seen, I would say, since PGC when they got 5th place on the last one around.
I would say this is probably the best we've seen them. I mean, I've been more impressed with their play style in this style of situation, because it's very weird if we think about like China and the meta that comes out of that region. It's always been a bit more loose in firepower, like just fragging out, right? We can see that happen a lot. They lean into the firepower that they can manage to expel. And right now we're seeing them, actually the 2 teams that have the overall best placement points are coming out of China, and that's a nice meta switcher.
Yeah, they've managed to get themselves in great spots, clearly. Likewise, so was 17, of course, as we saw the 17 versus New Happy firefight at the very end of a game yesterday, and it was down to the wire. One of the closest finishes we've had in a while. Obviously, Suju and Little Ghost trying to be triumphant against New Happy, but Ming Ming was still too good, apparently.
I mean, just a little bit of a misbalance in that 1v1 at the end, you know, just Suju versus Little Ghost. I mean, yeah.
Suju versus Ming Ming.
All right.
In the 1v1.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Suju and Little Ghost are on the same.
What am I thinking? Yeah. No, there's 2 guys in the same spot decided to murder each other. No. But it's an overall very interesting situation whenever we look at the development that's coming out and really the capabilities that we can see with the squads, because New Happy sometimes, well, I mean, we've kind of had to willfully talk about memories of the past whenever we talk about New Happy for a while now, and it really feels like they're finding a much more cemented play style and finding ways to get success. And yeah, they have gotten some circles here or there, but that isn't the only way that they managed to get to this point.
Well, it was a tough region to play things out, right? Okay, you're New Happy, you come off the back of winning the World Championship where you were playing online while everybody else was in Korea due to the COVID restrictions and things like that. But then all of a sudden you have to go back to playing China lands, and you've always got Petrichor being a thorn in your side. You suddenly have 17 Gaming like getting themselves all the way to the upper echelons and then winning 2nd place at World Champion after 2nd place at World Championship, and then 2nd place is here on PGS stages as well as winning one. So the competition in China became very fierce for a team that was a world champion like a New Happy, and of course they went through roster changes as well. So I like this though. I like where they're going with this roster at the moment, and maybe they can challenge some of those really top spots.
And I don't feel like we've seen like the pinnacle of play that squad can manage to bring out
yet.
You don't
think so?
I think that there's still some more gelling points that we can really see. specifically whenever we get into some of their split style positioning that we've seen them play. I think that's one of the reasons we see 17 be a bit more aggressive and have a bit more success than whenever we're looking at New Happy. But 17 in gaming in and of itself just loves playing those off-angle positions and really can cement in. I mean, whenever we look at the firepower difference, it almost feels like New Happy is a bit on the headier side to understand how to navigate and put themselves in smarter positions, whereas 17 just leans into their firefighting capabilities to kind of brute force their way through some problems.
You know, as you can see, all these players just still in the lobby waiting for this game to start. Looks like it will be in just a few moments' time here, unless we get a re-game. Hello.
So, do we see the Cerberus big pop-off at some point here soon? I mean, I feel like we've had it brewing, but they've just been, again, this is so weird for me to see Cerberus as a points-per-game team instead of just like, hey, we just picked up 30, we got 0, we got another 30.
I think they fall into... Are you asking me a question? Is this me? You asking me a question?
Yeah.
I think they fall into the same trap they have fallen into every single tournament since they won PGS, which is they don't have 2 star players. They have a star player, and of course, the other 3 are absolutely fantastic, don't get me wrong, but you then don't have a Tycon. I think, honestly, if they had Tycon, of course, I mean, this is probably all down to money in the background.
Yeah.
All Games Global had money, and they were able to buy Tycon and secure him until, I think, 2026, but Tycon not being there means suddenly you're lacking more the firepower or even support for him as that you need to win tournaments. Not necessarily get to the podium or 5th place or something like that, but to win tournaments.
Yeah.
If they had Tycon still on PGS 5, I think they win it. But, and likewise here, we're at a position where they're getting very close to the position that they got in PGS 5, and if they do have a Tycon, they win it. But again, it's complimenting him as, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and at least they're not falling back onto previous mistakes, because it felt like one of the things that Cerberus would sometimes do is they'd fall into the infamous PUBG trap where you would get a lead and then you just have to hold on to the lead by playing as super safe as possible and not accomplish anything and therefore lose your lead. So it looks like at least this time they're navigating a lot of those hurdles that you can sometimes see teams that whenever they first touch into starting to get international success start to drag out on. And that's what I love to see from Cerberus. It's like the growth coming out.
It's like when you and Poro used to play with good old Hypoc back in the day, you know? You guys were there to go and pick him up and let him shoot.
No, I mean, I'm not going to argue it. Look, I am very aware of my fragging capabilities, and if I'm playing with like Godspeed or if I'm playing with any pro, my job is to cheerleader and stand. He's better than me.
Yeah, he's pretty good at the video game.
Yeah, he's pretty
yeah, he's all right.
Yeah, he's got some aim. I mean, I can go through a couple. I mean, I can take on the bots just fine.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm good at that.
No, you're better than that.
Yeah, I am better than that, but I just prefer to have a bit more fun with it. I don't play it quite as sweaty. But that being said, I mean, sometimes it is about knowing your role. And in situations like when playing with Hypoc, my job ain't to shoot the gun. My job is to make sure that if, here you go, Hypoc, here's some more ammo for you, buddy. Oh, somebody knocked you? I got meds. Here you go.
We love good old Hypoc. We miss him. But
we do.
As you can see, just technically at the moment, you are with the Matchroom and Colaris podcast to keep things rolling here at PGS6, and we're very happy to be talking to you. We don't get too much opportunity to talk to you. One thing, obviously, Genji getting towards a 2nd place in that game. I think that's fantastic for them, considering that they were just on the cusp of breaching into what I would consider to be the top pack. And I would say, if Genji does finish in that top pack in this tournament, I would count that as a success for Genji, because they've been floundering a little bit when it comes to results.
What are we looking at that? Are we just talking about like top 8 as the top pack?
At present,
what's your definition?
At present, top 7, because I came in thinking about the top 7, right? I think we all did, considering that those were the teams that we thought could take this. But if someone joined them and then had a banger day, who knows?
Well, I mean, it's exactly like we started off at the desk, like what you said, that hey, you know, this was the cutoff after phase, and Genji is doing a good job of sneaking in back behind that one.
Yeah.
And they have managed to get into late games quite consistently. It's just it feels like the kill counts just haven't been there the way that they wanted them to be. That is something that we know can happen out of this squad, but we just haven't really seen Genji, I feel like, step in and just kind of put their foot down in a firefight in a big way on an international stage so far this event.
Yeah, it's been tough. I mean, Ada's had his moments, right? There's been a moment here and
moments, but you know that's what sucks whenever you're looking at Genji, because you know this is such
you gotta connect them.
Yeah, it's a historic roster across esports in all fashion whenever you talk Genji, right? And so it hurts sometimes whenever you know that there's the capabilities for the squad, but they just can't quite manage to figure it out on the international stage by comparison. Meanwhile, T1 at least having some fun. I love the capabilities of what we can see. I actually came in expecting them to be over Genji, and that's just not happening so far.
This was this was your most hopeful thing for them. They're having some fun. Tell you what, they're having some fun.
Well, I mean, they're doing good on the international stage, but they're not doing the best. Let's be honest about it, right? They're not assaulting the top by any fashion.
I didn't have huge amount of stock in them coming in. I mean, there is some potential on that team. Of course, we went through a period of time when South Korean esports for PUBG where End was potentially going to be one of the greatest players in that region for a long time. It has since fallen quite a bit in stock, but I think there's prospect there, just not for this tournament, unfortunately.
Well, after the group stage, I was pretty hype on Type. I thought he was making some big plays. Yeah, I thought it was really fun, and it just didn't manage to all gel together the way that they wanted to. And that's what happens. I know it sounds weird, but just taking a small shift in teams from the group stage, because it's not like we're only losing 8 out of them, right? So you're really just kind of shifting out a bottom couple of teams here or there. It really does change the dynamic on the grand final stage so much. It just makes it so much harder to survive, and every small mistake is punished. So
I like what you've just done, though. You've created a new one, because we had Hard for Vard.
Hard for Vard.
Yeah, of course. That's a classic from the PEL days. Now we've got Hype for Type. What's next? Sexy for Curexy?
Ooh, I do like that one though.
What's the next one?
How are you sexy for Curexy? Do you just have to like blow him kisses, or how does that work?
I don't know. I mean, the Finns will stay away from you really far in like between each other 50 meters. So it's like
I don't appreciate this joke.
Was that your attempt at a Finnish accent?
Yeah, it was pretty terrible, wasn't it?
Jeez Louise, that was awful.
It's pretty. Hey, sorry. I'm sorry. I don't have a Finnish accent just pull out of my hat here. You want me to do Southern? I can do that. You want me to do some California? I can handle those.
So all the American ones, just nowhere else.
I can do a really bad British one.
No, please, God.
I can do it for you right now. I mean, we were mentioning Hypoc. It's just to be destined, right?
Is that what you were doing when you visited them in the Englands? Were you doing the British accent for the English peoples?
No, they didn't appreciate it.
No.
I mean, I did live in Europe for a while.
Well, one of my issues is anytime I go back to England, right, where I'm from, North Yorkshire, right?
Yorkshire.
They think I'm from America or Australia, and I'm like, please. I mean,
okay,
I know my accent.
Australia.
I
don't get the America. There's nobody in America that has
ridiculous. No, it's absolute bonkers.
Like, listen to
that sounds so British.
I was like, no, there's no world, man.
I am flabbergasted by this revelation when I go back home, and they're like, "Oh, are you from Australia?" No, they don't say it like that. I can't even do it anymore. Anyway, never mind. We are still just waiting a few more moments here, of course.
Thank you. You redeemed my Finnish accent with that one, so
I suppose.
That was pretty terrible, too.
Yeah. As you can see, Falcons on board here. They just won themselves a game, and let's see if they can keep doing a bit more today. I do think...
boy, how many times have we said that about Falcons? So?
Well, I do think to a degree today they should be coming in playing the #carefree PUBG, right? Like, because they really have nothing to lose.
Well, and most of the squad actually kind of puts out that vibe on a regular basis. Like, if you know Flood, he's probably one of the most mellow players that I think
he's loving the last couple of days.
Yeah, he like, and I say mellow in a very good way. He's just like, he's a constant rock. Like, whenever people are like starting to get feisty about calls or whatever else like that, he's always just somebody that's just gonna be like, hey guys, like, let's calm it down, let's keep everything together. And so the squad in general always just make sure to play off of. Oh my God! Are we that far into the break that we're getting the sunglasses coming out?
I think he's been wearing them the whole time. If I'm real, I've been keeping an eye on Alo. Yeah.
There's no way. Did I miss that? Is it just today?
He's been wearing them? No. Oh, it is just today, actually. So
okay.
Far. Yeah. I don't know why.
I mean...
Digital vibrancy. It's high. It's got to him. All the players.
Well, he was the
high
first
digital
one.
vibrancy.
He was the first one to die on TSM, wasn't he? No.
Because he can't see anything. He's wearing sunglasses.
Take the sunglasses off. That's it. TSM doesn't get it. It's because of sunglasses.
No. Day trade as well. Also, very impressive. I think Thanador has breathed life into this team on an international stage, which I think is awesome. I think, again, for Thanador, when you looked at even just Fantasy League alone, right? This is basically a star-making performance for him. I think he'd already had one when Therodon 5 popped off when he was previously on there on an international stage, and people were like, oh, wait a minute. Who is this Thanador guy, right? But here on this time around, I think it's great, especially considering that they didn't make the final at PGS 5. Well, that's kind of important.
Back in the T5 days, it felt like he drew attention. You know, like you kind of like, your eyes went over to him specifically, like on fantasy and those types of things. But now it feels like we're really onto something that could be good. And granted, it's hard to say just because of the fact that what happened in PGS 5, that to be super hype on what's going on with Squad, but it feels like they've managed to find something to work in between the two, and maybe can carry that over to PGC.
That was like one of those wolf memes where you just have the 3 wolves, the howling at the moon. The trophy just kind of slowly faded in, but then left. and then went, oh, nice.
There's 2 trophies in you.
Yeah, crazy stuff going on here at the stage. Crazy.
I mean, you can see it. I'm often curious whenever we come over to Twisted Minds and they're giggly.
Yeah.
That makes me worried.
Honestly, this is the moment where if I did have a hand mic, I would just start walking to teams.
Yeah, I know.
I would really like that.
The cameraman would love you for that.
Well, I don't care. I think so far, so good for this tournament. It has been a brilliant tournament. We have had so many great contenders be able to rise to not quite the level of Twisted Minds just yet in this final, but be able to kind of hold a candle to them and try and challenge for it. And because of that, I mean, we are in the midst of this last day. We're not sure if Twisted Minds is going to get the 3P, even though it might be on the cards.
They have... The stats are in their side, but let's be real. Whenever we were coming in here after PGS 5, it was pretty much like, okay, how hard is Twisted going to win this one, right? That was the assumption. Whenever we saw the stats coming out of the group stage, the numbers that they were capable of putting up, we just thought, okay, it feels like they're just going to run away with it. They haven't been able to quite get that together yet, and I think it's just due to the fact that just everybody kind of stepped up and evolved back behind them, and that's what you love whenever you see, like, specifically in PUBG, this happens a lot. There's a new innovation, a new team comes out, really steps up, starts redefining a lot of the behaviors, really starts affecting how like comms are handled, a ton of other things. And then people start picking that up, and everybody else on the stage alongside of them starts to pick it up and starts tailing in back behind them and starts to evolve and pick it up back. The issue with it though is these guys are so smart. Whenever we talk about Twisted, they have the benefits of constantly being the innovator in that series. So as long as they can keep pumping out the new ideas, keep shifting their playstyles, keep on just reaching a new pinnacle of success, it means everybody's still chasing. But that means that all the onus is on them. So the one time that they finally kind of slip, somebody can use the techniques that they've managed to develop and overtake them.
That is always the issue when you're at the very top of a game like this, is that you will have so many eyes on you at all times. And when you have shown to be as strong as Twisted Minds in this position, it's always them. Like, is anybody suddenly checking in and being like, what's New Happy doing right now? What's New Happy innovating on? Probably not, and no disrespect to them, I could have picked any name, right? Because it's just Twisted Minds at the moment. And I mean, even in an interview that Batulins did before this tournament, right, he was saying how Na'Vi basically went in, ripped their comms, took those, and is using them, and it's a system that works, which is scary, because then you suddenly have, if Na'Vi didn't really kind of run it down mid, unfortunately, in the group stage here, they could just be as dangerous here in this grand finals as well.
I mean, every IGL and player that is here right now in some fashion of talking about what's going to be going on at the event has mentioned, you know, like, oh, well, we were looking at how Twisted handled this specific situation, you know, or this one over here, or the way that they handled comms or Firefly. And yes, it's good to know their specific mechanics, but that also means that since you're under the microscope at that level, everybody knows how you're going to be playing in almost every situation, which means that everybody's going to be trying to pick a piece apart here or there. And it almost feels like that's what's been happening, not to a high level yet, but it does feel like that's why it's been a lot harder for them this event.
Talk to me about America's performance, because of course you have swings and roundabouts when it comes to it. You've lost your Sonics.
Sonics are totally doing great.
They're is Tiggleton doing one of the watch parties now? Are we? Is that?
Shout out to all of the Tiggleton viewers.
It was his birthday.
Condi, we know you're out there.
It was his birthday just before, so happy birthday to Tig, of course, with 24, and I think he's on a little bit of a vacation before going home, actually.
So whenever we look at Americas, it's very interesting, specifically whenever we get a squad like Luna Galaxy that's constantly reoccurring in here, and they're doing it in a very quiet style, like specifically hanging out in placement points and as they're managing to develop up. A lot of eyes often draw over to Sonics, but really TSM has been a very I just want to say just a gold standard in performance as far as making sure that they can handle every single step and making sure that they're as consistent as they can.
Yeah, I've been loving watching TSM kind of grow alongside the year as a whole. They did mention that they were the team that was able to get to every single final, so that's exciting to see as a whole. I want to see what can kind of materialize at PGC as well as here. There's still a chance that they're able to win this.
Yeah, and I would never count out Falcons. I know that on this event, we're not going to see them necessarily at the top, but if anything, again, I think that they're on an upswing. They're going to continue to keep climbing up.
Well, I've been informed that the Colaris and Matchroom podcast must come to an end for a moment. What we're going to do is go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and when we return, we are going to have our next game on the way here for the final day of PGS 6.
out-survive anybody else that's going to be in front of him. And hey, he'll take a couple of shots at whatever.
Your 2023 PGC champion.
Hey, are you pumped for this year's PGC? Last year was epic. I can't wait to see what they've cooked up for us this time. Totally. PGC 2023 was a blast.
Got a skill bone was new this year?
Oh, buckle up. There's a ton to unpack. We have so much to watch this year. So, we have separate regional series in 5 regions where teams can earn PGC points. Then, we have 4 PUBG Global Series this year where teams can gather PGS points. You have to commit to all competitions. Every event matters and is key to entering PGC 2024.
Exactly. We've got 15 regional qualifiers from PGC points, 8 PGS points teams, 1 wild card.
So, where's the final battleground?
It's all happening in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The stage is set with a whopping $1.5 million prize pool, plus more from crowdfunding. The fans, they're incredible. What do you say? We catch the grand finals live.
But how's PGC 2024 going to work out?
Let me lay it out. PGC 2024 is slicing things up differently. We're looking at 3 circuits based on point rules, each featuring 6 heart-pounding matches over 3 consecutive days.
And here's the kicker. Rack up the most PGS points year-round and get to chill on the first or second day of the first circuit.
So, every PGS match is critical. The better you perform there, the bigger your advantage at PGC 2024.
Bingo! Each circuit reshuffles based on the last. So if you nail it in the first, you're sitting pretty for the second. After all 3 circuits, the top 16 teams brawl it out in the grand finals.
Speaking of the grand finals, they are running as usual, right?
Not even close. To grab the trophy, you gotta clinch it with a win. Once a team hits the point threshold, their next chicken dinner could crown them champion. But if they miss that shot, the game rolls on. More teams reach the threshold, and any of them could snatch victory with just 1 win. So every match matters in the grand finals. PGC is taking the Battle Royale esports back to its root to be the last team standing. Welcome to Smash Room.
Smash 'em all!
A new vehicle, a new arcade mode, and a new crafter pass. All this and more as we dive into the update 32.2 patch report. First up, the black market is back, bringing another opportunity to collect some fan-favorite progressive weapon skins and new chromas for the Mark 12, the Barrel M762, the Ace 32, and the M24. When you pick up the Crafter Pass Black Market 2024, you'll be able to complete missions and collect rewards which you can use for crafting in the workshop. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details. Next up, Arcade is getting a new mode. In Hot Drop mode, you'll drop into a very small area and have to fight to survive as the circle closes in. With 64 max players, things will get cramped in the circle very quickly. So loot as fast as you can and start fighting for ground as the chaos ensues around you. Hot Drop mode will be available from November 20th until December 3rd. We've also got a brand new vehicle floating your way. The new inflatable boat is a more stealthy option when navigating the waters of the battlegrounds, using good old-fashioned teamwork to move. The inflatable boat can seat up to 4 players and moves faster as more players row, so make sure to put your back into it. There are also some updates to the clan system, map bug fixes, quality of life updates, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 32.2 is here. Pick up your Crafter Pass, hot drop into the new arcade mode, and row your boat gently with your team. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
All right, welcome back to PGS 6 here as we are getting these players good to go into the next game. However, we may be into episode 2 of the Colares and Matchroom podcast. We'll see. We'll see as time goes on here. Going into our next Miramar, who are you looking at and why?
Who am I looking at? No America's bias, but TSM, bro. You got to make sure that you don't go out with 0 points again. Find yourself big success off of that one. Of course, we're also going to be looking back at Twisted, but we've talked about Twisted so much. Let's go with a bit more of a curveball and say the fact that I want to see how Day Trade is going to step out of this one, because Day Trade managing to make it into the later stages off of specifically the trench warfare or positionals that they can get out of Miramar could be absolutely big for them to really step up on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I won't mind seeing them continue on the success that they've had so far, as obviously we have seen a lot of it in PGS 6, less so much in PGS 5, but they do look like a stronger unit this time around. I mean, even they're able to flex out into some and control some significant space, where I didn't think Day Trade was really able to get away with a lot of that in PGS 5 at all.
A lot more of a wolf pack mentality, right? They were kind of hanging out next to each other instead of separating out to take over control and territory of a space. So usually that often translates to, while you're watching on the map, give you some type of idea of the confidence. In order to pull off a 4-man split, you got to have confidence that all 4 players can defend an area. So whenever you start seeing squads do that, that means that something's working in the background that we might not have had a chance to see yet.
Yeah, and for other teams like trying to strike out against it as well, I do think that FaZe can still continue on from what they set as a precedent yesterday as well as the day before, right? Like 5 points this game was good. It's not bad, but they did die early. Those kills came to them pretty early. I think that the hold against 4 AM was strong for the most part. I was surprised that Bobo went so aggressive on the chase down against Gustav, and I'm surprised he wasn't punished a little earlier, but everything turned around and they got up at everybody anyway.
I mean, it's 4 angry men who are playing just to try to make anything happen right now, right? And so they get some type of vulnerability. They see something that maybe they can try to pounce on. They're going to go after it because that's the stage that they've got to play at. You got FaZe that's trying to qualify, trying to make sure that they're playing as smart as possible, and then 4 angry men that's just like, points, I need it, and going to go after it. It makes it a lot more complicated. And whenever you're a squad like FaZe, they've managed to get some of their successes doing that similar strategy. I want them to go on more of a climb today, though. I mean, we know that FaZe can get up there. We know the fact that they're not going to be... They can hear everybody screaming, so life's usually pretty good whenever that happens. Oh, we got a timer!
Okay, but how much is Virtus Pro sweating at home?
I mean, I would assume.
Hi, AB. Hi, Nix.
I know, just like, oh, this feels so good. Oh, FaZe on the last day while they're starting to warm up and do better. Oh, I love to see.
We'll see. We'll see if EMEA gets another slot. I'm not opposed to it. But with only 30 seconds left here, we have an opportunity for all of these teams. If they're good at Miramar, they've got to get points on the board right now because it will be their last chance when it comes to the Dusty Dunes. We have all of our 16 teams now steady, now calm after a bit of a long pause. So thank you very much for everybody's patience around the world. But we are getting into it. So far, so good as Falcons managed to get themselves the first win of the day. Can they convert more? We'll see on Miramar as we head over to the commentators for all of the action.
Thank you very much, Colares and Matchroom, for filling up that wonderful podcast. It was a very entertaining podcast, but we are ready to get back into game number 2 after Falcons gets the victory in game number 1. We are headed back over to our final game on Miramar to see if somebody is going to take this thing by the reins and just run away with it.
It very well could happen. Twisted Minds maintaining their small lead, albeit still being a lead, down to 17 off of the previous game where they were even at 8 points. A few teams were able to catch up a bit, but not that much changed in the top of the leaderboard. One thing that stayed similar as well from last game to this one is that we once again find ourselves with a northern plane path, so could be going straight back up there between water treatment and Oasis.
It is indeed. And James got to ask Matt what he was looking for going into this next game. I got to say, what I'm looking for, I want to see which one out of 17 TSM is going to start running away with things. If they're going to start taking control and start pulling away from the other and start making a run towards Twisted Minds, because it does not by any means appear that Twisted Minds is slowing down.
And that's the thing, right? It's so, I mean, it's already really hard to get good games on your own, but how do you prevent Twisted from getting good games without going out and risking everything yourself and trying to take them out? They have played against all odds so many times before. As we get an Eastern shift, okay, it's been a little while, so, oh my. No, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. We're out here to the east. We're out here to the east. Let's see what happens. Falcons, well, they won the previous game. This time around, they're finding themselves in Impala as well. It's a good one for them, too.
It'll be interesting to see how they decide to play this one, where they decide to play it from. I mean, that little area just to the north of them seems to attract a lot of late game circles, at least in recent history.
Yeah.
In our region. So we'll see if that plays out this time. But still, going into the second game of the day, no hot drops. Everybody avoiding each other for the most part. And if you want to watch any of your favorite teams broadcast from their perspective, these are the teams we've got online today. So go check that out over on PUBGesports.com.
Now, you said you wanted to see whether TSM or 17 could come up and maybe take over first, maybe get things really tied up with Twisted. I am looking a bit further down the leaderboard. I want to see Cerberus, Daytrade, maybe even FaZe get into the race as we now get a little bit of a listen-in to Petulins from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I would say that we are pretty confident at gathering like all the points on the map, which we can see. Like we shoot at all the people and we actually take all the fights and we win in these fights, so I think that's the main reason why we're on the top right now. We don't have so many good games in terms of placement points, yeah, but the kill points are pretty high, and that's what gives us this confidence and stability. I honestly think that all the teams from top 8 can easily fight for the first place. It's very unpredictable because everyone is playing sometimes very bad, sometimes very good. So you should be ready for the fight until the last game, like it was in PGS 5. I think it's most likely going to be like that. If we're not going to play super good, yeah, and get 100 points.
I think what Petulin says here is true, and it's terrifying. They are getting a lot of kill points, not so many placement points. It used to be the other way around, that they always guaranteed themselves in the top of the games and points. Like if they get kills, sure, they'll go by them, but they weren't out hunting. They weren't going that greedy for kills. This time around, as we've been talking about throughout this broadcast as well, Poro, how Lou have now started to join the firing squad of this Twisted Minds roster. The fact that they can play so well on all fronts, name one weakness of this roster.
I don't think I can.
That's the thing. That's the thing. They are so good on so many fronts. And yeah, that's part of the reason why, as we're saying, we want to see other teams go out and contest. But how do you go about it?
It's tough. I mean, this is just kind of the definition of you got to play your own game and not worry about them. But the problem is unlike in the past, not even just specifically for them, but in the past, it was our great teams would oftentimes just lose it.
Yeah.
Like they just didn't have the mentality to hold on to that first place position. And when you got a couple of good teams in the chase, it just became more difficult. But right now, it just doesn't seem like they care at all. And it's crazy, honestly, when you can outkill second by 20 plus kills, all of a sudden placement points don't seem to matter as much anymore.
Exactly. We saw them there, Twisted Minds, that is, in a pretty wide split. They sent Lou and Perfectix over towards Minas and Elalis early on in this game while we were listening to the interview with Petulins. Now the rest of the team is coming over, but TSM is in the nearby vicinity as well. Shots are now being fired from Twisted Minds as we get eyes on this Gen G rotation far down towards the southwest side. But there might be a chance for Twisted Minds and TSM to square off early on in this game. And you know what will be the funniest thing of that? What's that? Just south of them sits 17. If they read that there is a Twisted Minds TSM fight taking place 200 meters north, I wonder if they'd be interested in peeking over.
I'll tell you what I'm wondering about right now. Theraton 5,
they're vibing,
is all the way off in the north, but they're camping the rotation of T1.
Perfect timing.
Theraton 5 camping in absolute Narnia right now, and it's actually going to pay off as they get the first shots into Zenith. Raining's going to go down. Zenith is one shot away. Oh, one more bullet would have done it. Oh, Fluky, don't get in his way like that. He gets run over, and Zenith does eventually go down, but T1 going to lose 2 in the process, and now they're split. Type has continued going off to the east, but the last player, Ian, is trying to make his way up to the north, and Patapong read it.
Yeah. Great read, great execution by T5 here. Is setting up this camp, taking them out. We saw Third on 5 do this not the exact same play, but another type of camp on Bridges and Taco against Falcons. I think this is the Third on 5 way. We look for E pickups. If we don't fight one, we look for gate keeps. And you know what? This time around it paid off for them. So 2 kills early on, potentially a third if they can find the end 2.
Well, get Fluky back on his feet and probably flush out Zenith. But now, I mean, Pathapong knows that EN is just running off in the middle of nowhere up here in Oasis. Now, the question is, T5, you got your 2 points, right? Your camp was successful. You got your money for it. Now, do you just kind of leave this last guy and head into the circle, or do you stick it out, eat some blue zone damage, try to snake him out of Oasis?
So I know what I would do.
Okay.
But I'm not sure.
So what's the smart play then?
It would be just get the hell out of there, guys. But you know what? If they have an E pickup, if they feel like sticking around for a little while longer, it wouldn't be opposed to the T5 strats of vibing for a little while longer here in the blue. As we see everyone else make their way inside the circle. New Happy on the southern side of Impala now sat pretty tight, but with Day Trade coming in right behind them, they should be hearing these vehicles real soon as well. This could be another camp set up to try and take out an opposing team coming in.
Yeah, got to keep one eye on this part of the map here. Even if Day Trade is going to go down, I guess they sniffed something out. You still have Gen G that's making their way on the road. They're just now reaching Puerto. So if this does turn into a fight, and if it lasts any length of time, Gen G could come over here and third party on this, as it does not look like New Happy is going to take the spray in. Instead, might catch Belmoth, though, as he's gotten out to go and scout.
I like the fact that New Happy didn't opt to engage. There were only 2 players in position to really do a whole lot with it. And they see all forecasts, but now Belmoth's been seen. They get the knock. It should be resible. As you can see, there's no clear angle for New Happy to try and approach on this, and it's a weird downhill push that I would hope we don't see them pull up on. But as I say that, AC is already driving down the hill, straight down towards the shoreline to try and go for them.
And yep, Noren's already over there to try to get the revive off, but New Happy, they want all of this. But remember, keep in mind, Gen G, they're starting to make their way up from the south. They could come in here if this fight takes any longer than about 30 seconds. They could be in a perfect position.
I mean, this would be the perfect third-party opportunity for them. It should not go New Happy's way as well. The thing is, New Happy has such a good line of sight towards the south that even if they hear the vehicles, they should be aware of a potential third-party with pretty good time to react. Circle is closing in. We're seeing an E pickup now being set up by TD Team, I believe that is. They'll make their way towards the circle. Not quite sure where they're going to go. You know what would be insane? I'm just going to say it. If this goes, let's go East Island, and they E pick up onto the island, that would be the best timed E pickup in PUBG Esports history.
It truly would, but God, don't let it go to the island, please.
Imagine, though.
I mean, it would be
the sick, like the best E pickup of all time.
It really would. It would be the smartest play ever. Well, we'll see if that does in fact go that way. It's not going that way.
Don't say it. I like that. I like to have the hopes alive. And this is a circle where it theoretically could, but even CSM is expecting it at this point. They're also setting up an E pickup up towards truck stop on the northern side of the circle. They have a phase split all around them. Even Type is out on the shorelines now, looking for boats, looking for opportunities to wrap around. But of course, he has a whole other set of issues given that he's a solo player. Circle north, straight down the middle, face sat dead center as we head up towards in between truck stop and Impala.
Who could have ever seen this coming?
Not me.
Not you.
No.
Well,
I knew. I thought we had written the script, but I clearly read it wrong.
Look, you were using the power of hopes and dreams.
True.
Unfortunately, the power of the power of their hopes and dreams, the player hopes and dreams, outweighed yours this one time.
You know what? It's fair. It's fair.
Yep. Well, Gen G did avoid that eastern road. They actually cut a little bit more, and now they're coming in west of Impala, but that's going to put them right on the doorstep of Cerberus. New Happy, meanwhile, has separated from Day Trade. Day Trade got everybody back on their feet, so they're going to continue up that eastern coast. And we'll see if those E-pickups, CFW, they're starting to make the drop in off of their E-pickup. TSM does not look like they took theirs, so that is just a helicopter in the air.
Yeah.
As flashed down to about half HP.
Now, this circle is incredibly interesting. To FW coming down here, I think they should be safe for now, as we are seeing Gen G forced to kind of pull up on Cerberus. They'll turn around, take the loss on Barpo, and get away with the rest. If you look to where Twisted Minds is and draw a line all the way over to Day Trade, that's kind of the first layer of this multi-layer circle going up towards the north. So the south side is in the bottom of the hill as June gets taken out. The middle, and then you have the north side on the top. It's so hard, if not near impossible, to scout north, and the same thing the other way around in this circle. The middle of the circle just becomes a vision block. The little ridge line then you have going down towards the south. So all the teams that are currently set from, well, effectively 17, CD team, and all these teams in south, have no chance of scouting north. So in case we get a hard shift off this next circle, it's going to be full speed.
Oh my goodness,
full speed
banana.
nade right on the middle. Tried to commit to a rest in the open, but it's not going to happen.
Oh, Luna Galaxy had a pin down. I thought they might have been able to get the revive off, but FW is not wasting any time at all. Ray's coming over there. Banana 1 got the initial grenade as Vaughn was going to just bleed out here. But fortunately for TDT, they have a compound to retreat to, some hard cover to work around. And FW, they're just going to go ahead and take tires at this point. Nobody on their backs just yet. They have phase off to the just off to the west, but they are in a comfortable position, dead center circle. But Luna Galaxy, after taking those initial shots towards TDT, they're starting to make their way over here. Now FW is spotted this out. And Day Trade is just off to their east, so this could turn into almost a 4 or 5 way fight here shortly.
Great understanding of where these fights are taking place, tracking the kill feed as well. Now pulling up on this, Vinny is going to be the first one to fall on approach, but I mean, we've seen a lot of times team come out victorious in games having played off of this compound, especially when circles keep going this direction, so it makes sense that Luna, seeing a player from TD team get eliminated, up to engage. Issue is, it has not gone quite as smoothly as they would have hoped for.
Of all things, that FW E-pickup into the middle of the open on this center zone position is actually paying off nicely for them, as Luna Galaxy is now going to take over into this compound and see if they can ferret out what's left of TDT, as Poso's going to have to reposition after healing up and going through the smoke. You see Day Trade wrapping around it as well, but Posa super low. Belmouth 1 shot away. Can he get him with the well-placed grenade? Posa not going to actually continue. Okay. Will run away from the vehicle at least, and that'll keep him alive.
I really like this reaction play from Day Trade, and this is what we've been seeing more and more of them in the past couple of days of tournament, is that they're really, really smart and very swift on their reactions. They read that Luna is coming down the hill, now they go over the top. Issue for them is Circle has swung south, and Falcons, well, we're sat dead center, but I feel like you got to group up somewhere.
Yeah, they might want to look at doing that pretty quickly as well, and I'm actually curious about that truck stop situation. As you got Theraton 5, 4 AM, TSM all around that truck stop spot. FaZe was just free farming 80 damage down the road. So that's going to be a difficult move. We'll see how they decide to play it. FW still in the open, still working around these hills. Will reposition just a little bit, as unfortunately TDT and Luna not as free as they once were now that they've made it into the hard cover, and you've got Day Trade with a little bit of high ground just off to the east, so they have to be a little bit more careful.
And this kind of goes straight back into what I was saying before with how the layer, like how the terrain plays around here. You have a belt going from 17 all the way over to Day Trade, effectively following that east to west road. Any team that is currently north of that having to go south are going to have to scout while driving downhill towards compounds. I mean, it's so incredibly hard being shifted away from in a circle like this when you're playing on edge, and that's why we're seeing these teams in the north now trying to figure out what do we do from here. Great, we know we're not going to be the only ones. We can't wrap because they're already sat there waiting for us. You can see it right here, Day Trade and T1. So how do we play this? Great, we got to take the fights outside the circle. That's what's happening to 4AM, T5, and CSM right now. They want to clear their edges and play it in slow.
Yeah, Day Trade not liking that position in the new zone on the northeast, so it said they wrap over to the east, but I don't know if they know that they've got 2 snakes in their midst. Serpents by the name of Type and E-End. Type's going to find the initial knock on Anurans, looks around to see if he can get another one, but at least we'll secure the point here, as now Day Trade is aware of their presence.
As swift as you can be, knock, flush, reposition. Tries to reposition, but he's been caught.
Gotta go. Flash will peek him up over it. Yeah, Type will go down, as we see E-End still off in the distance. As he looks like he's just going to run away off to the north, try to survive a little bit longer for T1. So that's good news for Day Trade. Although they do lose Nurans, they now have control over the east.
Yep, tricky position, as we saw E-pickup used by Twisted Minds on the hard northwestern side. Lou went up, but jumped back down, and now here comes 4AM. They tried to go east, but they got denied by T5. Here we see Day Trade finally eliminating T1 as well. Yet another brutal game for them. 15th into 16th for the Korean team.
Ouch. Yeah, that's good eyes on Day Trade, though, to be able to get before he was able to escape and survive. But yeah, as you mentioned, 4AM tried to wrap around to the east, but ran into Theraton 5. So instead, they had to push into the north side of Truck Stop, which TSM has been fully occupying. Meanwhile, Luna Galaxy, they're going to finally turn their attention back over towards TDT. Now that they don't have Day Trade shooting them in the back, they can put their full focus on it, clearing out these last two, and they will do so. 2 kills now for Luna Galaxy at the cost of Posa.
Important fight to come out victorious and quickly too, because as you were saying, there were multiple teams lingering around. Circle now, a hard swing towards the west. I think many teams thought this one was gonna go somewhat north, maybe even northeast, but it's gonna swing out west. It's gonna keep Freaks right in the circle center. But again, we come to this ridge line going uphill towards the north. How do you play from here? How do you get in here now if you're not inside the circle? One thing's for sure, center teams are gonna be vibing, but the edges are gonna be one big bloodbath.
And you got Twisted Minds just kind of overseeing what's happening at the truck stop. I know Matrim is pumping his fist in the air right now, getting to see this fight at the truck stop. He's always wanted this thing to pop off. Unfortunately, the circle won't go there, but at least you're going to get to see a 3-way scrap as Wang Zai will go down to the blue. 4AM taking a lot of blue damage here, and they're just having a struggle making their way from building to building as TSM has just been gatekeeping.
With how the leaderboard is currently set up, I feel like once TSM realizes that it's Twisted that are set on their side, they take the fight to 4AM and might just deny points in phase 4. Ooh. I mean, it's they cannot give 4 points over to them, and now they know who's set up high. I think now is when you take the fight to 4AM, get points, and just how do you get out of here without giving points to Twisted Minds?
I don't know if it's possible. I mean, Twisted Minds is just perfectly positioned.
Exactly.
You can see TSM was trying to take some shots, but not landing the damage, and Twisted Minds not getting scared away right now. And they're going to lay down the smokes just in case, so they have something to retreat into in case somebody does decide to third party. And now 17 is leaving their compound and heading off to the north. So Twisted has to be very, very careful. They have to have heads on swivels right now to watch their backs.
Exactly. We mentioned it earlier, the potential of them fighting. It stalled out for a bit, but now they're here once again. It's the top 3 teams on the northwestern side of the circle. This could get ugly very, very quickly as Batulins is able to find one more. Purdy down and out. TSM down to 2, but 17 is coming right up from behind.
And they started taking shots as well as Batulins will go down to Sparking, trying to make the push in. A good grenade from Alo will find Perfectix as well. And you can see the shots coming from 17 on that south side. Theraton 5, they're on the eastern side of Truck Stop. They're going to try to take advantage of the confusion here, but it's not going to work. FaZe will clear them, and TSM will go down as well as Twisted Minds example is going to go down. Lu now, the last remaining player, as FaZe is pushing in. Theraton 5 is pushing in. 17 collapsing as well. A 4-way fight on the north side.
Everyone wants a piece of the Titan up in the first place. Currently it's Lu, and it's all that's left alive right now, and he's gonna fall. An important match now coming in for all these teams on the hunt. First and second place outside of top 12.
Blood in the water for 17 as they know the teams that they're chasing are both down.
Yeah.
They've got Theraton 5 picked out here. Oh, FaZe is going to clean it up, though. Nicely done on the part of FaZe as they collect their 5th kill. And it looks like they may be far enough away that 17 really can't do anything to engage with them. But now we'll wait and see where the next zone decides to take us. With 34 alive, we'll center on up.
34 alive. 6 players inside the next circle.
Wild.
Goes
Absolutely.
to show this is going to be edge fights galore. As these teams are going to try and make their way in. Bobo, try to see if he can steal one there. Not quite meant to be, as he's going to go straight back to healing. His phase 5 does hurt quite a bit, and he's a solo player trying to get just some sort of points for him and his team. I like the idea of 17 going over, showing presence, not wanting to fully commit, because they knew TSM was down and out. They knew Twisted was wounded. So yes, you want to get the points if you can, but you don't throw a game now when you know that you have a perfect opportunity to catch up if you just let them die.
Absolutely, and they left Lil Ghost in the compound that they had left, so they know exactly what to expect on the western side of this zone. So it's all hands on deck for the win, I think, at this point for 17, as Banana 1 will go down to Gustav. FaZe coming alive here in the late game. We are down to 30. Chauvet still taking shots from range, but not finding the knocks. Day Trade is you also have the snake from Luna Galaxy. Haven that could get involved in this at any point. So FaZe, they're being very aggressive, but they have to start kind of considering what they're going to do next.
And that's the thing, right? They get the points on their side of the circle, but now they have a rotation to make. They look down towards stage trade, but they're sat real tight in their position. And now thinking, you know what if we wrap back west? There's so many teams still fighting east. Yes, it's 17. Yes, we're going to be coming in with a disadvantage, but if we fight their way, it's at least only one. It's the quiet side of the circle. There's going to be no third party. We're going to make a play, and I think other teams are starting to realize this now too. As Stage Trade try to get inside the circle, but Falcons have already made the aggressive play up the hillside out of the compound and to try and cut them out.
Yeah, I like this from Falcons. They had the compound that was just on the outskirts of that eastern side of the zone. Instead of trying to send it into Kwangdong Freaks, as production might have thought they might do, they instead clean up on this northern side. They have a lot of hills to work on, a lot of ridges here that they can hide in, and they've still got all four alive. They've got a P90, they've got an AUM, they've got everything they could want to go hunting right now.
Yep, they are in a very good position, but don't lose yourself to aggression right now. And to get an MK, they have 3 great guns. I like the fact they're playing aggressive. It's something we've been wanting to see out of Falcons, but there's a time for everything. You don't want to continue the sprint up the hillside. You know FaZe is there, and yes, you might have the better weaponry, but that's an open hillside that you don't want to come sprinting around the corner of, because FaZe was there with 3 players ready and waiting. So nice on Falcons to say we got what we wanted. We made space for ourselves. We have a spot in the circle. We got 3 people with level 3 helmets on. Let's sit here. Let's see the next circle and see what we can do from there.
Of all the things that Falcon have right now in terms of gear, the thing that they're looking for is the path to the win.
Yeah.
As they do have a spot, as you said, on this zone, but it is tentative at best, as FaZe is going to come up over the top. They're going to spot him out. They'll take a few shots down, not finding any knocks immediately, but there's that AUM in action. Belmoth actually going to be the one that gets the knock onto Roth, and it's going to get cleaned up as well, so Falcons lose 1.
Circle couldn't be any worse for the teams on the hard northeastern side. As Belmoth does get found in the end of it. That Stage Trade down and out. Snake is down to just 1 HP, but able to prone down and get healed on up. They lose Roth on the side of Falcons, but they're able to suppress FaZe, and FaZe now have to make up their mind. With the circle having just swung west, is it worthwhile to fight further east? And I think they're saying no, we got to go over there. We know 17 was sat alone. We got to take him out. We got to take the fight to them.
I don't know who it is, but there is one member on 17 that is just holding a pit bull, just a leash on the pit bull. Yeah. The pit bull is wanting to go off to the north and start third-partying these FaZe, Gen G, Falcons fight. They want to get involved, but the one with the leash is saying, no, guys, look, we are in the chase. Our 2 competitors are out. We have the northern side. We have a win here if we want it. Let's get the points that come to us instead of going and chasing.
Exactly. The 10-point win, you know, they'll take that with no kills if that's what it's going to take for them to catch up to Twisted Mind. Currently sat 16 points ahead of them. Cerberus looking for more here as we are now starting to see the action in the kill feed. FaZe trying to make that western rep. In the meantime, Falcons opting to go the complete other way. They're going into the fields down below.
Oh, this is going to be spooky. New Happy, they've got nothing to really play around except for large cover here, and they're going to find the first knock on Arello. Non's going to get it. Flood's going to go down as well. Falcons is just like that, immediately out. But oh goodness, the exploding vehicle is going to find him. And New Happy, if they can survive this fight, we remember all that gear that Falcons was sitting on. That might set them up for the late game here, but Cerberus not giving them an inch to breathe.
Yesterday we criticized Kwangdong Freaks for not being aggressive enough. We'll see if that's going to change here as they get a perfect opportunity to try and third-party this fight on the southern side. We already saw them got one before as FaZe fall right there after. Trying to make the wrap on the western side for the teams that were outside the circle. Falcons wrapping east, FaZe wrapping north. There was simply nowhere for them to go.
Just a brutal endgame circle here, and Gen G finding themselves in the late game. Once again, it's going to be Tosi and Rex this time. The duo will get a couple of kills and a couple of points off of that FaZe squad as we see Cerberus still trying to dispatch of New Happy. They have 2 knocked right now, and yet Xiaozad going to go down to the blue as well. It looks like he's probably just done for as Rex is going to get spouted out by Xiaobei. And now 17, the pit bull's off the leash. They're letting them go ahead and wrap around the edges and clean up everything. But Salute will be the one that cleans up New Happy.
117 realized Gen G is down and out. I think that's right now what's causing them to play slower. They didn't know where the snake was. Now he's fallen, and now they know that they have the high ground. They have the perfect position to suppress everyone down below. Xiao Wu finds himself on a bit of an island island out towards the western side. They're in a 3-1 split on the top of the hill. He cannot fall here. If he goes down, that opens up an avenue for Cerberus to wrap around the west-hand side as well.
Yeah.
17 needs to somehow regain control of this fight, and right now it's happening because they're getting the help from Cerberus towards the south.
Actually really like this from 17 to make sure, Cerberus getting blessed here with that southern shift. It was, you kind of figure Cerberus is in the worst position out of all three teams, and that's why 17 was going to focus all their attention on KDF, try to get rid of the freaks, and then turn their attention towards Cerberus while leaving Xiaowu to keep an eye over them, making sure that they don't leave the spot that they're in. Now that the circle has favored Cerberus, that just kind of puts an exclamation point on this push on the freaks to make sure that they can clean it up as quickly as they can.
33, 33, 33. This game is trying to tell us that this is as tight as can be. All players with 4 alive. Neither of these teams have had to really fight a whole lot in the open to get here, so helmets and vests should be all right for the most part. Issue for freaks is they committed to this compound very early on, so they're down to practically no ammo, whereas Cerberus has been able to rotate around, loot up on the opponents they've taken out for a little while longer. So their ammo count, maybe their util count should be better. The issue is for all these teams now, they have to come down this hill. They have to somehow take this fight to Cerberus. And I think if you're 17, you say, we don't want to deal with Cerberus right now. Let's just get the points of freaks and see what we can do from there.
Both 17 and Cerberus both desperately need this win.
Oh, yeah.
To try to make that run and catch Twisted Minds in the top spot. Xiaowu been spotted out by Solozzi. The shot's landing, but is he going to get the last one he needs? No, he's not before Xiaowu can get to the smoke and survive a little bit longer.
So close, but Solozzi, one more bullet had done it. Now they fight again. 17 want to take this fight from an angle where Cerberus can't do anything to interfere. They want to get it clean, but the circle is closing in. It's denying 17 any chance to make the play on forward. I love the util usage here by freaks. Love a couple of flashbangs over to suppress, to force them back, to force them into the open arms of Cerberus. And then, while Cerberus is occupied shooting at 17, maybe you can try and make a play for the south.
I mean, Cerberus has everything they could possibly want in this zone right now. And freaks, as you said, they read the assignment. The assignment was to just slow 17 down as long as they could, as now Suju is down.
Yeah.
Xiaowu is down there, down to just 2. Xiaobei and Little Ghost. Little Ghost gets knocked, but Xiaobei at least will get the knock onto Solozzi, and that might be enough to open up some spot here for him to make his way in. You see Haisaki desperately coming over here. Highmass actually coming over here to make sure that he can't catch it. And yeah, there you go. Gets the kill, and that's it for 17. And now Cerberus in a good position to come in, but they've got 2 knock.
Yep,
freaks pulling something out of nothing here. Can they do something magical?
Definitely have to. Again, they were able to push down while Cerberus were looking towards 17, able to get the knock on Haisaki and Solozzi, but it's the main man on your screen right here. It's him as the big threat on the side of Cerberus. And right now, he's looking to take the fight to heaven, but has he lost track of Cumin down below? Nope, because Duckmai is right there to spot him.
Some good shots from Duckmai, but he's got to get on the move instantly. And this actually, they got both of these guys lined up on the rock. Let's go for the residence. Let's turn this into a 4v2. Right now, the job is for Himas to stay alive as long as possible, or just kill the man. Why not? Take it into your hands, Himas. You've got this. The smoke wall keeping him alive for a little bit longer. It looks like he may have lost track of Guman, but Guman just going to slide down in the middle. And he's going to go down to his own Molotov. But Cerberus with a huge win and puts them right back in the mix.
Exactly. Massive performance by the 3-headed dog here. Twisted out early. TSM out early, and they are the ones to take out 17 as well. Climbing back up the leaderboard, it's now become a 4-horse race.
And you can see 17 angry about that one. It almost felt like that was theirs to lose.
Yeah.
And they maybe preferred to stay on the high ground a little bit too long there, maybe leaning on that a little bit too much. And Guangdong Freaks give them all the credit in the world.
Once you get that south side circle, it was hard to get anything done. They try, but not meant to be, as we head now over to the desk.
hear the whispers on the wind, and all the pundits out there are saying it too. Is Cerberus back? Whoa! I mean, they were able to do well in this game, so why on earth not? They're going to be able to put themselves in a great position to try and strike out at number 1 once again here at PGS 6. Ooh.
I mean, this last game pretty much set up the opportunity for a ton of squads, except for predominantly TSM, because TSM was the ones that managed to hold back Twisted. Came at a massive cost. I guess they were not necessarily the hero that we wanted, but the rest of the lobby is definitely appreciating it, and is now Cerberus is going to get a massive game on that, stepping right back in. But 17 also having a very high kill count late-stage performance.
Good shifts for Cerberus towards the end, so they should have been able to capitalize off something like that, right? And it wasn't just the Himas show this time. It was every single one of them, up until the very last second where Himas decided, all right, now I'll get some kills, I guess. But the fact that everyone was able to hold down across the line here very, very strongly themselves, alone for the team, showed that Cerberus is not just a one-headed dog.
Yeah, finally, I guess, actually showing the rest of the fangs coming out of there. As this is just a very interesting starting circle that kind of shifted into that Northern Impala area. So then it just kind of became a set of firefights, most notably over into the north and oddly into the east. We had a lot of teams that opted in for very long wraps, so that meant the fact that they were kind of butting heads over there, trying to get control right up against the coastline. Falcons were kind of caught over here with FaZe, who also had a very good game. Not as much as they wanted by comparison to everybody else.
I think the Kwangling Freaks compounds towards the later stages of the game really caused problems for people, right? You saw as Falcons had to go for a mad dash send down towards the south and see what was available for them there. Meanwhile, the north, of course, of that as well, in the hills, nobody really wanted to push down too quickly because they were, again, open to the compound and some of those lines of sights. And also, I mean, even the Cerberus lines of sights, to be honest.
And Salute managed to make it into the later stages of the game. Good to see you guys.
That is true.
Freaks managing to get something going there, as still going to be right back behind Gen G on the overall leaderboard, but starting to crest in, trying to assault that top 8.
Yeah, a very important moment, actually, because again, I mean, if we look at what Salute and the Kwangling Freaks boys were able to do before, it was all them getting to the late game, but without Salute. Now, at least they were able to get there with him this time. It's not going to go quite their way because Cerberus is looking oh so strong about holding that down. But still, it's better points for them.
I was still astounded that Cerberus, whenever they had 2 knocks against them, just said, all right, we want you to go walk right into the opposing team. Yeah, there's 2 of them up. Stay alive. We're just going to go ahead and commit back to the res, try to make sure that we can keep our boys up and alive. Defending fantasy points out there somewhere for somebody feeling pretty good about it.
I like because we had the Kalaris and Matt Trim podcast, there's so many highlights to show from before the game into this. I was like looking at them, I'm like, God, that was ages ago.
Yeah.
Looking at Alo's sunglasses, all this stuff. Hwang F's little with his fingers. Crazy times. But anyway, yep, it will be, of course, Cerberus getting themselves the victory, and this does really keep them in the conversation. We literally said right before this game, during the podcast, that obviously not having Tycon, kind of relying on Himas, was hindering them a little bit. They decided to say, no, screw you guys, we're all going to step up in this game and show that we are still championship material.
Well, it's interesting because I will agree that the Tycon roster was far stronger in firefights, but also it almost feels like it was a double-edged sword because they are surviving for the later stages much more regularly now, and they're managing to generate points based off that. So whenever we do finally get the Himas pop off with big games, although that game was actually pretty universal across everybody, it really puts them on a good spot on the overall leaderboard to be assaulting that first place position, where sometimes it did feel like with Cerberus, while they were almost being torn in 2 different directions.
Well, it will be 9 kills for them, with just the 1,200 damage, actually. Not too huge there in that regard, but Kwangling Freaks gets themselves some very much needed points. 17 continues to be a pain for all of these teams up towards the top as well. They are still ever present, ever prevalent in these late game situations. And also, FaZe still hunting down a ton of kills.
Man, FaZe is just, they're trying so hard. They're not quite getting what they want, but it's just like you can see it. They are hungry right now, and if they get the opportunity, they're going to take it.
There was a moment during this game where they bounced up to 4th place, and now I think probably they're back down in 7th again, because that's how close it is. In the middle of a game, we are still seeing these huge swings, and that is going to have huge impact on those PGS points at the end of the day.
I love it. This feels like one of the most most competitive, I would say, top 8s that we have seen in PUBG near
a long time. Yeah,
long time.
It's getting real close. But it will be, well, Himas, he came in at the very last second to take some kills. Apparently, he'd already done quite a bit of damage, but it's just the other guys have been able to finish it off, seemingly. So Himas takes man of the match. But again, it was very much a team effort, this one.
I mean, man of the people. Make sure that your other squad members can get something every once in a while, pop up on the leaderboard. You know, it's important.
God.
You know, it's just like, oh, here, you may have this skill and you may have this skill as well.
It's pretty much true, all things considered. It's going to be 19 points for them going their way. Kwangdong Freeze get themselves 11. And even the funny thing again is that, yeah, FaZe, cool, you got 9 points, but so did Daytrade as well.
So did 17 Gaming.
New Happy got themselves 5.
Gen G with 5. I mean,
Crazy.
it's just constant over on this side, with the exception of this time, Twisted and TSM being over on the right side, but they even got 3 as they've been neck and neck with each other the whole time.
Yeah, TSM, if they want to really get it going, needs to put their foot, I was about to say put their foot to the pedal quickly, but I mean, look at this. 101 points. We now have 4 teams past that 100-point mark. Trying to scramble here for the championship.
Here's the thing, though, with the TSM Dream, it feels like Miramar has been better for them, and Erangel has been better for Twisted Minds. And where Miramar didn't seem to go super great for TSM, Twisted is at least still in first place as they're going to be moving into a much more comfortable map series.
Yeah, I'm just kind of taking stock of everything that's going on here because there's a lot of numbers to look at. So give me a second whilst I figure out what I would like to talk about, you know?
Just, you know, it's important. We're moving into the later stages so that everybody kind of get an idea on what
I do think there was a world where I'd kind of written off Kwangdong Freaks after seeing, again, Salute just die so many times early. It was 3 games early and then getting into the late game and not being able to convert things. But 77 points after these 2 games, it's not terrible. They could actually launch up towards some of those higher PGS point locations.
And that is good. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for them to really move up a ton with the way we've been seeing this. If anything, it might be just them stepping up into Gen G's territory, which on a regional level just makes everything a bit more complicated, and I don't know all the math on that one. We'll have to look at that before going in. And then, I mean, but then it's FaZe who's just been hyper consistent so far as well. So it's almost like you have to be praying, if you're somebody like the Freaks or Gen G, for a complete collapse of 3 to 4 squads ahead of you that have just been so damn consistent this event.
Very consistent now, especially with how everything's shaping up here in the final day. And I think that it's nice, at least for some of these teams towards the top, to see that Twisted Minds only got themselves 3 points on the board. There was a world where I was scared that for 2 Miramars, they could have potentially run away with it here. The circle's not been too kind to Power Grid, especially this one where they're having to come all the way from that west side. But I'm getting word now that we can go to a break, and when we return, we will have our wild card maps on the way. So right after this, we have Rondo and Tego coming up here for PGS 6 to figure out who's going to be our champion. See you soon.
a new vehicle, a new arcade mode, and a new crafter pass. All this and more as we dive into the update 32.2 patch report. First up, the black market is back, bringing another opportunity to collect some fan-favorite progressive weapon skins and new chromas for the Mark 12, the Barrel M762, the Ace 32, and the M24. When you pick up the Crafter Pass Black Market 2024, you'll be able to complete missions and collect rewards which you can use for crafting in the workshop. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details. Next up, Arcade is getting a new mode. In Hot Drop mode, you'll drop into a very small area and have to fight to survive as the circle closes in. With 64 max players, things will get cramped in the circle very quickly. So loot as fast as you can and start fighting for ground as the chaos ensues around you. Hot Drop mode will be available from November 20th until December 3rd. We've also got a brand new vehicle floating your way. The new inflatable boat is a more stealthy option when navigating the waters of the battlegrounds, using good old-fashioned teamwork to move. The inflatable boat can seat up to 4 players and moves faster as more players row, so make sure to put your back into it. There are also some updates to the clan system, map bug fixes, quality of life updates, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 32.2 is here. Pick up your Crafter Pass, hot drop into the new arcade mode, and row your boat gently with your team. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
PGS 5 champions, Twisted Minds!
Back everyone, and we are done with Miramar for the day, and so far Twisted Minds has held strong to their top spot position, but the footsteps behind them are growing ever louder. Toby, can they continue to hold on through the wildcard maps?
I mean, you say that they held on. I don't know. I mean, it's getting pretty scary. They're showing that they're not immortal. They're not immortal. They're letting other people join the party to make it more exciting for the final games to come, no doubt.
Base Twisted Minds, making sure they're entertained for the final day and not just running away with the thing. Well, we call them the wild card maps because, you know, Tego and Rondo, very relatively new, although at this point of the year, Tego pretty much old hat. You got to think by this point. Rondo, though, still a little bit crazy. But there's one team, Toby, that these maps have not really been a wild card for. And in fact, they have found the most success in these grand finals, and that is one TSM. A first place with 19 kills, 2 second places, and a fourth place. They have found consistency where no one else has been able to find it.
As some might say over across the seas, hoorah for those Americans.
Hoorah for them.
Solid performances, and that's despite the fact that we have had back-to-back days of Rondo over towards the hard northeast in areas that we've barely ever seen before. So let alone the fact they're able to come out victorious in both those games, not victorious, but with good performances in both those games. That says a lot, because having to tread those unknown waters towards the east, the northeast, it's not something we've seen too often before. But first, it's going to be Tego on our screens. You'll get that in just about 20 seconds time. How do I know? I just know it.
he's just
I just a random prediction. About 17 seconds.
So smart. Yeah. So knowledgeable, so talented. He's got his crystal ball out here. And I can tell you there's about 8 seconds left to go. I can also tell you that Luna Galaxy's got a lot of work to do if they want to try to get a little bit higher in that leaderboard. But I can also tell you that we are ready to head down into Tego.
Tego is where we're going. And once again, for our third game in a row, we're sending players off up towards the north. The last couple of days, it's been very fair playing paths all across the board, but even now for FaZe that wants to go down Buk Sansa, that's going to be a stretch, an area of the map that usually is well within reach across all playing paths. But no, we're going hard north, which doesn't necessarily mean, but could very well mean, that we're also headed up towards the northern island for this game.
See if it plays out that way. There has been a lot of action taking place around that river that bisects that northern island from the mainland. And some teams have fared better than others in dealing with traversing that spot.
Yeah.
We haven't gotten to see the new shipyard bridge come into play just yet, but depending on where this circle lands, we just might, especially when you see how many teams are really hugging that eastern edge as far as their drop spots go.
I mean, I would say no, but considering the fact that T5 are over there, that's a good chance that the circles go over there as well.
That's true. They've had magnets in their pockets, it feels like.
At least in the early game. We'll see if that's going to come to fruition or not, as everyone gets their way down towards the ground. Again, as we can see here, hard to reach the south. I mean, 4 a.m. not forced to alter their drop spots, but there are only so many vehicles on the road that leads alongside the river, so there might be fights for cars between some of these teams. And FaZe as well, you can see already Corexi in a car, they want to go further south. But if we see instantly now, just about now, a circle north, which we want, I was going to say then would make things spicy, but why not go back to where we've been oh so many times before, towards that ridgeline, towards that hill north of Canyon.
Maybe we'll get lucky and it'll keep cutting east, give us a little taste of the airport. Who knows?
Yeah, we almost had it yesterday, but not quite meant to be. TSM were able to get themselves a 19-kill win. That was on day 1 in this exact area of the map. And look at where they are right now, set on the small island west of Falcons in Paradise. If they want to get themselves a 19-kill win here, they have a long journey ahead of them.
Keep an eye on FaZe here, and I'm glad we were actually, well, now that we switched, but it looked like them and Luna were both heading for Buk Sansa, but, oh, James, you did this to yourself, man. I love how we were watching him on the motorcycle, cut away for 2 seconds, come back, and we see him crawling around. But this is what I was talking about, Luna and FaZe going for the same spot, but I don't think either one has had time to stop and get vehicles, so really they're just going to be ships passing in the night here.
Definitely are. Also, FaZe got to commit to the rest here. Do they? I mean, they obviously saw him in the kill feed. That they got knocked, but
does he see him in the?
They go unnoticed. No, he's turning to go up the street, right? Yes, he is. If only Vinny knew. There were 2 guys with no guns in hand, proning in a field. Easy pickings if you're driving around in a car, but not quite meant to be. James and Gustav on a bike each. Stay alive, at least initially.
Oh, Kraken's got the gun too. Oh, sometimes it's better. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good.
True.
And right there, FaZe gets very, very lucky, and as a result, we'll get to keep Gustav and James as on his feet. You can see it. Look at his face. He's mad at himself for that one.
It happens. The only bad thing is it's going to delay their initial rotation, because right now, sitting in the southern side, the way that we usually see FaZe play this side of the circle, especially when they get circles going their way, is that they like to spread out early, take control, but now they're going to be a minute and a half delayed in the rotation. But now hold that thought for a second. There's a Panzer foul. 1 shot, 2 knocks, nothing you can do about it if you're a TSM. A third kill now coming in for Type as TSM gets butchered on the bridge.
Unreal stuff there, and very heads-up play on the part of T1 to just read that, know that that was coming. And yeah, 4AM going to find the 2 boys from Luna as well. As Luna, remember, they were getting a little bit that they were heading down to Buksansa, saw FaZe, pulled off, and headed over here and ran right into 4AM. So 2 teams from the Americas getting very, very unlucky to start things off here on Tego.
Equally lucky for 4AM here, because they actually sat in a very wide 2-1-1 split, but it's the location that 2 of them find themselves in that Luna up to pull up on as well. So caught by surprise, and now we have here yet another fight, and it's between the first and third place team. Example, able to get down one. Will he find another? Yes, he will. Twisted Minds. They were getting pressured by 17 in the last game, but here they come right after, doing damage in return. So TSM down to 1, 17 down to 2, trying to get something in return. But this is once again the top teams fighting, and Cerberus just sitting back going, if you're just going to give us first place, we'll gladly take it.
Yeah, and Lil Ghost will pull away, but Xiao Bei is in the compound just off to the side. You just can't see it on your mini-map, but he's got company as well as Twisted Minds is in there. But we had a chance to sit down with Lil Ghost and ask him his thoughts going into this final day.
Welcome to the mid-game interview and the finals. Now we're having Ligos from 70 Gaming. So actually at PGS 5, you're just 5 points behind Twisted Minds, and now you're standing here again. Do you have the confidence to take the honor back in winning this PGS 6 champion? 所以在 PGS 5的时候，其实我们就差了 Twisted Minds 5分，非常可惜。那这一次又回到这里，有没有信心拿下冠军？
有信心，我们会把我们最后所有的精力都放在这4局游戏上，去争夺 PGS 6的冠军。
Yes, we totally have the confidence, and we'll put all of our energy into the last 4 games and to win the championship. That's what I love to hear. Thank you very much, and back to the casters.
They have the confidence, but they're going to need more of it over what just happened there. Not the way you want to start this game if you're 17. I mean, losing 2 players very early on, not what you want to see, but losing 2 players, giving 2 points to the team already sat in first place, that's going to hurt.
Yeah, it's a surprisingly bloody early game here on Tego. Usually it's been pretty calm at least until Circle 2, but a lot of teams running into each other. Some planned, you have to imagine, 4AM planning that camp onto TSM, and maybe 17 and Twisted Minds running into each other was more than just coincidence.
Yeah.
As they are going to, so the remaining 2 from 17 will come back into Terminal, and they've now actually been joined by Cerberus. You can see Duckmai making his way in here. The rest of his team kind of off to the south and east. Duckmai just doing some last-minute looting.
And this is where things get interesting. We saw FaZe early on in this game lose Jeems. I'm not sure whether Jeems disconnected and is only coming back now, or if what happened is that he simply, again, had to get rest, had to wait a little while longer, but he is still down in Buksansa, and his remaining teammates are up nearby this current Cerberus split. So whether he's going to go up and join them or whether it's a wide split strat, again, we talked about FaZe liking to play a wide split early on here. Whether it's intentional or it's caused by some errors, we still can't quite tell. But one thing's for sure, if this fight ends up happening, it's going to be a good while before Jeems is able to join his team.
You can see TDT has actually made their rotation. They're right in between Jeems and the rest of his team. As, see, I think that's Gustav just off on the fringe there. And yeah, they heard him as we see Lil Ghost and Xiaowu just hiding out in the compound. As this is just a duo from Cerberus. The other duo is still off to the east in a compound just sitting nearby FaZe. So, I mean, shots coming through from Cerberus, but they're not being sent over towards 17.
Exactly.
I think they're just shooting out maybe windows or something.
That's the issue. They have no clue they're here. Little Ghost is sat here waiting to hear footsteps, and 17 with how they're sat on the roof shooting all over the place. No indication that they are aware that there is still 17 players in the nearby vicinity. Guangdong Freaks, they're going to stay towards the east. We already saw one bridge camp. Why not see another? Let's see if Gen G, who are currently sat on the western side of this exact bridge, read this one. If they realize, is that a team sat on the other side? It may just be.
I mean, this is a relatively free bridge camp if you're Freaks. I mean, it's inside the zone. Yeah. You've got Heaven down to the south that's been able to read that it's all free and clear down there. And you know what? Stick around, see what you can. Yeah. If you can maybe stick something away. And now it's really on to Gen G to have their eyes on.
Oh, here we see it.
We see.
And the beep and the. He hits the second ridge. He hits you see, he lands on both wheels, but then it goes doink over the top of that one, so he can't reset. That's...
Of all the things to catch in 4K.
Man. And then we get the Panzerfaust, which you just, there's no counterplay whatsoever. You don't even have to hit the players, just hit the car, you take out 2 players. Unlucky.
An example with the jiggle peek around the Hyundai is try to get slick with the doors, but it's not going to be enough. Example's too good for that.
Yep.
And Gen G actually making their way across this bridge now. So we'll see if Freaks is ready. This is our southernmost player, Heaven.
He's not ready.
He's not even a part of this. And there you go. The grenade going to come through. It's going to land, but Salute's going to be the one that gets the knock on the Rex with the spray. Cuban will find the flush. Tosi in no man's land will try to reverse, try to send it back, and it looks like he may survive a little bit longer. And shots coming through from Adder on the other side of the river is going to keep him alive.
Yep, able to, surprisingly enough, keep 3 up after what was kind of a full commit. Push here down to 3 tires, but Tosi somehow able to get away. I mean, we saw T1 bridge camp, now a Freaks bridge camp into Gen G. I know we're in the Korean Peninsula, but this has Korean early game action written all over it.
Well, it sure does. Barpo is going to continue making his way off to the east as the circle does shift back down over towards Terminal. So 17, although they are down to a duo, they are a pretty decent spot. But Twisted Minds, that's who everybody's chasing. Everybody's got their eyes on. They are in a good spot as well. We'll see how Gen G decides to reconnect everybody. And if Freaks are going to even allow them to, it looks like they're hopping into vehicles. So they might just be dipping out of this after getting that 1 kill.
I mean, the fact we have 3 of top 5 set circle center in this circle, that's going to make for a very interesting game unless if something wild happens that gets them taken out. Seems like Twisted is going to opt to try and maintain their 2-2 split for now. Makes sense. They're in a spot from where they should be able to fall back and fortify with one another. And as long as they can keep threats at a distance, they should have no real fears of taking fights here. Barpo seemingly is going for a boat. And the rest of Freaks are currently trying to hunt Gen G. Either that or they're going to wrap West around. You know what? This is an insanely good play. James falls. But to go back to Freaks, this is a really nice read. They go over the shipyard bridge. They're going to go all the way through Yongchun, come down the western side, and have all the room in the world to maneuver. I love this rotation. How to avoid confrontation. They know they're coming in on the heavy side of the circle. This is, if you have the space to make that play, that is an incredibly smart wrap by them.
Yeah, and they avoid having to cross
the
smaller river, which is usually getting camped as well. So
also, where would they play from? Like, there's nothing for them to claim.
And as a result, I mean, they've got all the space in the world on the northwest side of this new zone. So it's 5-head stuff coming out for Kwangdong Freaks.
Very smart.
As we'll see where they decide to go day trade. Meanwhile, after picking off James, are kind of hanging out on the south side, waiting for the inevitable push here of these southern teams. Vinny will breeze by and not even know how close he came.
Well, that's the issue, right? Because they have this much space. Why? Well, because there are 3 teams trying to do effectively what Freaks did in the north down towards the south, but they're doing it at the same time. Lunar Galaxy, obviously, down to just a duo. Poser is kind of left behind, but T1, FW, and Day Trade all sort of intertwined with one another to make their way through. The thing is, the good thing is, I suppose, none of them are getting out of their cars, all committing to fulfilling their rotations. So not seeing too much commotion, but it could have very easily gone very bad for all these teams towards the south.
You see all the presents, all the little toys New Happy has, and they have a e-pickup in the trunk as well, just in case. Although they are inside the zone, they are still kind of off to the northeast, just under the ridgeline of Falcons. So they've got a lot of space to work around here, although they do have Theraton 5 still off to the north. We'll see how they decide to come in as we see those aforementioned Freaks making their way into the zone, and they've just got nothing but room. And a free path into Terminal, too, if they want to take it.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously they're coming in very late with not having had any chance to scout, so they're, for good reason, going to play it a bit slow. But yeah, I mean, as you're saying, once they realize it's free for the taking, they should at least send 1, maybe even 2 players down there, of course, depending on where this next circle is going to take us.
54 alive, but 16 teams still up as Purdy Curdy is still surviving for TSM. He's not gone down just yet.
The fact that we have top 7 still in the race. Usually the cutoff sits like there's a gap down from 3rd or from 4th, 5th down towards the teams below. But top 7 with a win here could find themselves within winning distance. That's, I mean, completely insane. Goes to show the depth that we have at the global stage of PUBG. Let's see now, as this circle pops, who are we going to favor? It's going to go towards Terminal. Who will come out victorious with this shift, though?
And you see the double E pickup. New Happy had one laid down. Gen G took one up from Shipyard. And it looks like the way New Happy's positioning, it looks like they're going to take theirs as well. So we'll see where Gen G decides to drop. It looks like they're going to send it right towards Terminal and hope that they can maybe avoid line of sight from anybody around. And fortunately for them, it's just 17 down there, and I don't think they have angles onto this.
Not yet, at least.
But yeah, they're pushing right into the first building. And Tosi, hopefully you got your eyes on. Nope, doesn't matter. Little Ghost instantly dispatches with him.
Nice reaction play by 17, realizing threats are coming from around the corner. Once he saw him in the window outside, he knows there's a brief landing animation, a brief roll from which he would have the advantage in taking the fight. So great reaction play by Little Ghost there.
New Happy doing the exact same thing, and they are E-pick-upping into Terminal as well, as 4AM is now crashing that as well. FaZe coming in as well, so Terminal getting a lot of love here, especially on the eastern side of Terminal. The western side completely clear, but right now it is just building to building action as Twisted Minds will take one off of FW. Lil Ghost is going to find Zepion with the Panzerfaust. He's going to find another one with a grenade, and it is just madness right here. There's no way we're going to be able to keep track of all of this.
6 teams fighting for Terminal right now. A lot of them wounded already. Gen G down to 2, trying to get rid of the duo of 17, who somehow is able to stay afloat. Little Ghost will be found, but Xiao Wu is still alive, trying to clear out the remaining player. And 4AM able to swing the corner and find Wang Sai.
Oh my goodness, okay. 17 still got one alive. Adder and Barpo still up for Gen G as they're working around the northern side. So they're avoiding this Cerberus 4AM. New Happy stuff. Good nade from Adder will finish out Xiao Wu. And Gen G will stay alive a little bit longer. And they have an escape route should they decide to take it, as they are on that northernmost side, but they hear the battle commencing just off to their south.
Funniest thing is, the team with the easiest opportunity to come in and claim all of this earlier was Guangdong Freaks, and they're still chilling up in the north again. I mean, they came in so late with no chance to really scout forward, and you know how these buildings can oftentimes have snakes set around, so they didn't want any piece of it. And right now, I mean, if this circle swings northwest, they're set really well. Obviously, the water is going to be excluded, so it's not going to go full northwest, but anywhere west is going to be amazing for Freaks.
We already had all these people in here. Why not add one more? TDT has arrived as well. Now they are on the western clump of Terminal, so not directly involved in this fight. And it looks like things may have calmed down a little bit here, as every team that's in here has managed to find their own little alcove to work around.
But now we come to the inevitable city question. Yes, you got in here. But if the circle swings away, how in the world are you planning on leaving Terminal? Especially for New Happy, obviously set dead center. It's most likely not going to happen at all. So it's the teams outside right now that are hoping the circuit's going to get to them. And for now, Day Trade can see themselves rewarded with a shift down towards the southeast.
Yeah, that is the question. What is Theraton 5 going to do?
Yeah.
Where does Falcons go as well? Quantum Freaks, they have at least some high ground that they can work around.
Do you want to pull up on this?
It looks like Quantum Freaks might be interested in wrapping around down towards the south. But yeah, you're looking at T1 pulling right up on the backside of Day Trade, and they get it for free.
Yep.
Stuff for T1.
Great read on the split. They called the bluff, even though they were shooting out the windows initially, trying to puffer fish, trying to see more scary and in bigger numbers than they initially were. But they said, you know what? I'm not really seeing too much action. There's only one car parked in there. Let's just pull up, and they claim themselves one of effectively 4 spots to play from inside the circle.
FW
Can see it again? Wow.
How many replays do we need to have of Jeems just dying on a motorcycle? The man knocked himself.
I feel like other things have
roasting
happened
him at
through
this
the
point.
mid-game that we don't need to do. But the thing is, and I like how they're getting into this, is there's so much, I mean, there's so much obvious butterfly effect thing happening in a game of PUBG. Because he gets knocked, it delays him to get to the rotation in Buksang Sa. Because he's delayed to the rotation, he has to loot longer. Because he has to loot longer, when he finally goes to join his team, he runs into opponents, he goes down. Had he not fallen off the bike early, he would have been there with his team, most likely right now. So I get what they're doing with it, but feels bad to make that flip in the open.
So TDT leaves that western side of of Terminal, and now they're coming up on the backside of T1, who've found a great compound to work, but they didn't just sit there. They instead sent one there to make sure that they have it held, and sent all the three down here on the south side to prevent anybody from wrapping onto them. So great stuff from T1 here, and now Kwangdong Freaks are going to send it right down the middle, the same path that FW just took.
Again, no scouting possible, no knowledge of what's happening towards the south, but they're going to stop early. I think they saw the saw players maneuvering around where FW was, and they're going to opt to play this position. I'm going to call this specific position mortar bait, but we'll see for how long they get to stay alive.
Seriously, yeah. But earlier they tried to wrap south on that western side, but then they saw TDT, and once they saw TDT, they just pulled away and went back up to the north and came back where they came from. So TDT, after engaging with T1, they'll get Van out of there and get him rezzed once again, but this is not a great spot for them to be in.
Definitely not. I spy with my little eye, Poro, something here that I don't think I've ever seen before.
What's that?
Lunar Galaxy has a solo creeping in on the edge of a circle behind everyone else.
Who ever saw that? Oh, there you go. And that's the trick, though.
There's one more.
There's one more. He's solo off to the west of Terminal. So they I don't know if this was intentional or if they just got big split, but either way, they've still got one player left alive. It's going to be Posa coming in from that western side of Terminal as T1 and TDT, that fight still going on. The circle going to go back up to the north, and it's still going to favor Terminal. So you can see all the shots coming from New Happy, from FaZe, all laying into the backs of TDT.
Yeah, you can see it's Twisted Minds trying to line up the shots right now towards Kwangdong Freaks, but the trees are doing Batulin's 30. It should be easy for the take, and he's found the distance, but the treetops are blocking off any potential kills. So let's see if he can find him. He locked two more shots over. There was the double connect. We'll see if he gets the flush with the second. Not quite the case, but at least for now they found the first, and now Freaks has to figure, do we go for something here as more mortars rain in from the other side of the circle? I said it, Nate bait, or mortar bait, and well, here we are.
Mortar bait was dead accurate as Salute is slowly going to bleed out here. Heaven would love to be able to go. It looks like they are going to send one bean with the vehicle, but Cerberus is just spraying them down. We'll see if he can actually pull that res off. Is T1 going to have to leave their compound? They're heading off towards the east, where Day Trade is engaged in a fight with a T5 who has just arrived. Now Ranger X down, Patapong down, Fluky down, and now all of a sudden Rossett is the last player up for T5, and they're dead. What? Day Trade getting fed, T1 getting fed as what is going on here on the southeast side?
Day Trade just got pulled up on by 8 players. I'm like, guys, we're outside the circle. What are you doing? But of course, they had to try and wrap around. They had to try and play in from the compound. And because there's a bit of a low ground disadvantage to T1, they did not see T5 coming in. Both T5 and T1, not teams that wanted to take this fight if they could avoid it, but they didn't see each other. So T6 pulls up, and that takes out Day Trade.
New Happy mortaring from the center of Terminal right now. I'm not sure if he's got a good read on that distance. As you can see, it's fallen just a bit short of where T1 is hanging out right now. But again, Twisted Minds still 4 up, still alive. They've got a compound. They've got control over the eastern side of this zone.
Definitely do. Definitely do. This next shift is going to be huge. Perfectix does get seen, but nice rich line to be able to fall back down behind. The only reason he's really able to flex out of the compound towards that south side is because he has that available. As example, spot standing, that's going to be Day Trade down and out. They remain in 5th for now, but look at how many teams are sat there in the 90s, in the 80s that are still on the hunt. So Day Trade by no means guaranteed to remain top 5 after this game.
What nobody wants to see that's in the chase, in the hunt, just Twisted Minds sitting on 6 kills already.
Hot shift West.
And they've got, if they get a little bit of circle love here, it's going to be real tough in 3 games to catch them. But we'll see what happens. New Happy starting to push out from Terminal. They got the blue at their backs. They have spotted out that final snake in the grass from Luna Galaxy in Posa. As the grenade's going to fall just a bit short. Can he get the toesies? Gets them low. But Posa just going to heal through the blue as long as he can.
Yep. Spending a lot of units still trying to get him down, and Posa would rather not give the point over. So New Happy, well, had they placed the nade better, they would have gotten him, but not quite the case. They now have the space to maneuver. They can wrap further towards the north as Bits and pieces of Terminal is going to remain in. Twisted, though, will have to make a move. And also Falcons up on the northern side. It's been a quiet game for them, but again, in similar fashion to their match on Miramar earlier today. No reason to over-aggress. You get the circles. You have an opportunity now, though, as we've seen, to wrap underneath Twisted. If you take them out here and clear the east, you're going to have a field day shooting at all the teams coming out of Terminal.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see where Twisted decides to go here. Now, they've had Kwangdong Freaks pinned down for quite some time. They know they got the knock with the mortar, but they didn't get the flush. So they know that the Kwangdong Freaks is probably 3 strong at least. Is now T1 going to try to push through FW on the south side. Ooh. And meanwhile, Bobo just hanging out by himself. He's got Genji to the north. He's listening for footsteps.
So many teams around them. Genji, as you said, on one side. All of New Heavy pushing through on the other. Cerberus sat inside the circle with Face on the south side as well, looking for action to come their way as multiple fights now take place at the same time. Bobo is able to find the first, but the rest should be able to come through fast, and they need to be fast about it because here comes Genji.
Yeah, Genji heard that, and they're instantly on their horses. They're heading back down to the south, although Adder and Barpo are the last 2 alive, so they want to be really careful about how they approach it. They're inside the zone, so they don't need to take any unnecessary risk. FW will go down in the end to T1, but Ian is the last player alive for T1 right now, and Purdy Curdy, the last player from TSM, he has been eating Blue Zone forever, and now he has snuck up right behind T1. I'm not sure if he's got an angle, though.
Able to creep in behind. There are not players in front of him, so points could be garnered, but not to be. Down to the blue. He goes just outside of placement points. Falcons now finally open up, looking towards Twisted Minds, finding Perfectix in the open with T1 on the other side, with Freaks on the south side of the road as well. They could potentially do some damage to Twisted Minds here, but Falcons, it seems like despite the knock, they're not too eager to aggress forward.
They've got a win in front of them if they can clear out everything to their north, and then they can turn their attention towards keeping an eye on Terminal. What's going to be left out of Terminal is the kill feed just blows up, and FaZe and Cerberus suddenly the last 2 in Terminal. Genji still on the north side as well. I can't forget about them. Barpo and Adder. Adder is down, but that should be resable.
Love the fact that we're now seeing Falcons commit harder to the south. Yes, I know that if you play safe, there might be a win coming for you, but you really want to sit next to Twisted Minds on this side of the circle. They come over the top, but now they're backing off immediately again, giving space to Twisted Minds, allowing them to take circle center.
Yeah, and Twisted Minds back up to full strength as well after getting the knock on the Perfectix. As Cerberus, they're going to take 2 knocks, and now FaZe, they're in a 3v2 on this one as Gustav's back on his feet. The Cerberus boys trying to retreat just a little bit here. Solozy and Himas still alive, and Barpo and Adder still up for Genji, but they are finally going to have to leave Terminal. Twisted Minds perfectly positioned here to do a little gatekeeping. Look at that hill that they have to work with. But will Falcons allow it? Will they just sit back and let Twisted Minds do all the work for them?
That's exactly the thing. They're giving them a lot of space right now. You can see there are 2 Twisted players looking towards the northeast, expecting this push, or at least any sort of util barrage, anything coming from Falcons. But Falcons are playing this one very slow. You can see the ridge line here. They have space to maneuver east, Falcons that is, and it's forcing Twisted Minds to not really pay attention towards Cerberus. But for as long as they're not looking this way, they should be good on the other side as the push comes through, and FaZe able to stay alive. There might be a double rest possible here.
I think he pulls it off. There's nobody really looking in that direction. Twisted is just waiting for them to peek, but no peeks. They're not actually pushing out. Genji going to leave their compound on that northern side of Terminal, and they've managed to avoid the line of sight of Falcons and of Twisted Minds for the time being. So FaZe should be able to get everybody back on their feet.
Yep.
Twisted Minds has a lot of hard cover and rocks to work around here. And you got to imagine still sitting on a ton of utility. Definitely. 8 kills already for them. And really, they're just waiting for FaZe to run into the buzzsaw.
Issue right now for FaZe is how do you get out of here without getting third-partied, right? You have Genji on one side, you have Twisted on the other. And even if you manage to come through all of that, you have Falcons jumping over the ridgeline as soon as they see these fights pop off. Still waiting for Relo to try and backstab on the southern side. You can see Twisted as well going, there's no world where they don't do something to try and engage on us, but we're getting open angles to the west. And no, we don't want us contesting the police.
It almost feels like Falcons are waiting for this Twisted and Twisted Minds to get involved in a fight with whoever's coming out of Terminal and to come over the top and take them by surprise when they're not expecting it. But Gustav is going to be able to escape. Fex will be able to escape. Corexy still down. Fex will spot out Adder as Twisted Minds just waiting for those smokes to disappear, but you can see them still looking off in the distance, waiting for the inevitable push from Falcons, but it's just not coming. FaZe will go down, as now that's going to be 10 kills for Twisted Minds, 11 kills for Twisted Minds, as Gen G, Adder, and Barpo will survive through the smokes and start pushing down in that direction.
They've allowed the full sweep, but now they're finally starting to get angles from the eastern side. Rello trying to push forward. They have 6 nades on the side of Rello and the P90, able to do a lot of damage from here with Perfectix down. Now it's when you have to push forward. Now it's when the nades have to start raining in.
They got him so low, and Barpo is going to get the knock onto Example with the grenade. Adder and Barpo down to half HP as well. Snakers will find the flush onto Perfectix. Adder will flush out Example, and now here come Falcons to secure the victory at the end, but they've got Patulins playing on the low side with that P90. If Roth isn't careful, he could take a knock, as Flood has spotted out Adder. He does not see Barpo, though. Good work by Falcons to finally come alive here in the end, but is it too little too late in terms of points?
I mean, they're able to clean up all of the rest of the kills, able to finish on 6 kills, but a game where I think if you're any other team than Twisted, saying, guys, you're giving points to Twisted Minds. We need you to help us. We need you to make sure they don't run away with it. But in the end, able to clean up and get themselves another win on the day.
Second win on the day for Falcons, as you mentioned, but I think that those 2 wins, I don't even think they hit 10 kills. So they're getting stuff done, but it's a slow climb, but they got to play the game in front of you. See them laugh, and they know that they had that one secure.
I think the only reason we're complaining is the Twisted Minds is ahead to get points off of it, but now let's go back to the Escalade to break down that takeover.
Via the power of friendship, Twisted Minds has been defeated. No, never mind. They were ganked from either side as Gen G and Falcons dispatched Twisted Minds, and Falcons get themselves the 2nd win of the day, actually, with 3 down. That's lovely for them.
I mean, we talked about the importance of how it was going to be for really to try to gel going into PGC. That's where their eyes are set right now, as the overall leaderboard's not going to be the most friendly to them today. But I find it funny, you were talking about starting off with how everything got pinched there at the end for Twisted Minds. We saw a lot of very
crazy stuff.
Interesting starts, bridge camps, collapses, a lot of Panzerfaust inside of this one. So, I mean, this was probably, I think, the loudest match we've heard with the players just screaming and trying to figure out comms and figure out where they needed to go.
There were moments, that's for sure.
There were moments, yes.
As we take a look at a lot of them, I mean, we started off obviously with that Panzerfaust from Type, and then the spray down of the third player, right? Like that just in itself puts T1 not in a obviously they're having a rough time of it as a whole, but it's just an extra confidence booster. When you can pull off something like that, it raises the spirits and the morale.
On the flip side of that, though, that's the worst way to start a game if you're TSM.
Yes.
Now lost 3 members early, pretty much 2 games in a row, and it's been Kurt on damage control and getting right into 9th place and then dying, and that hurts.
It is looking bleak for the capture for TSM. Right? I think we kind of came in today, both of us, hoping that if TSM was able to really kind of do something against the Twisted Minds position and assail it, maybe they could be winning things out, but it is feeling a little difficult now with only 3 games remaining.
Well, FaZe on the climb is good, and Cerberus also managing to survive into the later stages, picking up some kills inside of this one yet again. Not at the highest of kill counts, but managing to find something out of it. As Falcons, yes, they do get the victory. They do manage to pick up a couple of kills, only 5 with it. So it's still an increase, and at least Falcons are like, okay, we're reading the map right. We just got to figure out the rest of it as it moves forward.
Yeah, who'd have thought that all the teams that didn't, well, for the most part, commit to Terminal were the ones that were gonna win out the game? Interesting.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're gonna commit into Terminal, you're pretty much like, okay, everything else is probably taken, and we'll make the mad dash in. But interestingly enough, a lot of stuff was still open whenever we were seeing the commitment into Terminal.
Sure, I mean, so there was a mad dash from FW right towards that little, small crater with the tarp on it and stuff like that. There was a bit of a dash from Kwangdong Freaks to go beside the road where there is a little bit of a dip. The only problem is, again, those dips in a mortar world are very vulnerable, and Kwangdong Freaks kind of felt the wrath of that from Twisted Minds mid-game. So it's problematic when you get to those kinds of spots.
It's just so clean the way we see Twisted as well, making it in the later stages of that game. Playing off of compound, reading circle, and then navigating in. It was not the easiest pathing to get in, but they did manage to make it into the southeast, and then almost kind of shoot Falcons back over into the north that allowed the collapse that later kind of caused Twisted's demise. But, I mean, in a situation where Twisted probably shouldn't have even managed to make it into circle, they did a very great job.
Yeah, and thankfully, to a degree, we have had Twisted Minds stopped in their tracks just a little. I mean, of course, they did get themselves 11 kills, as well as
I would say, like, lightly
the
tapped the brakes. They had to slow down because they were afraid of the children that were in front of them while they were going through the school.
Sure, a tiny speed bump for Twisted Minds, baby. But at least it was thwarted a little bit. Falcons will get themselves 5 with just a sub 1,000 damage, actually. It's one of our lower damage wins, I want to say, throughout the tournament as a whole, including group stage. But again, FaZe, 7 kills with the 1,700 damage. This is putting them, we said it when we were kind of memeing almost in the previous game, right? Where they jumped up to 4th and then all the way back down to 7th because everyone was doing so good up there.
And FaZe's performance is massive for you guys.
For sure.
Right?
Absolutely.
I mean, there is a lot hinging on how much they can manage to pull together today, and you can see that they've got, I guess, the hopes and dreams of a regional on their back, and they are trying to get there.
Yeah, it's nice to see that 10-point day or whatever it was, so 11-point day was kind of a blip almost. But let's talk about the Falcons here, being able to get themselves the right spot. Again, it's not the biggest win, but it is a win. And 2 of them that aren't huge, but are still pushing them up in terms of points, means that they're going to be able to garner more money, more cheeky PGS points if that did kind of tickle your fancy, but I don't think they're going to be able to kind of breach in.
And again, for me with the Falcons, we just talked about this a moment ago, but it's about really figuring stuff out, making sure the fact that whatever is happening, it felt like a lot of times Falcons have had some misses on trying to approach circles and have been very heavily gate kept out of them.
Yeah.
So it feels like they're starting to clean that up a lot more and starting to navigate getting into the later stages. But their pathing is a lot safer, so they're not finding any kills on that path.
As you said in the previous segment, if you cannot win, this is the best practice you are going to get before PGC. And it will be 15 points going their way. The only issue is 17 points for Twisted Minds, for all these other teams trying to catch up to the position, up towards the top. 132 points it is now up to, as well as the Cerberus now moving up into 2nd place as well. Very much so up to this pack to try and catch them. One win does kind of catch them if Twisted Minds does not do much that game, but the problem is the goalpost is always moving.
I mean, yeah, we're sitting here as just a massive average points per game coming out from Twisted. Cerberus is just constantly nipping on the heels, 17 as well. But, I mean, you can see just 2 games going out, not very many points or almost nil points coming up from TSM has shifted them so far down. That's just the consistency that's been happening in the pack in this top 8 over and over again. It's just been shifts predominantly in position on this top 8 side as it is just continually getting further and further. You can see Freaks, you were talking about last time, getting closer, trying to step into that. But now it's actually starting to look like it could be Falcons that are trying to crest into that potential of trying to assault Gen G's position on the
They could go wild and get themselves more wins. We'll see as we are getting ready for our next game here, just a few moments out. And you know what? I'm going to spoil it. It looks like it's a 2-path, plain path for Rondo.
Oh, fun.
What do you think?
All right, I'm excited. 17. You got to make something happen on this one if you're wanting to have your eyes on the prize. See what you can pull off.
Take that, commentators. No, I'm excited for this one, especially as soon as that popped up. Oh boy, we will see fire in this next Rondo. All these players getting ready and good to go. Handshakes all around here from TSM. They need to change direction right now here as we get ready to Rondo and head over to the commentators for all the action. Game number 4 of the day. Only 3 remaining.
The Twisted Minds heard the footsteps behind them, and they responded in a big way in that last game to give themselves a little bit more of a cushion for first place. But there are 3 games still remaining left to play, Toby, and there are a lot of teams with their eyes on those top spots.
There definitely are, and a lot of planes flying across the map right now as we speak, as James so elegantly spoiled for all of us. That double plane path comes through once more. And yeah, I mean, we're as much as we talk about, oh, tough plane paths, oh, hard north, nah, there you go. Oh, good, you're good now.
Well, I mean, given how those planes, you could see all the teams that were on the southern plane jumped out very quickly.
Yeah.
Because there is no way to know what's going to happen once you get all the way over to the west, who's already taken spots. And we'll see if anybody gets any close to each other here, as it looks like Falcons getting close to TDT all the way off to the north. You've got FaZe going way off into the distance, but they've got friends with them.
Yeah.
I believe that's FW.
Definitely not a fight you want to be taking if you're FaZe and you're finally starting to get things going your way as Flood. Ooh, okay, my friend. Long distance, iron sights, SLR, but he's able to find June. Can he get the flush though? And also, more importantly, how much are you willing to really risk to try and get it? As we see the circle swing towards the west yet again. Falcons find themselves dead center as we need to fight as they're singing up down to FW and FaZe.
Indeed, and this is not what FaZe needs right now. You can see all the Virtus Pro fans were pumping their fist after that FaZe performance last game, as that has jumped up FaZe to the point where they would qualify for PGC based off of PGS points, which would open up another spot for Europe, and that spot would go to VP if they can hold on to it. But right now, they are in a hot drop situation with FW, who's got nothing left to play for except for chaos.
Yep, Gustav able to find the first, but now revealing his position. Did he hear Reese, though? The swing around the corner clearly did not. Will be flushed as well, so a trade, potentially 1-for-1. I think Tonke might be able to get rest, but clearly, as for now, FaZe the ones on the losing end of this hot drop. But is this what caused them to leave, or are they going to stick to it? I'm not sure. It's so far from the circle, too.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. Oh, look at James. He's actually got an angle on a banana one, so he's more feeding this information over to the rest of the boys, letting them know that there's a guy on the rooftop that's going to be able to see everything you're doing. So be careful about how you go from compound to compound. What a spray, though, from James to get the knock on the banana one. And now that's 2 down for FW. And can FaZe regroup to turn this fight around?
You know what? I mean, they got themselves a really good game in the previous one despite losing one early. Maybe they can do it again. Maybe that is the recipe to success for this team. Correxy, level 2 vest and a DPS in hand, should be able to pretty easily get the flush onto Banana. But how much more can you find once it swings around here? They know approximately where they have all their opponents, but does he know of Zigzag right next door?
DBS in a dream, and in that picture you can see there's another one happening here very shortly, as that looks like Luna Galaxy, and I believe that's New Happy. Yeah, New Happy getting onto each other here. Corexy just peeking around the corner with the DBS, not going to hit the shot though. Okay, he hits the first one, he hits the second with Zigzags, trying to catch him slipping, but he's not going to fall for that one. Corexy with the big DBS play.
And amazing patience by him there as well. You could see he was waiting for James to come over towards him. Took a bit too long on that one. I think James was occupied with Tonke, so couldn't really commit to the wraparound, but really nice play by Corexy, trying to wait for his opponent to make a mistake, maybe reveal what weaponry he had available, because if you hear a shotgun from inside that room, even though you have one as well, I don't think you make that play. But now, down to a 3v1. FaZe want to get this, and they do not want to take any more casualties. Now they've seen him, they know he's indoor. Down to 1 HP though is James.
And James playing that smart though. They found him, they did not pull away. There you go. They will lose Gustav, and Gustav clapping for his boys, letting them know that he appreciates the hard work that they paid for his life. And they were back up to 3 strong, and they've got plenty of time to get their way in the zone as we cut back to this fight between New Happy and Luna Galaxy. Luna has already lost Posa, and New Happy, as I believe, got 1 knocked there in AZ. But nobody lost just yet. Zakraken going for that high ground flanking angle.
I was going to say, what's that? Oh, wait, it's a suppressed M16. That's not a gun sound you hear too often. That's not a gun sound you hear too often. Haven, Panzerfaust using the deployable cover to get up on the roof here, get a bit of a better angle as swung side. Oh, had he not had the iron sights there, there might have been points in the making, and what better than try and put a dent in this Twisted Minds run. They currently find themselves 18 points ahead of the competition. Cerberus in second, 112. Now see more pull-ups coming through. Ming Ming trying to run back, trying to make something happen, but he's going to be taken down.
Good job from Vinny there. And there you go, not going to spot Vinny through the smoke. AZ still bleeding out, so it's possible they can get him back on his feet. Haven and Zakraken just looking for any angle. He even got that Panzerfaust ready to fire, but nobody showing just yet as Nand working around on that ridge line. It does not look like AZ is going to be resible here. Haven.
Oh, this one.
He's peeking.
Run away.
Oh.
Panzerfaust.
Immediately swaps back over to the M4 after the Panzerfaust does not find Spark. We'll see if the grenade can do some damage here, but Xiaozi on the move already. Haven down to about half HP, but he's got support. Xiaozi and Nan both pushing Haven here.
They know where he is. They heard the guy on the hillside earlier. They know they have a 2v1. The thing is, if you're Kraken right now, you need to hit all the suppressive shots that you can. If you get a headshot connected, maybe that can allow for Haven to peek out, do some damage of his own. And look at New Happy in the leaderboard situation currently. tied with TSM. Day Trade just 2 points down, and then Gen G at 93. I mean, this is, again, I said it last game, I'll say it again, the fact that top 8 is as heavily in the race as they are, and it's all regions represented too. This is insane.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about two teams that absolutely did not need these shenanigans early game. Given how well they performed and where they are in the leaderboard, it's got to be FaZe and New Happy. New Happy, looks like Galaxy will kind of start pulling away from that fight as we check in with Gen G, making their way in on the eastern side of the zone. Nobody really there. Although, if they hear the shots, they could come over and third party this, but it's pretty good distance away.
Make the rep, take their time, try and see if they can go all the way south side on this one in very Gen G style. Just get to the quiet side of the circle. They've won games on Rondo before. Actually, one of their best games in both PGS 5 and PGS 6 combined came off of a Rondo performance. So we'll see if Rex and crew can do this once more as we hop down towards T5, who currently fight themselves, not entangled with, but kind of encroaching on the Cerberus split.
Another team that doesn't really need any of this is Cerberus.
Yeah.
Of course, it's going to be T5 that engages with them. A nice little trade there of seat swaps as Pong will pull out the long range, and then he's going to do a little bit more damage. And yeah, Ranger X wants all of this. He's going to take the shots. He's going to get the knock. Is Haisaki going to go down early once again for Cerberus? And that is, again, all these teams in the chase, they just keep losing one.
And the only team that doesn't.
TSM now, why not make it everybody? As TSM sparking, you're not going to see that happen very often. Loses a 1v1 versus Norins, and Norins going to get the flush as well. So now the rest of T1, Fanadol going to find Alo as Alo was trying to provide support. But now TSM's just losing players left and right as we've got a little bit of an interview here with Norins.
ในส่วนการปรับเปลี่ยนคิดว่าไม่น่ามีครับแต่ว่าจะมีการเพิ่มเติมเรื่องพวกโฟกัสในเกมครับแล้วก็ความแบบว่าความโฟในเกมเพราะว่าวันนี้เราทำได้ไม่ค่อยดีสักเท่าไหร่ครับในส่วนของการแข่งขันระดับ global ก็คือเราคิดว่า global เนี่ยเป็นกำแพงสำหรับเรามาตลอดเลยครับเพราะว่าเราไม่เคยทำได้ดีในระดับ global สักรอบเลยแล้วซึ่งในครั้งนี้มาจัดที่ประเทศไทยมีความหมายเรามากเพราะว่าเป็นบ้านเมืองบ้านเกิดของเราเลยครับการเป็นแชมป์นี้ก็สามารถพูดได้เลยว่าเราเป็นทีมระดับโลกจริงๆครับ
While they might not necessarily win this tournament, I think they have proven to us, to the world, that they are indeed a world-class team, really stepping up over the course of this tournament as Nan is able to find the double there. Now, for anyone who is scratching their heads, going, how in the world are we 9 minutes in, down 14 players and 2 full teams? I will tribute this entire early game shenaniganry to one thing and one thing alone. Double planes.
Yep.
It really puts a spanner in the wheels of all the prep you have in terms of drop situations, in terms of what teams like to do. Because it's so unpredictable, it's so hard to read to understand exactly where all teams are going to be coming in from. So, congratulations, Double Planes. You're causing chaos. And Thanatol found him from the glider. Just, why not?
And that's why you put your fragger in
the glider.
Because they can pull off the seat swap magic. Well,
Yeah.
TSM do lose Alo and Sparking, but they still have Kurt and Luke alive. So they've still got some hope for the remainder of this game. Although, I mean, we came into these maps saying how much success TSM has had the past 2 days.
Yeah.
And they end up getting bridge camped in the first game, and now they run into a random day trade in Circle 1 in game number 2. So,
But that's the thing, right? Every team going to have these situations. So we talked about it before. I mean, Twisted, even when they have bad games, they get 5 points. You cannot go out on zeros here if you are expecting to finish up in the top circle. It's going to swing up towards the northern side. There's going to be some big mountains in play, but for circle center, it is very, very open.
yeah, it's not great, man. It's not a good look. We see Twisted Minds taking shots at 4 a.m. in rotation just around them, but looks like T1 might be heading to that same spot that 4 a.m. might have their eyes on. So we'll see where they decide to go. Twisted Minds, meanwhile, I mean, that's all still in zone. They can still afford to play around the edge. And Cerberus now starting to arrive as well on that south side. So 4 a.m., they will find at least some semblance of safety here. And well, go ahead and shoot the flare in the air there.
Get yourself some loot. Get yourself set for fights to come. Why not? As you said, it's 2 Pearl. Cerberus right next door to Twisted. This could be very dangerous for the two of them, as we now already know who is up against who, but Tool is able to find Duckmeyer on the initial approach. He's going to spot him as to take him out as well. Able to find him, but points gone over to the side of Falcons. So 1 down, but only a single point over to Twisted.
Yeah, Cerberus now down to Sololzi here as you can see he's out in the fields finding a place to go, and they're just gonna sit back and say, you know what, try to get as much as you can off of this. I mean, we saw Purdy Curdy make it very far, very late into the game as a solo last game.
Yeah.
Standardall, that's not how you want to get out of the glider. Oh dear. At least he's close to the boys.
Yep. Unlucky. Can he crawl back in time though? I think Pathenpong might get an angle now. They're committing more util to try and get their fragger back on his feet, try to get him to safety, and well, just getting behind that wall should be him being safe. I say that, but Genji is actually rocking up right behind this. They're going to see smokes, they're going to see a glider as well, and they now have a decision to make because they don't really know what they're coming into in terms of where teams are positioned. Do you want to fight this, or do you want to just try and wrap around and avoid this commotion altogether? I think they're wrapping on this.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to avoid it. They see smokes in the road. They're just like, yeah, we don't want any part of that. We've got 4 alive. Let's just make our way into the zone and see where we can play this from. Is Rex going to be the one leading the charge? They're going to come into the south side of Fengtun as Theraton 5 is leaving. So it looks like you see Rex stopping down to scout ahead a little bit. No shots coming through, but he might have an idea that mountain. Okay, yeah, there he is. He's going to actually spot out Pathenpong. So a few shots, and they know that that next spot is occupied.
I love the fact that Genji doesn't overcommit to try and engage on what we had there. They sent 1 player over the hillside. Is there something free? Is there something we can go for? But the fact that we're down to 48 players 12 minutes into the game, this game has already gone full shambles, and Genji realizes, you know what? If we just do this, we might also just die, as everyone else has apparently done so far. So let's just avoid this altogether. Play it slow, play it smart. We still have a lot to play for, even though we're sat in 8th.
No, absolutely. I mean, they're sat in 8th with 93 points, though. A good performance here from Genji.
And everyone ahead of them is wounded.
Exactly. They're right back in it. So there's still so much left to play for here for Genji. You could argue Kwangdong Freaks as well. They've got 4 alive. They've got good position inside this zone. Now 17 and Twisted, the only 2 teams in the top 6 that are kind of currently unfazed, as we see an E-pickup possibly being sent by TDT, and 4 Angry Men there. Still holding on to their high ground, but Twisted Mind starting to get a little bit close.
This next circle is going to be big, and it's going to swing southwest. Genji now even more so happy with that shift not, or with that fight not really coming to be. But all the teams on the north and the east, where do you go from here? The observers are drawing it the way that I see it too. You have to swing on this circle. You have to try and wrap around, because the center, like coming in from the east with the Falcons compound, with TDT being sat there as well, it's so hard to try and penetrate that circle from the eastern side. 4M is doing it now, but look at how much fire they're under.
Yeah, TDT.
Like, where do you go from here?
Use that E-pickup to do a little casual scouting around their area, and they're going to see nothing, as nobody really anywhere near them. But we got 4 teams all setting right for the center of the circle. There's a little bit of dip here to play for 4 a.m. HSM going to be the first one to get there. Now they got the rest of the boys to provide the full-on car for it. And here's a little bit of a replay to see what happened between Twisted and Cerberus as Batulin's got his 2-piece.
Double headshot, instant tears. I mean, you barely even realize what's happening around you, and just like that, you're 2 players down in the Thanatos. Emergency pickup. Well, I mean, emergency landing, we should call it. He gets picked up by his teammate, gets back to safety.
Yeah, and somehow, some way, Cerberus' final player, Sololzi, was all by himself, sending it right through that 4 a.m. Genji TSM mess in the center of the zone. As 4 a.m., they're going to move once again, then, not completely content with the spot that they were at. But Sololzi still alive for Cerberus here as that solo.
Mortar bait.
It's all mortar bait. if you're in an open field at this point,
you're playing Rondo, you're mortar bait.
Yeah. Like unless you got a roof over your head, you're not feeling comfortable ever.
Nope.
Twisted Mind still trying to make their way in on this eastern side, but they've got Falcons stretching out of the compound just a little bit, and now you see T1 off to the north. And I don't think Twisted is taking shots over in this direction, but it looks like T1, they have vision on somebody.
Yep. Yeah, Falcons opting to fall back to the compound, and think that's, they're doing this exactly why. They're hearing the shots fired, they're going, well, they're not shooting at us.
Yeah.
That's got to be a team nearby. Guys, get back to the buildings. Somebody's trying to sneak up on us, and all Batulin's doing like, oh, I really thought we had them called out by surprise. They're trying to, again, as they do so well, set up third-party opportunities, wait for the perfect time to pounce, but missed opportunity there.
While that's going on, 4 a.m. landed an arm shot onto one of the boys from TDT, and immediately they hop in the vehicles and send it over to this compound. So they actually want the fight here. They want to fight for this compound after getting the knock on to Jun. Ong is going to be the first one in the line of defense. Will get taken down pretty low, and Bobo actually going to spot out Jun. Jun's back on his feet. Zhu, though, great spray from him as he will find the knock onto Bobo.
Not only does it do a lot of damage, but able to suppress them for a bit too, as Twisted Minds now forced into a fight. There's a nade lock just over the other side, but Example has been knocked. Another push comes through on the side of C that he's not able to find anyone either. So Twisted Minds able to stay alive. We're heading later stages of the game. 2 players down already. They gotta get in the car. They gotta keep on moving because they're not inside the next circle yet. Falcons still playing inside the compound, not opting to engage in this. Now, yet another chance for them to try and take out Twisted early on should they want to.
And they're going to have to leave one behind as well, as they are able to put one body into the dossier. Oh, Rello got him so low. Perfectix was one shot away and will survive, but Raining is going to come up on the backside. Patulins will try to take him down, though, and he will, as he defends Perfectix. Twisted Minds, they're down to 2, but they're still alive. They've got 5 kills. 17 starting to sniff around over here on the north side as well, though.
And as soon as TD team falls down to 4am, 2 teams instantly crash in response. Both Gen G and Daytrade pull up at the exact same time. Gen G able to find 2 on approach. That is huge for the entry inside this circle. Norrens able to swing back down behind the bench, but not to be. Opens up to 4am, and that's Daytrade down and out. But now 4am fully aware that they have the entirety of Gen G in the compound as well.
Absolutely. Gen G have 4 up, though, and they've got 3 kills, and they have visions of climbing this leaderboard a little bit farther as they try to see if they can find these last few remaining members of 4am. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds, they are, well, I mean, it's not great, but it's at least somewhat safe here on the northeastern edge. Falcons still back in their compound, although 17 still starting to creep over in this direction on that north side, but just no vision around that just yet. Although the smokes might be giving away the game here, as you can see Suju and Lilgos starting to maybe take some shots over there.
Limited where they can really play from. I like the fact that Roth was up over the ridge line as well, trying to make sure no one was pushing towards them from up high, but now the circle's closing in. It's going to be too visible to teams further towards the western side should he stay up there. So smart on Falcons to fortify again. They still have the compound, no reason to over-aggress here. The circles are doing a lot of the work for Falcons, and they'll happily say yes to those.
Absolutely, and for the time being, I mean, the center, I mean, you see the center of this circle is just nothing, right?
There is nothing.
I mean, TSM, they sent their last 2 remaining players to the spot where 4am was a little bit earlier, and it looks like they got there sneakily because they're not getting peppered by mortars right now, so they're staying alive as Gen G. Ooh, they'll get 1 knock, but Tosia will get him back. As you can see, Fluky got that high ground for Theraton 5. He's going to have to come down eventually, but he is just trying to find whatever information he can about where anybody is to feed over to his teammates.
Rule number 1 up here, my friend, do not get knocked.
Yeah.
Because they can't get you, and you can't fall down. But he's going to make the jump. He's going to fly towards the north. You can only imagine, but he is within vision of Gen G at her spot in midair. Can't quite connect the shots, so it's so hard to zero in when you have no background. There's nothing to see what you're hitting, no chance to really adjust your bullets. So Fluky gets to live with a few holes in his parachute.
And you can see Wang Zai and HSM still alive for 4am in this compound. Gen G, though, they don't want to take the risk of losing anybody trying to push these guys door to door, so they'll just wait for them to reveal themselves while playing as safe as possible and wait for this next circle to pop. And it is going to pop and head back to the north. Falcons get the compound again, and still just wide open space here in this zone.
Again, if circles keep coming your way, you're not going to complain about it. I think for Twisted Minds too, not too upset with a shift like this. But look at what little they have to move around. There is a couple of containers, I believe it is, in the circle center towards the north. And that really is about it. I mean, Falcons are going to have perfect lines of sight on anything here. I feel like Gen G and 4am will have to try and take this fight. They both know there's not a whole lot to claim in the open. And same thing happening on the western side. Freaks, T5, do you give points over to the teams inside the circle, or do you try to fight one another for whatever points are left?
It feels like they have to fight, right? Like you could still play. There's a lot of stuff to play up on the northern side of the road in this circle, but they've got to clear out 17. They've got to take the fight to Quantum Freaks first. And this is kind of do or die for both of these teams, really, for their late game. As right now, T5 in a 4v2 against Human and Heaven, but they're just going to use the utility for the time being. Yeah, KDF just going to get on out of there and try to find a better spot to play this fight from.
Trying to wrap their way north, of course. Despite it being a Pico, I'm pretty sure that 17 is going to hear these vehicles make their way on up. 17 still 4 players alive, despite having been a bit quiet through the mid-game here. Not too much action has happened up towards their north. They now find themselves in a good position from where they can try and suppress the teams coming in from the west. They know that the main threat right now is Freaks, and what better than have a little help from Fluky in taking down the first.
HSM
Oh, they saw them.
If he gets this knock, that could open a door for them to try to make a run in here with a vehicle. You can see Wang Zai already in the vehicle.
I mean, you said it, that's where they came from. That's where they started, so they knew there's a place to play should they be able to get back there.
They got the Pico. They can do it pretty silently if they so choose. T5, meanwhile, they've got vehicles of their own. And not really much place to play. You can see they're starting to, they knew the KDF was there, but they couldn't take the fight with them because Guangdong Freak's in a better position. So instead, they're going to have to wrap back down to the south, and they might be taking the same spot that Gen G is trying to go for. As Barpo crept a little bit farther off to the north, they're going to do 2 in the vehicle. They've got a ridgeline to play with, but 4 AM still being a thorn in the side of Gen G.
Trying to make the rotation now, forced to do so. Gen G is able to get inside the circle, but right next to T5. Nate's already now being lopped on over, but a little bit outside of range to really do a whole lot of damage with him.
Yeah, they got a lot of room to run around as well. So as long as they're constantly moving around inside this bowl, they should be okay. T5 just holding on to whatever little high ground ridge that they've got there, as the duo from 4 AM are right on the edge of the zone as well. And TSM actually going to find the knock with the grenade from that quiet little place that they were playing.
Thank you, Roth, the first player to go, you know what, guys, screw it. If no one else is going to do it, I'm going to do it. Let's see if there's something to play in the center. Everyone is playing out on the edge as we swing up towards the north. 17 still inside. Twisted Minds trying to wrap in, but where can they go? Not sure they're going to go all the way center, but we'll see. And this, my friend Roth, is what you get for trying to claim center. Hopefully the developers are sitting watching this game and going, you know what, maybe we'll add something in the middle. Maybe we'll change the terrain a little bit, because this middle, again, I mean, there's a reason why everyone is hugging the blue right now, because you really cannot go anywhere, or else you end up like Roth just did.
It's tough. It's tough. 17 are completely keyed in on Guangdong Freaks off in the distance, as Theraton 5 going to try to see if they can still take this fight with Gen G. The utility, you've got to imagine, is sitting pretty low for both squads at this point. And do you think 17, if they had any idea that Twisted Minds was still alive off to their northeast, do you think they'd be focusing down KDF, or would they be rolling out there to clear them out? Right now, though, the fact of the matter is they've got KDF pinned against the bricks here.
Yep, definitely do. Clear the players on the west and then take out Twisted towards the east after Batulin starting to make his way inside the circle. Ranger now pushing forward as we'll offer some well-played utility, but he's prone in the blue. Might go down to it, and indeed he does. Crossage, it does find one, but Rex instantly responding. Finding one in return, down to just a 1v1 now on the south side of the circle. And in the end, it's going to be Pathampong able to keep the hopes of T5 alive.
A mutually assured destruction there in the end, as Pathampong, the last player left alive. Twisted Minds, though, look at what they've found. It is a beautiful little crate compound. There's nobody here, although they keep peppering it with util. They were waiting, expecting somebody to be in it, but nobody there. 17 completely sent their full squad over to pay all attention to Guangdong Freaks as they try to make their way through, but Salute going to get a big knock here on the Xiaobei to open up a little bit of a door.
Definitely could. 17 wants to get this done with quickly so they can turn their attention towards Twisted Minds. They're still alive inside the circle. As TSM and Falcon start fighting on the southern side, it's just Purdy left alive, and now he is no more. So we make our way into the top 5 with Twisted Minds still alive now at 140.
And wouldn't you know it, Falcons once again in a beautiful position to take advantage of the fights going on everywhere else. At least this time they've got 4 kills already, and maybe they can get themselves a position where they can third party all of these fights, maybe sneak a few knocks away, or even get involved here as 17 back up to full strength, 44 through the smokes. Human with the P90 will find Suju, and Lil Ghost almost goes down as well. The P90 is singing its song here in the late game, and Guangdong Freaks will wipe 17 out.
Tough loss for 17 there. Had they been able to do so, finish this fight cleanly, there might be a win in the making for them, but it's Guangdong Freaks that come out victorious, and now Twisted Minds can smile because all the teams on the hunt all the way down to 9th are out. Any single point they get here could separate them further from the teams in the hunt.
And if nothing else, we know at this point, Twisted Minds is just inevitable. They are always going to be there. And look at it again, perfect position, perfect. They got hard cover to player. They've got everything they could possibly want, but they are down to 2. So they have a 2v3v3 to try to clinch out this win. But you got to imagine, Toby, if they get this win, they are almost assured a PGS6 victory with 2 Aaron goals left to play.
It would look very, very promising, that's for sure. I love how PUBG oftentimes in these like later stages of tournaments become the games of what ifs. Had Rello known that there was a knock guy in that car with a player to 1 HP, pop one more shot over, that could have been Twisted Minds down earlier. But he fell back, allowed for the rest to come through. And just like that, Twisted Minds find themselves in yet another top 3 situation. But maybe this Malta has something to say about it. Rello lops one over and it's going Twisted Minds' way.
He's definitely getting the feed over from Flood, trying to guide him gently.
But he's going for
might be Freaks. Actually, yeah, Freaks is right up against the wall.
Oh, no,
okay, there you go. Okay, it's going to land on a Twisted, but they're definitely somewhat safe. Yeah, they are backed into this container and surviving, and that's all you can really ask for or hope for. But while they're doing that, it's going to allow Freaks to kind of expand on this western side, play a little bit more towards the south, but they still have to make their way in zone because this little ridge line that they have is not inside.
Oh, Freaks, how do... Oh, my...
Salute, what are you... Come on, man. Yeah, look at him. He knows.
That was so insanely avoidable. The thing is, you never really know who to blame because the guy in the car has a harder time diverting. I feel like you just reach a point where you go, I can't stop. You can't run left. Okay, I guess we just go through with this. But, yep, I feel like that's kind of the story of Freaks through these finals so far. Whenever they get chances to do something late game,
At the end, no harm, no foul. He's fine. We do see that Falcons and Freaks both currently sitting on 89 points, just outside of that top 8. So how these guys finish could have pretty big impact on money. And they are scrapping as they're going to send it right into each other. Salute, though. He's going to find Snakers. He's got that P90 off of Guman's body, and it is paying off as Heaven will find the knock on a Flood. And just like that, Falcons are down to just 1.
And because Freaks now give up the high ground position with Heaven trying to wrap down below, this allows for Twisted Minds to wrap out, to play up close. This could be, because they both go for the same rock, a game written up for Twisted to come out victorious. And again, as they continue fighting on the southern side, not eyeing the opportunity to take out the team in the north.
I mean, once again, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, as Heaven will find one, but Rello will take him down. Bean will try to turn it over in... actually try to switch over to a grenade, but Rello not going to go down without a fight. Twisted Minds, meanwhile, they're coming in. They have an angle onto Bean. They're going to find one, as now Batulins is going to go down. It's a 1v1v1 for the win.
Solos galore. It's been a while since we've had solo tournaments going on, but here we have one. Salute, obviously, seeing Batulins being knocked, wants to claim some points with it. Let's see if Perfectus is going to allow him, though, because he can't just jump over this rock. That the nade. Just on the wrong side of the car there. Second one bounces close, should at least do a bit of damage. Indeed, it does actually quite a bit of damage with it.
Careful about that car. Salute very, very low here. The car is flaming. It's about to explode, and it's going to go sailing. But he will stay alive for the time being. Rello using this as an opportunity to try to find a place to play inside the zone. Perfectix and... So the 1v1, Perfectix gets the first shots in, gets him low, but he knows he's in a 1v1 against a P90, and that's a terrifying proposition.
P90 handed Perfectix to make matters worse as well. Rello still on the southern side, trying to do a wrap in, I'm not sure, he's going into a car, trying to wrap north, potentially trying to backfill Perfectix here. I'm not quite sure what the play is.
I don't either, but he's
going to go for the rock that Snakers died on earlier.
Yeah, why not? I mean, you know exactly where Salute is, so maybe you get a better angle onto this from here. Salute can't be safe from both sides, can he? He's got a little bit of a husk of a vehicle to hide behind, at least. And this is
what has this game turned into?
I don't know, but this is 3 titans of PUBG fighting it out for a win here in match number 16.
A game of cat and mouse and cheese. It's not something we see too often. As Rello, again, I feel like the only person really in a position to maneuver around to kind of set up who's going to come up victorious is 6x FAMAS.
That's why he went to Snaker's body.
Yeah, he needed the FAMAS. Makes perfect sense. Again, he knows that Perfectix is over there as well, but no one opting to aggress early on. As I say that, now Salute will try and suppress. Spots Rello on the south side. One tack comes through. Well, that's going to allow Perfectix to creep further forward. Spots behind the rock now as well, but he's down to low HP.
Oh, and he's got the blue right on his back. He's got that jammer pack. in hand, but that P90 is having such a big impact on this fight, and Salute will find Perfectix, and now it's a 1v1 between Salute and Rello. Can the Falcons get their third win on the day? Salute taking blue zone damage, he's got to run, and the Falcons get another one.
3 wins in 4 games for the Falcons, and just like that, they jump into the hundreds. They somehow, from being at the bottom start in the day, are in the race now.
It's never over until the final game is played, and Falcons showing up in a big way here on the final day. What more can they do, Toby, with 2 games remaining?
They could technically have won one more game, but that would have been 4 wins in a row. But let's see if they can keep it going. We still have 2 wrangles left to play here at the last day of the PGS 6 Grand Finals.
Alright, Falcons, what's going on? 3 wins in 4 games. What's happening on this last day? Absolutely ridiculous coming out from them. It was really down to the wire with this one, though, as they were going up against like Perfectix as well as Salute. But they managed to round it out. They're walking past me right now, Matrim.
Whatever wasn't working is fixed. What's going on? First wins of the tournament.
We're getting some zones right now.
Oh, hey. You're getting some zones, okay.
Rollo had a clutch as always. Well, clutch player of every team after we kind of threw, but
I mean, better than Salute and Perfectix. We just saw it, right?
Just get 2 more.
Yeah, I know.
All right, we'll see you later.
5 out of 6. Let's go. I mean, look, you're getting let's be honest. You're probably getting the 3-peat for Twisted Minds. At least we got a secondary consolation prize of a 3-peat coming up for Falcons.
This is the American 3-peat. Is that what you're telling me?
I'll take it right now. But the way today has been going, yeah, okay. And well, it also goes back to the old school meme. Only one team in Americas can be good at a time.
Is that yeah? No. Well, we'll see because I mean, obviously TSM is still up there as well. They've had a bit of a rough day though. But I mean, let's still focus on the Falcons here for a second because we very rarely at international level get a team winning 50% of the games in a day, and we still have 2 left.
Yeah.
That is a phenomenal achievement. It doesn't matter if they got circles. We just had Rello and Snakers here talking to us. That does not matter. You still have to play with the circles given to you. You still have to defend your position.
And it's not like even whenever we got down into the 1v1v1 style situation that Falcons were originally in the initial best place to win the game at that stage. They were the odd man out with Rello having a lot of attention drawn his way. Just managed to hop inside of a vehicle, realize the distraction that was going on, and snuck in. And that's the way you've got to play these later stages of it. Is it has just been a good set of control over the east that we can see coming out from the Falcons. And Twisted was a bit of a problem for them over there, but they kind of, I guess, separated out the circle, let them play to the north, and Falcons decided to play to the south, and then just kind of focused in on everything that was going on in the west, where Freaks were just mopping up everything.
Yeah. It's been, wow, what a day already here to close out PGS 6. For Falcons, it's been like a smorgasbord of meats. They've had chips, they've had pizza bread, they've had everything. There's just meat flying left, right, and center.
And like Falcons, and like the good chips, not like the soggy chips.
No,
really good.
Yeah, like when you get them delivered.
For all the Americans, we need fries.
Yeah, but but when you get
an American win.
When you get them delivered, and sometimes they are soggy, and nobody really wants those ones. But when they come crispy, damn,
Does anybody want to take a wild guess on what we just did?
We watched the video game.
We did watch the video game, and it was a very good video game. I'm just still astounded. If anything, this gives me very high hopes because now as we're going to be moving into PGC, Falcons really do feel like they figured out what was going wrong with some of their communication stylings or whatever was going on with their hesitation and are now committing in a lot more. Yes, they did catch some circles. They even admitted it just a moment ago, but not all of them have been caught, and they've been having to make some very heads-up, intelligent plays.
Quite honestly, 9 kills come their way for this game, and I do think if you compared their reaction on that first win to their reaction on the third win, there is a big difference. I think that when you saw that reaction on the first win, they're like, yay. Because they felt like...
2 kills, yay.
Yeah, I think they felt like they really as much as they're getting a win, they're not gaining much traction on the leaderboard, right? Now, suddenly you're 3 wins deep on a day. That changes the dynamic. That changes the landscape completely for them to the point where there is a weird world where they could challenge for, I would say, podium. First place seems ridiculous.
Yeah,
but podium, maybe.
There's no world. I mean, Twisted is still on this top 4 again and making it to the later stages again. So it's going to be it's nigh impossible to catch. But Falcons, yes, now are within stabbing distance of the top of this, and they've been very back and forth throughout the day, kind of creeping into that area of it. And if anything, it just feels like they're getting more comfortable as it's progressing. We're seeing higher kill counts come out, being like not necessarily leaning into the safety of compounds or positionings, and now starting to step out, stretch out, try to find those kills.
Yeah, here's the numbers coming in for them. It looks like Rello's going to be able to seize the man of the match for this one. And of course,
I mean, he should be, yeah.
I mean,
clutch it up.
Not only did he clutch it up, not only did he get the most kills, but he's also the guy kind of leading the charge, right, for the team. Oftentimes there's moments where, I talk to the guys. Sometimes there's moments where maybe like nerves become a factor and things like that. But I mean, when you're 3 wins deep, maybe that gets dispelled a little bit for all of this. So 5 kills. Good.
If anything, it's really got to take the weight off your shoulders to the IGL. Be like, look, at least I know we're getting us in the right spots over and over again.
Yeah, seems so. 19 points go there. Where Kwangdong Freaks trying to challenge for the left-hand side of the leaderboard overall with a 13-pointer. Twisted Minds, 10 points. I mean, with 2 games to go here, Matrim, it's looking almost inevitable. 142 at the top, 118 for 17 Gaming. Cerberus just 4 behind that. The gap between 2nd and 7th, I guess we'd have to include 8th and 9th now to a degree, is really not that big. There could be swings here.
Especially with 2 games left, because we have seen what's happened with TSM. You can see a couple of, I guess, stumbles in that last bit of the sprint where you just can't quite get the points that you're needing to get at these stages. Falcons, congratulations. You've managed to make it over into the left side of the leaderboard where Genji is now shifted over into the right. Freaks have been vying for that position. They've been having some good games today, but it's just Falcons time and time again taking the win.
And if you're focusing on that EMEA, PGS, PGC points situation for FaZe, I think they believe 2nd place is very attainable now, right? Only 8 points behind that, and currently at that 110, and they're still playing good PUBG, even in some of these games where they're really not getting the best of the situations. So they could quite easily attain that.
It just really comes down to what can 17 and Cerberus do with the way that we've been seeing Cerberus making it to the later stages time and time again. 17 Gaming still managing to find high kill counts inside of their games. It's going to be on FaZe to just constantly keep the pedal to the metal. It's just been it's always so interesting to watch FaZe in the last days of play whenever they've really figured out kind of the macro of what's been going on with the teams around them and how to navigate and exploit it. It's just, I mean, sure, there can be small stumbles or, I don't know, flips of motorcycles that can kind of make the start a bit difficult, but FaZe just always seems to find a way to generate points in a very interesting dynamic whenever it almost feels like they should be done at that point.
Did you think that this was how things were going to be today?
Falcons with 3 wins? No. I'll say it right now. No, I did not see that coming.
Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. All right, we're going to go to a break. When we return, we are going on to the grassy pastures to finish off Grand Finals Day here for PGS 6.
To out-survive anybody else that's going to be in front of him, and hey, he'll take a couple of shots.
Can't wait to see what they've cooked up for us this time.
Totally. PGC 2023 was a blast.
Got a skill bone was new this year?
Oh, buckle up. There's a ton to unpack. We have so much to watch this year.
So, we have separate regional series in 5 regions where teams can earn PGC points. Then, we have 4 PUBG Global Series this year where teams can gather PGS points. You have to commit to all competitions. Every event matters and is key to entering PGC 2024.
Exactly. We've got 15 regional qualifiers from PGC points, 8 PGS points teams, 1 wild card.
So, where's the final battleground?
It's all happening in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The stage is set with a whopping $1.5 million prize pool, plus more from crowdfunding. The fans, they're incredible. What do you say? We catch the grand finals live.
But how's PGC 2024 going to work out?
Let me lay it out. PGC 2024 is slicing things up differently. We're looking at 3 circuits based on point rules, each featuring 6 heart-pounding matches over 3 consecutive days.
And here's the kicker: rack up the most PGS points year-round and get to chill on the first or second day of the first circuit.
So, every PGS match is critical. The better you perform there, the bigger your advantage at PGC 2024.
Bingo! Each circuit reshuffles based on the last. So if you nail it in the first, you're sitting pretty for the second. After all 3 circuits, the top 16 teams brawl it out in the grand finals.
Speaking of the grand finals, they are running as usual, right?
Not even close. To grab the trophy, you gotta clinch it with a win. Once a team hits the point threshold, their next chicken dinner could crown them champion. But if they miss that shot, the game rolls on. More teams reach the threshold, and any of them could snatch victory with just 1 win. So every match matters in the grand finals. PGC is taking the Battle Royale esports back to its root to be the last team standing. Welcome to Smash Room. Smash 'em all!
A new vehicle, a new arcade mode, and a new crafter pass. All this and more as we dive into the update 32.2 patch report. First up, the black market is back, bringing another opportunity to collect some fan-favorite progressive weapon skins and new chromas for the Mark 12, the Barrel M762, the Ace 32, and the M24. When you pick up the Crafter Pass Black Market 2024, you'll be able to complete missions and collect rewards which you can use for crafting in the workshop. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details. Next up, Arcade is getting a new mode. In Hot Drop mode, you'll drop into a very small area and have to fight to survive as the circle closes in. With 64 max players, things will get cramped in the circle very quickly. So loot as fast as you can and start fighting for ground as the chaos ensues around you. Hot Drop mode will be available from November 20th until December 3rd. We've also got a brand new vehicle floating your way. The new inflatable boat is a more stealthy option when navigating the waters of the battlegrounds, using good old-fashioned teamwork to move. The inflatable boat can seat up to 4 players and moves faster as more players row, so make sure to put your back into it. There are also some updates to the clan system, map bug fixes, quality of life updates, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 32.2 is here. So pick up your Crafter Pass, hot drop into the new arcade mode, and row your boat gently with your team. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
PGS 5 champions, Twisted
Hands up!
All right, we are back. We've got 2 more games remaining here for the grand final of PGS 6. I am pumped. I'm excited. Not only see if we're going to get the 3-peat from Twisted Minds, but we've already had our own version of the 3-peat here. I'm very excited for you, Matrim. Falcons has done it for you, the 3-peat.
I know. Maybe we'll even see 4 with the way things are going.
Whoa!
I don't know. I feel like we're due for a Twisted Minds win here soon as we go over to Erangel. Most likely.
Well, we'll see. A big thank you to our partners, of course, here. We have Crafted and VSPO being able to provide you everything that's going on with PUBG, as well as the tournament that is going on right behind us right now, as well as what went on during PGS 5 as well. We also have our main partner in OP.GG checking us out, as you can overpower your game if you head on over to OP.GG and join the ranks of the very, very best of them. We not only have them, but we also need to be able to stay somewhere here in Bangkok. And what better place to stay than the Novo Hotel, as you can check them out as well here, the Bangkok. And we also have the Green Park Studio that we're doing the tournament in entirely. You can see the lovely set behind us. All of these players have got just 2 more games remaining on, so thank you to them. And finally, TT Racing, who's finding pole position with their chairs for all of these players to do the very best that they can as time goes on. Thank you very much to everybody involved. Putting on a great show here at PGS 6, but the great show does not end just yet with these 2 games on the way. We go back to the tried, true, and tested here, Matrim. And yes, of course, our eyes are on Twisted Minds. Our eyes are on if Falcons can somehow continue this insane streak. We just heard from the boys, though. They think that to themselves that, circles were a little bit of a factor. But again, you can't do it without being able to gun up or shut up.
And I've actually got my eyes drawn to circles as we're going over to Erangel, because we had 2 or 3 games that were in the Northwest. And then a Millie game. So if anything, Erangel has been extremely brutal by comparison to the other maps. So see if that trend continues, because I always fall into the camp. I love cruel circles. I know the players don't always love them, but I always want to see the teams play the best of the best on the hardest situations to prove that they are the best of the best.
Well, this team right here knows that they are on the verge of making history here on international PUBG soil. It is not often you get something like this occur if they're able to just win it out in these next 2 games. Stave the tide of aggression coming from underneath them on those places 2nd through 3rd, trying to challenge for that number 1.
But there's also a world where we need to keep our eyes on FaZe. What can FaZe do? They've put on a hero run here today, and they've been trying to make it happen. We also have squads like Cerberus, who have not had a big, massive game yet today, that are due. And we know that that's a squad that can do it. Daytrade's been a lot more quiet today as well, so there are a lot of X factors, as this has been very back and forth on the leaderboard all day today.
I'd love to see TSM hit the reset button and turn up in these last 2 games as well. They've looked excellent throughout the last 2 tournaments, but let's do it. The penultimate match, the grassy pastures for the PGS trophy. 2 more games remain. The commentators are ready, and I'm ready too. Let's do it.
Thank you very much, James. And yes, we are headed to our final 2 games of the day on the grassy pastures of Erangel. And we are set. We're set to see if can Twisted Minds pull off the most unbelievable run at internationals that we've ever seen and get a 3-peat from PGS 4, 5, and 6.
We talk about how glorified the top of this tier of teams have become, how insanely good they all are. So to be able to surpass them, to be able to continuously outperform everyone at a level of play like this one is utterly insane.
And the fact that they're doing it, as you mentioned, at a time when we've got, it feels like all regions are really humming right now, and they are playing good PUBG, and yet it doesn't matter. Twisted Minds still finding a way to come out on top every single time. But we'll see if they can keep that going, or is there somebody in the wings that's waiting to crush their dreams in these final 2 matches?
Well, one thing's for sure, there's not going to be anyone in Primorsk, because yet again, we have ourselves a somewhat northern scoop plane, this time around at least for the teams that like to loot it in and around Milta. That's doable. 6X does spot Gustav midair. Let's see if he's going to be able to take him out. Nope, should be able to get back down to safety. And that really was the only threat potential as the circle sent us up. And you know what? I kind of like this. We have Cerberus in there, 17. Twisted Minds, sure, as well up towards the north. But all the teams in the race have Potato Hill right in between them. That's currently playing the center position.
Potato Hill, you got Death Road, you got the compounds in the fields just east of Pachinki. I mean, so many good places, so many classic places to play around this one for end games here. And make sure to check out these streams if you want to see any of these teams that are in the hunt try to catch Twisted Minds on the final day.
And one thing that's really important when we look at how this circle is going to play out is that the plane was where it was. Because we just saw Sololsi wrap further west. He is right now in what you would consider New Happy territory. This is New Happy's go-to spot, but they didn't feel comfortable trying to shoot over Cerberus and trying to stretch down towards the east side of Ferropier. So that's all Cerberus real estate now. And if you look down towards Ferropier proper, that would have been day trade real estate, but they now find themselves in Stolper. So a lot of these teams that could have had amazing positions in this circle now are arguably the teams that are the furthest away from it. And the only really reward winners off of that is Cerberus.
And as a result, as you mentioned, the southwest of this entire island really just free and clear. You got TDT that's doing a little bit of a Gatka split loop, but they've already sent 2 all the way down towards that western bridge, towards that 6-pack to try to find a place to play.
I love this reaction.
Instant. I mean, they like I said, the trailing 2 members still inside Gatka, so they wasted no time in trying to get position here.
And it makes perfect sense. The plane comes from southeast, ends over the northwest. So they're looking backwards, trying to keep track of where teams are jumping out, what direction they're going in. And they for sure realized, wait, there's a team that jumped Saki. No one opted to go late towards the southwest. That means both New Happy, Day Trade shouldn't be there. We can claim this early. And they do now. Very heads-up play from a team with very lacking global stage experience. It's not oftentimes you see teams that dare just full speed send it like that, but these guys, they're playing very comfortable right now.
And we're getting to see a little bit of the evidence of Example's dominance so far in these grand finals, continuing on from his unbelievable performance in PGS 5. That man is hotter than hot right now, and I would expect no less going into PGC. But they've got to finish this one out first, as Haisaki will escape right as FW finish up looting on that western side of Milta.
24 points with 2 games to go. That's what separates Twisted Minds from 17 in second. And obviously, I mean, everyone knows where Twisted Minds likes to loot, so it's really on the rest of the server to make this race close, because if Twisted get just any sort of points coming into the final game, we're at the point where somebody has to say, you know what, boys, I'll take one for the team. I'll YOLO into school early on and try and contest it. But as we talked about, they're so comfortable everywhere. Like, even if you do, that might just be 4 extra points to Twisted Minds with the way they're playing.
Kind of feels like it at this point. I mean, those guys are just at a different level right now as we check in with those Falcons. 3 wins on the day. And I mean, obviously we got to focus in on Twisted Minds and the performance that they pulled out. But the fact that Falcons have managed to kind of right the ship and correct course off of what was an unfortunate first 2 days of play here and just produce just an amazing performance here on the final day. You've got to give them all the credit in the world here, as Luna Galaxy are going to make their way through this phase split. Posa gets down to about half HP, and Feck's going to try to see if he can do something. But the other duo from Luna has already made their way inside zone, so these guys just the trailing 2.
A daring sent towards the west, but they managed to get out of there alive. Both FaZe and Luna Galaxy are not unaccustomed to losing players early, but somehow they both agreed, how if we just whiff and make it look exciting and just both get there safely. Issue is Luna's rotation is not done yet, and there they go straight into the open arms of FW.
Just... They've had a spot, and then they kept going just a little bit. This one stop too many, and I feel like that's happened a lot to Luna this tournament. Just not settling for the spot that they get at first, and trying to go for a little bit more, and then they end up paying the price here. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it pays off,
and that's the thing, right?
Yeah, and that's what makes you keep doing it every single time.
Yep. The very, very thin line between who comes out the smart play and who doesn't. And for Luna Galaxy, unfortunately for them, what could have been 9 billion IQ rotations, really, really smart pull-ups have oftentimes made them lose players in the early game.
Well, they will end up eventually finding a spot here to play forward as 3, just to the north of Ferry Pier. Now Cerberus is off to the west, and they're very wide split, seeing everything kind of what they want to take around them here. 17 going to get a little bit of care package as well as they leave Pachinki. And they have taken up, they haven't gotten on the hill just yet. They're still playing off to the eastern side of the Pachinki Fields. And that hill is still available. Now they have Twisted Minds that have made their way down there, but the hill is still available if 17 decides that they want to take it.
Now, a bit of a curveball potentially here, but I'm going to throw it in there.
All right.
We have TSM currently on the southwest side. We have FaZe in the southeast. Two of many teams we want to see do good. We don't want to see Twisted Mind do too good in this game because we want to have it come into the final one. How if we just end this game on the south, like on Millie Island? That's all I thought for a second. Because they're both there. They could get there. Twisted Minds would have a harder time setting up for an exciting last game. I'll say it now. And now it's been thrown out there. We'll give it 2 minutes and 34 seconds to see if that's going to come to fruition.
This agent of chaos here is, unfortunately for TSM, they've got more important
fly
right now as he's trying to get it off the ground, but Fluky, unfortunately, just not cleared for takeoff by New Happy. The air traffic controllers not going to allow him to get away with that one.
Unfortunate timing on the side of T5. They're now having to try and get away from this. I think New Heavy, they got what they wanted. They come in, they get 1 point, avoid commotion, which, I mean, this rotation could have easily cost them players too. But they have much more to play for. Continue their rotation, try to get in on the western side, which they too are expecting to be pretty open.
Still want to keep an eye on this TSM TDT scrap as now Jun has found Alo with the well-placed grenade, and you can see the rest of TDT starting to swarm, but they don't have a read on where anybody else is, so they don't want to be too aggressive with this, as good shots from Luke 12 will force Jun off of that roof, but that's going to give away at least one more position for TSM.
I mean, with TSM coming in on the western side here, for anyone who doesn't have it open already, look at the map. There is so much space on the west side, and that's why TSM can take this fight somewhat open ankle towards the north, because they know that there's no one around there to try and engage against them. But now, again, there's so much to play. You've got the rest. Back off, try to get the safety sparking. Just going to apply some suppressive fire, allow for the team to get out. They know they have the space. There's no reason to risk it all for a potential loss here in this compound.
Great work by Sparking there to make sure that they were able to get Alo out of there before he was able to get any first aiding done. So TSM will survive to fight another day, but Cerberus has heard these shots, and they're starting to creep over that direction as well. New Happy coming into this western side of Pachinki. They're going to find nobody. They've, like you said, this western edge of this zone is just completely dead.
Yep.
And Theraton 5, the last ones that are starting to arrive, but New Happy, they already took one off of them, so.
We have 12 players west of Pachinki. The remaining 50 are to the east. I mean,
you think they know where this next one's going?
Please just end in the please end in like Fairy Pure Fields.
Look at him ass though. Cerberus. He
heard it.
Yeah, and he's going to spot out one, and he gets the knock, and he gets him before. Did he get him before he got into the?
He's going to leave.
Yeah.
There's too much to lose. They have too good a position to try and take a fight here.
I was wondering if he was able to knock him before he was able to get into the window and maybe get the flush, but unfortunately it didn't look like that was going to be the case, so Hima's just going to dip on out.
I think maybe had he gotten the knock and seen that it was TSM, they would have done something different, but with this circle in particular, now group up, my friends in Cerberus, because you just got a circle very well in your favor.
Oh yeah, they are.
They got to pick one now. Are they maintaining this 2-1-1 split?
They've got a choice to make here. I mean, the good thing about if they do a 2-2 split with where Sololzi is and where Haisaki is, that could pay off as they could defend each other. But you see TSM already on the move.
Yeah.
They send it right to the base of Pachinki Hill. They've got New Happy above them. We'll see if they start scrapping here. But right now, 4 a.m. in a lot of trouble. They've got T1 behind them as well, Gen G behind them, and KDF behind them. So 17, really the clock on.
The south side highway has been officially opened, and all these teams are coming down. I feel like, Cerberus trying to maintain a center 2-1-1 split. They're biting off way too much. We'll see if it's going to come to cost them or not. But right now, it's the fights between all these teams trying to wrap their way on down. Ming Ming able to find Purdy Curdy. He's going to be the first one to fall. Now New Happy, well aware that TSM is right over the ridge.
It just knocks and kills coming out all over the place right now as you've got multiple fights brewing. Kwangdong Freaks will avoid the immediate death row, but it doesn't matter. 4AM still has vision on them from there, and Guman will go down. He's going to get flushed out as well, so that's another point picked up for 4AM. And where do you go if you're Kwangdong Freaks? That compound where Haisaki is at is looking pretty tasty, but he's taking shots from there and forcing them away.
But everyone's taking for granted that it's fully occupied. I feel like that's right now Cerberus is playing off of the fear of other teams. They are able to maintain this. Haisaki sits double bounce alone. Dogmai sits a Na'Vi compound alone. Two compounds that could very well become winning compounds in this game, as we see Wang Sai found by Rain and instantly traded by HS, but not before he's able to get the flush.
Fights going on the hillside here between 4AM and T1. Doesn't look like anybody else is going to get involved just yet, as 17 is content staying where they are. HSM going to see if he can escape for the time being and rejoin his teammate, try to take the fight from a different perspective.
And the fact that they're getting so much center control, Na'Vi that is, forces all these teams to play or stay much further on the edge and forces situations like what we're seeing right now. FaZe Clan now pulling up towards Luna Galaxy. They've read the split perfectly. It's just a Kraken in here by himself. Luna and Vinny on the southern side can't really do a whole lot to engage from here.
Yeah, you can see Posa getting into the UAZ. Where are they going to go? Are they going to crash this, or are they just going to play from the hillside? Who knows? Is the Kraken just going to try to survive as long as he can, while the rest of his teammates try to get a better point to engage the attack here. And they're going to send it right into the compound where Corexi and Jeems are waiting with grenades in hand. This could be bad for Luna Galaxy as the first one's going to come out. Rise actually going to be the one that gets the knock on to Vinny. So FW with an angle on this. And another one. And another one. And there you go. Luna Galaxy taken down. And 2 of those kills going to go over to FW.
Yep, FW saying thank you. You know what? We help you clear the compound. We get a few points off of it. That's only fair. And Stay Trade used that time seeing the team get eliminated to wrap in the South on their own. New Happy in the meantime going to set up an E pickup. Hope to go somewhere. Honestly, I mean, if this circle centers up and they hop down on double bonds, they might just find that Cerberus Haisaki is all alone because there's only one car there. So it would be a pretty good go-to position should they be scouting from up high. Oh, that's a good name.
Oh, nice grenade from HSM, and that's going to be it for T1. They go out in 15th place, and now we have 52 alive as we see our 3rd circle pop, and it is going to go back over towards that Cerberus compound. And yeah, you can see Duckmai already in the vehicle. Haisaki, I imagine he's not too much longer going to be sitting on the other side, although they might be able to pull off this 2-2. We'll see.
Even that brave.
And then another fight still now breaking out between Kwandong Freaks and Day Trade as they both find each other on this ferry pier.
To face up to engage in this, though, they hear it right on the south side of them. Norin's able to find one more knock. It's just now Salute left alive. Ooh, sees a player on the side of Daytrade, but he has to call it quits on this one too. Duckmai's actually gone down to the shoreline. Cerberus playing this game extremely aggressively, hearing the fights on the southeast side. FaZe trying to get in and around and maybe try and play from the inside of this circle, but oh, the double headshot from Salute tracks Jeems and tears his head off.
Absolutely nasty stuff from Salute as he is trying to get anything he can for those Kwandong Freaks as the final remaining player. Day Trade down on the coastline. Doesn't matter. Duckmai with that aggressive positioning for Cerberus will pick off one.
What a play from Salute, even though if he falls, I mean, that's again leaving FaZe down to 3 in a situation where they would have really wanted to be 4, but not a lot you can do when the former world champion Salute is able to hit shots like that.
And here we go, another compound being fought over here as Team Falcons have moved into FW territory. They have lost Rello, but they still... I don't think it's hitting, but Roth is going to find the knock on a 6 sacks. So that will open up a little bit of a door here.
Yep.
Banana 1 has been spotted out as well. Roth trying to play the grenade right where it needs to be, but it's not going to do it as Banana 1 stays up. And look at Twisted.
Yep, they're playing on foot. They're wrapping up close. You have 17 just over the Rich. You have Genji 2-2 split with 2 and Pachinko 2 and the bounds east thereof. 17, I feel like they're looking good in this position up towards the northern side. Issue is, are you also looking good here if Twisted Mind starts peeking over? I mean, for how long is this going to be worthwhile? We'll have to wait and see. FaZe now going 3 in a car, pulling up towards this compound that already has 2 teams in it.
And of course, they pull up onto the one that has Falcons in it. So Snaker's going to be all by himself defending the castle. And I don't know if he knows how low these guys are. Of course he doesn't. How could he possibly? But he will find Corexi, gets the knock, gets the flush, so that's another point picked up by Falcons. But can Snakers do any more here with 2 members of FaZe on his doorstep?
So hard to push in here for them, though. There's 2 teams here. You have Twisted Minds holding the north-south angle, with Perfectix up towards that side as well. Vex and Gustav, at least for now, can only sit outside this building and wait it out. They don't know if there's more than one player inside the building either. And now they're being suppressed from the eastern side as well. Gustav tried to peek one side, Race able to get the off angle. Very limited what they can really do here. Vex, a lot of pressure on him to try and make this happen.
Snaker saw that in the kill feed, so he goes and pushes, and he finds him. Proactive play by the Falcons fragger as the circle will hard shift back up to the north. And look at this, Twisted Minds instantly start heading back to where they came from. They realize that sticking around a third party in this fight isn't going to benefit them.
They know there's 2 teams still in the compound. They know FaZe got eliminated just now with a 3rd team engaging. They're saying, you know what, why hop in? Why go melee range where we can sit back here and wait for the wounded teams to come to us? We don't have to peek into 17 and Gen G on the western side. We can stay outside of vision of 4 AM as well. Let's just wait for the teams to come in our direction.
Yeah, Twisted Mind's in that rare position for a PUBG team that they really don't need to worry about kills at all. No. Really, it's just survive, stay alive, and don't give up kills. And especially when they see this kill feed, they see 17 isn't really doing much. And now Daytrade, as you said, just going to fall right into their laps here. But they are widespread.
Yep.
We'll see if they can get. Yeah, he's going to find Thanadol. That's a good one to start off with.
This is Nate bait. They go into the valley. They sit down low. One player's down already. Belmoth trying to make somewhat of a wrap towards the northern side, but he's going to have the entirety of Twisted Minds to deal with in just a moment's time.
Effectix sends the grenade, does some damage on the flash, but doesn't get a knock. As they see Thanadol, then nobody going for the res, so he's just going to slowly bleed out again. They don't need kills, so just go ahead and try to secure the position here. But Toolins will find Belmoth, and now Falcons taking it back to FW. Ooh. It's down to just Banana One, so Falcons pushing through FW like warm butter. And Banana One, the last player left alive. Can Falcons secure this as Daytrade will get eliminated by Twisted Minds? Banana, though, he gets the 2-piece. Can he get the last one? It's all down to Roth.
Roth trying to make something happen here. Has a chance to get back inside the building and potentially res his teammates, but not necessary. Goes for the peak. And you know what? Whatever Falcons had for breakfast today, eat that more often, boys, because you're playing with a whole other level of ferocity today than you have been in the past couple of days.
Let's see how well they're feeling themselves here, because Toolins, after dispatching with Daytrade, they saw this in the kill feed. They know what's going on. 4 AM, meanwhile, they spot them making a rotation up to the north side as well. So Twisted Minds has a lot of company on that hillside. Is New Happy going to try to send it right into Theraton 5. Ranger X not having it. He'll get 2 right off the bat. Non and AZ, though, still on the move. They're going to go a little bit wider as Gen G going to spot out 4 AM. They're going to get 2.
Trying to wrap all the way around to the north side here is 4 AM, but they've read it so perfectly. Gen G, oftentimes you only leave 1 in the 1 story on the northern side. They are staying there with 2, able to suppress, able to force off 4 AM, and unfortunately for the rest of the server, in doing so, giving Twisted Minds the entire east side hill to play around.
They have just everything and anything they could possibly want. We'll see where the circle decides to go as Patampong trying to clear out AZ. AZ going to go ahead and ditch his knock teammate. He's not going to get back up on his feet, so...
Okay.
So Blue Zone back. Okay, Twisted Minds will have to move, I guess, a little bit. They still have that ridge line that they can work with, but they know that the only thing they have to be concerned about right now is Falcons. That's it.
Outlive the teams around you. Outlive 17 and you are golden. Already sat with a great margin down to 2nd and 3rd place, but keep in mind 17 and Cerberus are both sat with 4 players alive. Cerberus has a bit of a rotation to make, but they should be inside the circle in just a short moment's time, whereas 17 are else center, else can be currently not really looking to be contested by anyone.
And Falcons so far with 7 kills, now over 100 points as well, and they are climbing. I would never have imagined at the beginning of the day that Falcons might be able to catch their countryman TSM, as TSM has kind of slowed down a little bit here today. So they do have a great position, though. They are in center of the circle, TSM, with 3 alive. And Falcons, they have a lot of work cut out for them here if they're going to make it any further in this game, as now Twisted Minds still looking there, and Cerberus wrapping down there as well. You can see TDT. They have all the room in the world on the southwestern side of this zone.
I mean, whoever comes out victorious between Cerberus, Twisted Minds, and Falcons are going to have a great opportunity for a lot of points going their way. Of course, depending on where this phase 6 is going to take us. AZ, while being shot at, he's going to have to make his move as well. I was just going to say either you shoot or you move. Can't do both at the same time. He's going to fall to blue because of it. And now 17, great layout here of the land that we're going to potentially have to work with should this next circle shift west. But for now, it's into the hills. It's into the hills to the east and to the south. Who comes out victorious? Falcons instantly looking to wrap south, potentially try to go all the way around Cerberus. They're going for in a car.
They're going to send it. We'll see if they can get away with it. They managed to make it away from TSM, but Cerberus is already sitting there waiting. They're going to keep on going, though. Not going to stick around to get grenaded as Duckmine going to take the shots in the backside. Not going to find any knocks, though, as Falcons have somehow managed to pull off the impossible, and they're going to keep on wrapping. They're going to wrap too far. They're going to run right into TDT.
Oh, they're completely sandwiched between all the TDT players. 1 down, 2 down, make it a third, and Falcons fall on rotation. I think them not being shot at earlier, I thought, you know what, there might actually be space down here, but little do they know they're gonna go down and out. So no 4 wins in 5 games. Boo-hoo, we need a new winner eventually.
Hey, you know what? At the end of the day, it's still a good performance for them. They still get 7 points, and they are right on the cusp. And I got to say it, man. FaZe, they've been having a great day. They've managed to take 4th place, but now they're down. They've got a lot of teams right on their backs, and they need to finish in the top 6 if EU is going to get that additional slot at PGC.
Definitely. Top 6 might not even be enough. Top 3 would be the guaranteed, but obviously depending on the placements of other teams around them. But yeah, there are definitely some Virtus Pro players and staff, fans as well, sitting, watching, hoping that FaZe can punch them a ticket for PGC.
A lot of E-Arena fans rooting against them as well. So that is the side battle going on in this current battle here at PGS 6 as the new circle does pop, and it is going to favor 17. So you see Twisted Minds and Cerberus still fighting from long range.
Cerberus is in a weird spot right now. They're sat in 3rd. They know, do we go into 17 down below, potentially feed them points, or do we try and take this fight to Twisted, who is sat in 1st? But if we give them any kills off of this next engagement, that might be us throwing away a potential tournament win.
Well, you throw in that additional factor of they just saw Falcons drive past them, and they know that TDT is right on the other side of that circle. So where do you go? You got. It's just
they're playing it slow.
Nothing but bad spots here. As Batulins has the mortar, and boy, he's got some ammunition to use as well.
It's not a bad timing for it either. There's only so many spots that Cerberus can play from. With the blue closing in just about 5 seconds, that spot's going to go down to only a handful in a second's time. But Tulin's going to lob shots over. I'm assuming they're going for the exact dip that Salolsi is in. There's enough players towards the south-hand side that they should be able to get that distance tracked down pretty perfectly. The shots are coming in. First one, it's going to go a bit far. Let's see where the next ones land.
Get the cinematic shot of the mortars in the middle of the air, and it falls just shy of Hymas as he is dancing around the smoke. But Hisaki will spot out Perfectix. He is their northernmost player, so if they want to get him back on his feet, they've got to retreat.
Crucial knock coming through here. As you say, have to spend time trying to get him back on up. And also, that's the eye in the sky. That's the guy that can see the rotations happening down south. Example, Batulins and Perfectus were kind of sat in position from where they were hoping to try and just be the surprise element should Cerberus opt to actually go for a full-on assault, but not quite to be. Twisted, now with the rest on up, have to make their next move. Cerberus a bit closer to the circle, so it's Twisted to move first.
The other problem for Cerberus is that even though they got that knock, there wasn't anything that could really do to capitalize off of it because Twisted Mind's just still holding the line. So they now see
rotation.
They see Twisted in the vehicles. They see the smoke. Himas will get the knock on Alu. Tosi going to steal it away as Twisted Mind's going to send it right between the 17 compound, but they're losing everybody. Perfectix the last one alive. Will the grenade be enough to find him? As no, he's going to stay alive just a little bit longer as Twisted Mind's not going down, but 17, no, they have to kill this man.
From a tough, almost unwinnable rotation, it really couldn't play out any better for Twisted Minds because it's Gen G that are coming away with the points, but now the fight's happening between 2nd and 3rd place. 17 trying to get the points, able to get the double knock over the top.
And Lil Ghost on time with it. He's going to find at least one, but they've got 2 knocked, and they're going to clean out Cerberus. That's 4 kills in the pocket of 17 that they can clean out Perfectix as well. They're in a perfect place if they get everybody back on their feet, but TDT, they see the kill feed going, and they're crashing the south side here.
Genji wraps in, finds Perfectix. Important to shut him down because there could be more placement points going the way of Twisted Minds had they not been able to take him down just there. So 148 is this game's point to beat. 17 with a win here could make the race incredibly close for the final game, but it ain't done yet.
And TSM is still 3 alive. Don't forget, and they are removed from this now. They have Theraton 5 coming in from their western side. They've got to keep eyes on them. They've got them pinned up against the circle right now. Barpo actually going to give them some support here as the Molotov will file Xiaowu. He'll get knocked low. He's going to go down, and Suju now the last one alive as Wong F. That was the most, that Molotov paid off so well here. Suju just trying to survive the onslaught from TDT.
Suju
Alone, only with a car for cover, trying to make something happen, finds the first with an 8, but not enough. 17 goes out as well, and now it's on TSM to try and make this climb happen. TD team down to Util as well, to make our way into the top 3.
And Gen G also making a run now. They hit 110 points, so a big win here. If they can clear out TSM and perhaps even Theraton 5, they got the initial knock here. Theraton 5 going to go for that res. They'll get back up to 3 strong. TSM, you can see what they're playing with. They do not want to move. They don't want to risk taking anybody down. They feel like they have a shot at this with only a couple of players here remaining. A nice spray from Sparking will find the knock on a Patapong.
Yeah, but even if you get the knocks and the kills here, where do you go from here? Getting out from here alive. I'm not sure what the Util situation is, but it ain't looking good. Halo got nothing.
It's only
so Sparking
7.
down to just one flash as well. Luke downstairs going to try and hold off too, but they really want these points. They know that the teams ahead of them are out, and more importantly, they know that Gen G is on the hunt right behind them. They do not want to give potential points over to Gen G. Can they avoid it?
Patapong back on his feet, so Theraton 5, despite being
the angle is
several times, this is a great angle here for Ranger X, and no, he's going to get spotted out by Luke 12. Luke 12 going to get that knock, and immediate flush as well, so that's down to 2 for T5. What utility do they have left? They can see them just sending grenades over, but they're just not finding the mark. While this is happening, Gen G has sent 3 down to the south side. They're taking over more real estate as well and coming in for more angles.
Trying to get the angles from where they can actually see people upstairs, and finally Russ is able to shut down Luke, but they do take one casualty in doing so. So it's a solo, it's a duo of T5, and it's all of Gen G trying to get this one home. Adder able to find one, should get a flush with it as well. Indeed, he will. And now the rest of the teams all inside the Wizard should be blown to pieces in a second.
And look how high they're jumping off of this, and they're going to double blue zone the sniper tower. That is an easy double kills there as Rossiden will go down. Sparking will manage to escape. He's going to go black into blue zone though. The Gen G gets a huge win with 1 game remaining. They have hopped up the leaderboard.
Twisted Minds still find themselves ahead with a margin, but all the teams that needed the points got the points. This race is far from over. All the teams up there are capable easily of double-digit wins as we get into the next game, but the most important thing now, Power, is Twisted has to fall early.
That's the only way anybody's going to have a shot at catching them, but they have proven to be hard to kill. We've got 1 game left to find our PGS 6 champion.
Well, Gen G has snuck up on me with all of the fireworks going off left, right, and center. Gen G not only gets themselves the win, big kill numbers, but has now put themselves in the race for a podium. I am astonished.
What is going on with this top 8 and the way it keeps bouncing around? Like, it's been so stable between like 10 teams, but it's just like one big game just keeps throwing somebody back into the race to really try to climb back up there. Even TSM, who's had a ridiculously quiet day today, has managed to string together, get to late stages. Not the highest kill count, but at least getting some type of points back on the board as we're going to be moving into our last game of the series.
Yeah, let's take a look at the highlights from this game. And overall, it's very difficult for a team to try and breach down into those fields, into those crater areas, into those trench lines that some of these teams had in the middle. But it seemed like, for the most part, teams were able to make those breaches happen. And then it made those teams that had gone there early look a little bit foolish almost.
I mean, we did see the fact that 17 was holding down that area, the trenches that are just going to be east of Pachinki. And then we saw Twisted that made the push in. But it was also Gen G that did a beautiful timing in right back behind that one to pick up a couple of the kills. It was just like a very solid set of information gathering and then capitalizing on it. Gen G just played an extremely clean game that then just off of angles popped off the later it went on.
And suddenly they've been able to put themselves in that top group, as you were saying. But also, I mean, even Falcons dying here to TDT, they still had what? I think something like 7 kills or something?
I believe 7 kills is correct, so they're still keeping up their points per game and staying competitive inside of all this. I mean, we do have a pretty hefty lead right now coming up from Twisted Mind. We did go down without the highest point total inside that game, but they've just already done so much of the work. And like you heard the in-game caster talking about, that there is this they have to go down early, but I just don't see this happening. I just feel like right now it's all going to be about the fight for where are you going to fall for everything after Twisted Minds.
Yeah, somebody's going to have a big game to try and catch up because, again, the goalpost is moving, and I don't suspect Twisted Minds. We've actually seen Twisted Minds go out early in games, of course. It happens, but not too often.
I just don't think with how strong this lobby is right now, it's easy enough to string together the 20-something points just to really put yourself in a position to get there.
Yeah, like if you're up there towards the very end, even if you get like a hard circle or something like that, and suddenly all the kills are getting spread out across a lobby that is this quality, it means that all your points are being ripped away from you.
It's just like, let's say you're TSM, right? You're having to sit over there and watch Gen G pick up kills, and then you're all of a sudden having to watch 17 Gaming have a good position in the center of the circle. It just puts so much pressure on you to have to make, I guess, unorthodox plays and push yourself further than you really want to go and really out of your comfort zone. That puts you in such a vulnerable point where you can potentially just throw the whole thing. And the only squad that doesn't have to deal with that is Twisted right now. They just have to make sure they do not die early. And this team already knows that. They know the fact that they can navigate. They can come in a little bit later than everybody else, unless it's just an absolutely crazy circle that they can really just kind of sneak in and then just kind of play the numbers game from there on out.
Things are shaping up so wildly for this last game. I of course, yes, in terms of that number one, it's kind of looking basically solidified here. But these guys looking for a higher position. You're doing all right, Pex. You're doing good. You're doing good.
Man's built.
Yeah, he's doing all right. And I think that there is still a lot to play for all of these teams up towards top. Technically, there's a lot to play for teams trying to find themselves a bit more extra prize money overall, even towards the lower end of the leaderboards. But because it is so competitive now on our second through what I think is 8th or 9th now.
I want to say that, but it keeps kind of bouncing around and like maybe even down to 10th at this point. I don't know. We'll have to wait until we get the overall. Sorry, I just saw something that I'm worried might be oddly poetic as I saw Adder trying to go up the stairs and tripped on his way to the desk. I don't know if that's a portent of things to come or not.
Well, they were able to not trip in this game, right? They got themselves a very decent game and joining the top pack. And I'm very pleased to see it because I'm going to be honest, I've said it many times on this tournament, on desks as well. I have my question marks revolving around South Korea, where the power lies at the moment, who's going to be able to push it. Actually, a lot of people didn't really have Gen G in that conversation a lot of times.
I didn't. So, I mean, well, that's the thing is, specifically at this PGS, it feels like every single time you start to get your thumb on what's going on and like who the strong team for Korea is, a new thing happens and suddenly it's just a new evolution while the other teams just kind of get more quiet. It's like it's constantly bouncing around, and right now it is all the momentum on Gen G. They've got the favor, they've got the capabilities on it, but we also saw earlier in the day it was Freaks.
Yeah, it was. Salute was able to survive a lot alongside the rest of the team and get them to the right spot, but joining the top pack's difficult now because, again, as you're saying, it's so competitive.
And that being said, we haven't even had a chance to dive into 17 Gaming, who is still in the thick of all of this competition, the capabilities and what they can do.
They might get second again.
Oh,
and
dude.
If they do, that is it. I mean, okay.
Pain. Imagine being at that point. Does that motivate them the same way it motivates Batulans, though? And what happened with Twisted is the real question.
I don't know. I was explaining the Curse of the Kong from a long time ago in StarCraft Brood War to you guys back, and you know there is the thing, right? Like you get second place constantly, and eventually it starts eating at you. And we're at 17 at the moment that are in position. So that could potentially happen.
It can either make you hungry and make you like ascend to the next level, or it could just break you. One of the two. And we know that the Chinese fans can be pretty brutal at times. And so, if anything, that's an extra layer to know the fact that constantly coming in just right at that cusp position and not being able to get it and pretty much letting down all the fans back behind you time and time again it's hard.
I mean, second place over and over again wins you a lot of money.
It is.
But it doesn't win you the glory. Not a lot of people remember second place unless it becomes a reoccurring theme. And in that point, it's a monkey on your shoulder.
I guess there is some world where you can go back to the old Tempo Storm days, whenever we had them being super dominant in Americas and then just couldn't do anything on the international stage. And then we were like, hey, what's going on? And they were like, we don't care. Our house is paid for. So that could be that. You never know. But if you're playing at this stage and you're getting to second, it means you are hungry enough for it. And I don't know, but I don't know if they have it in them right now. They were in a great position inside that last game, and they just got swarmed upon. And if anything, they're playing the right points to get the kills, and get the position. It's just everybody wants that exact same spot, and everybody is just as hungry as they are.
It also becomes unpredictable in those kinds of trench spots as well, right? Like if you've got many teams all wanting the same spot, it becomes this utility fest. Suddenly nades are flying in from every direction. Suddenly cars are flying in from every direction. You're trying to hit those sprays as people are driving past. We saw it against Cerberus as they crashed in as well, right? And then many more teams eventually come into that area. So it does get a bit too chaotic for the team that has resided in there from the beginning.
And it's interesting because 17 historically was a team that could really ride that chaos. And right now they're playing so stable. It's almost like you want to see them kick back into that old school gear where they were just like, nah, we just got to run and gun. We got to go after everything because they've got to blow up big. And for the squad that's usually hot dropped upon, now they have to be kind of the precursor, and they have to be the one that's trying to instigate something. They've got to step out of their comfort zone and really start going after it if they want that first place. But if they stumble, they're definitely not going to be second place because everybody's just going to take it from them. It's so compacted.
It is a question of what do you do? Do you defend your position, or do you give it up to, as you say, 3 or 4 teams who are really on the hunt at the moment? I think in the mind of a competitor, you just want first place and first place only for a lot of these guys, right?
Well, you say that, but a lot of teams play safe because they're like, no, because I just would rather have second rather than risk it. You hear that a lot in PUBG. I'm with you, though. I'm like, I would rather risk it and get third or fourth rather than...
We're talking about a team that's had second place constantly at 2 World Championships and at a PGC recently as well, right? Sorry, PGS as well recently, right? So I think they just want the win. So, I mean, okay, so what do you do to get that as a 17? If you're in second place and you're the one that's in closest reaching distance to Twisted Minds, you have to go insane in this next game. You have to be looking for fights.
You have to be leaning into your specific map knowledge on drops and how people will rotate into compounds, and you have to be planning that. And I'll just be real, you vulture, man, you specifically look for the weakest teams that are out there and you crash them, and then you pick up their loot, you go to the next one, you do it again, and you just have to hope that all the dominoes go your way and you don't end up running into, let's say, Twisted Minds, but maybe you do and you get the kill on them, and now you do have your big chance.
Well, that makes it, that actually allows the moving goalpost to stop all of a sudden, right?
But do you go for Twisted early? That feels...
No. I think you can't.
I don't know if you do that or not.
I think that's terrifying. We're theorizing all of this. Obviously, we're just waiting for a few moments.
And they're just going to
land. Next stuff going on.
We've got all of these grandiose plans, and they're just going to land and be like, we're going to go east.
yeah, maybe. I mean, oftentimes whenever we do theorize these things, teams just play out the normal game, right? And they're like, okay, well, if the fights and kills do come to us, yes, we'll gladly take them. But we're not going to overextend. We're not going to put ourselves in situations that are uncomfortable for us in those moments. So you tend to see them just stick back to their tendencies.
I mean, there is something to say that you've spent a year specifically planning how you're approaching, and it's gotten to it. Like, it's... Whenever I was outside earlier, yesterday, you heard Twisted whenever they were talking about stuff, like they weren't having the best of like games it was going. Suddenly they just started, trust the plan, and you know, it got you there. It's working, so make sure that you commit. But at the same time, if the plan isn't going to be enough to get you to first, sometimes there might be worth taking the gamble. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Although I'm a terrible gambler. Don't listen to me. I always lose money. So.
No, you don't, not into the gamblings?
No.
Or am I really? No.
Fantasy's hard enough. I lose enough at that.
I'm not a casino man, to be honest. Maybe one day. We'll head over to Picardo, have a good time in the casino.
I do actually tend to drop. Maybe I am more of a gambler than I thought.
The hot drop
goes through. So here's the question, though. Do you think that TSM finds it in the last game? Like, something?
There was something in this game, right? To a degree. There was something in this game which made me kind of excited to see them kind of back on the horse. I did think maybe Erangel could be that reset point for them a little bit, right? To defend some of these top positions that they've worked so hard to gain in the past couple of days. So I would like to see maybe a little bit more of that. But again, as we were saying before, it gets chaotic in those kinds of trench areas, those circle. I mean, this ended up next towards the Wizard Tower, right? So, but yeah, it's tough.
So, okay, we've got FaZe that needs to have a big game. We've got Falcons that needs to pick up another win because memes, man, we just got to have the meme off of it.
Yeah.
Got Twisted that needs to not die early. 17 that needs to not get second.
Graphics. Wow.
And really, TDT that needs to, TDT was actually a catalyst for a lot of very bad things happening to a lot of squads that were in the hunt.
Yeah, if they get 200 points in the next game, they might have a chance. We got Gen G with 11 kills coming in from this game. That is a huge game for Gen G. Likewise, TSM manages to survive just the 4 4 kills, but still, surviving means placement points, and we like those indeed. They're on 5. They had a great group stage. Unfortunately, not had a good final.
T5, good to see you again. I kind of missed you, so managing to pick up some kills inside that is always going to be good. The thing about it, though, is I just am confused by the change-up in group stage from T5 into the finals. As it felt like everything was rolling, I didn't imagine that just making the lobby that bit harder was going to mess them up that bad.
Keeping that kind of pace up from the group stage into this, right? It's tough. And then also, it's a completely different dynamic, right? Like, people will say, oh yeah, but it's just 16 teams going up against each other. What can be so different, right? No, group rotation is such a different dynamic to a final. So you can thrive in some of that chaos in the group rotations, but in the final, when you're going up against the very best of them that are saying, okay, we know exactly every single team that we have to be focusing on about it, it's tough. But it will be Ada taking the man of the match from this game. And man, Gen G, impressive. They've slid under the radar for me on this little rise up that they've been having throughout the day, because we have been so focused on Falcons, who do manage to get themselves 8 points from this one, that Gen G's been fighting their own little battles and doing it well.
Well, it was Falcons and Gen G that were kind of back and forth for the 8th place position for most of the day. So we did kind of get pulled into the storyline of just, of course, multiple chicken dinners are going to be big for them, but Gen G now in third? In third? I thought they would make 4th, but they're in 3rd place. Now, TSM hadn't kind of dropped the ball a little bit. Gen G's in 3rd right now. Yeah, sorry, Batulin saw us freaking out over here about it.
Batulin's surprised.
I know, everybody's shocked.
Right, yeah, but I thought that maybe they'd to make 4th. And technically, if TSM had a better 4 first games, there's no way Gen G would be up here.
Yeah.
So this has been a gift from the gods for Gen G. They've turned things to gold here in the last day, somehow, some way.
I mean, we even have less than 9 points away from 2nd place for Cerberus, 15 points away for FaZe Clan. There's a world where Falcons, who's just been on a tear today, might actually be able to come up and take away 4th place from TSM. I mean, this is still so much to be played for. Yes, there is a 22-point lead for Twisted Minds, but remember, this is the build to PGC. There is way more at stake than just 1st place.
A game from 2nd to 9th. If any of those teams gets a big game here, they suddenly rocket up the standings. From 1 game left at PGS 6. What a way to finish it off before we get to PGC, as, well, I don't think that number 1's going to be breached.
I'm just shocked that Day Trade is now in 9th place today. That is a slide. It feels like Day Trade and New Happy just haven't been able to find the similar successes of the first 2 days, and everybody else is just finding something. Even TSM, who's having a rough go of it, is finding something.
Yeah, I think they started, New Happy was alongside 17th, so they were in 3rd.
Yeah.
Day Trade was in 6th, as Cerberus was 5th. So there has definitely been a slide for both of these teams. That we started off the grand finals with both of them getting double chicken dinners, and now the tide has completely turned on their fortunes.
I mean, 9th can still just have a pop off and get back into it in some fashion. At least maybe get up, touch 4th, 5th yet again. This is a crazy close leaderboard outside of 1st.
All right, 30 seconds to get in before Erangel. What are you thinking?
All right. Who is going to be the team that decides to go after Twisted Minds early? How safe are they going to be able to play it? Are we going to be able to see Falcons pick up another one? Can FaZe find the magic for EU right now is also the big question for me.
For PGS points, for that trophy, for the opportunity to call yourselves a champion here, but are we now truly within the Twisted era? We are about to find out. One last game, Erangel it is, as we have all of these teams descend onto the battlegrounds.
There you have it. One game to glory for Twisted Minds. One game for anybody who might be trying to supplant them, take their spot, knock them down, and set themselves up for PGC. One game left to put it all on the line as we wait and see where these teams are going to drop on the classic map of Erangel. Can TSM hold off for one more game?
A 12-kill win would be enough for 17 to bring this home, but that comes with the big parentheses of Twisted gets no points. And we are in match 18, and up until this point, they have yet to have a single 0-point game. So how, not only how do you surpass them, but how do you make sure that they go out of this game with nothing?
Right off the bat, you can see that nobody is challenging them at their school ops drop. So Twisted will have their normal early game play out nicely for them. You see our final team landing out of the plane. FW just going to take all of Military Island to themselves. Will they get a circle that benefits them as we wait and see? Nope, we're going to run it back. Let's go towards the center once more.
Repeat circle of the game of the past, which Gen G came out victorious in. 17 stayed in. Twisted alongside TSM stayed in the race in the last match for long. But everyone now knows what's needed in order to come out victorious here. The issue is, from second all the way down the list, these teams are so close to one another. So who has it in them? Who dares to go out to try and make big plays when you know that you're surrounded by teams trying to claim your spot?
Gen G, after that phenomenal performance in the final, the last game there, 11-kill win, as you see, jumping them all the way up to third place.
Insane.
And, I mean, what do you even say at this point? I mean, they managed to get a vehicle, and they get all four in. They're just going to go ahead and loot Yasnaya, so they'll start off a little bit slow here. But for the most part, it seems, despite the fact that we've seen Erangel be very bloody very early, quite often, right now, everybody just playing it safe.
Almost 10 teams above 100 points. The overall quality of global PUBG is unparalleled to any other games when we talk global stage performances. All regions out here waving their banners, trying to do their regions proud. But of course, at the end of the day, only one team can come up victorious. And as we're saying, unless if somebody opts to try and shut down Twisted Minds, it's looking very, very hard to surpass them.
You say all the regions doing themselves proud. Well, you got Europe in first, China in second, Korea in third, America's in fourth, and APAC in fifth. So everybody well represented here at the end. And I got to tell you, Toby, PGC is setting up to be an absolute banger. Oh, yeah. Can't wait for that. But 17, what do you got in the tank? Can you pull off a miracle here?
I love how, coming into all days here of the grand finals, we've heard the intro speeches, and James have said it. Twisted Minds doesn't do anything special. Like, we all know what they do, but having their playbook doesn't mean you understand it, doesn't mean you can counterplay them, and that's the issue. 17 right now, they know where Twisted are. They most likely know exactly when they're planning on rotating, and there's a good chance they know where they're planning on going to. But how do you play off of that info? Do you avoid them altogether? Do you hope other teams go up and do the work for you? Or do you take matters into your own hands?
Interestingly enough, they've got the E-pickup laid down. Lil Ghost standing around it. Well, Shawu is going to say, this is basically what they did last time. They didn't have the E-pickup last time, but maybe this is a moment for Lil Ghost to hop up and scout and just see what's going on around them.
You know what? I love the fact that you're bringing this up, because it didn't even catch my eye initially. He's going to go up. He's going to fly probably towards where we're seeing the crate in the middle of the map right now. Just look to see if there are still cars in apartments. Where are the boys from Twisted Minds? In the meantime, Pathampong from T5 catching off T1 on rotation. T1 has been caught by Therodon 5 on the north side of Miramar earlier. This time around it's on Erangel, but the outcome, at least for now, is no different.
And of course, it had to be in the middle of absolute nowhere here, just to the east of Zarki. And T1 just thought they had a free long wraparound, long north rotation, but T5 not going to give them to him for free. Fluky down. Pathampong down to half HP, so he's got to be careful about how he approaches this fight. Does he see raining through the smoke? He does not. He's got the rock, though, and he is just looking around these edges, seeing what he can spot out. Zenith, he's going to get him. He's going to get the knock. He's going to get the flush, and now it's all down to raining.
And if you're T5 right now, I mean, you know where you're set in the leaderboard. You have a 7-point jump up to Freaks up ahead of you. You need points this game, so it makes perfect sense that they try and jump out and catch T1 off guard, but it ain't done just yet. Fluky still down, but here comes the cavalry. Ranger X in the mix now, as well as they are 3. But look at this. TSM, they want points, and they've heard the action up towards the north.
So good from TSM here. as they know that they have an opportunity if they can find it. Oh, T1 is going to go down as Rossiter Jr. will finish off EN, but they have not gotten the res onto Fluky just yet. Nope. So T5 not in a position to rotate, so TSM could catch them slipping here. As you can see it on your mini-map, they're starting to creep over.
Yep, making their way back down towards the vehicles they came with, and of course TSM has seen those cars. They're waiting for them to jump on in. Waiting to get 3 points off for them. Again, TSM not a team that plays for second. They want the whole thing, and they know that in order to bring home a win here, they would need an astronomical performance to make that first place.
It's also worth noting, 4 a.m., they've made their way down south, but they're still north of the river, and they see that kill feed. They know where everybody loots, and they have figured out that these guys are going on the north side. So they have not made their way to the south of the river just yet. They're waiting to see if maybe they can catch somebody as they come in late. TSM, as you said, still just holding angles, waiting for Theraton 5 to reveal themselves. T5 taking their time, looting up the bodies of T1 before heading back to their vehicles.
I think T5 might opt to rep further east on this circle. Even if they don't know TSM is here, usually they would go east. They would set up towards Stalber, come in from that direction. So despite TSM, they're not wasting, but spending a lot of time trying to claim these points, it could be dangerous for them down towards the south, because where FaZe and Cerberus are now sat very close to one another. Sixth place up against fifth, just 6 points between them. You do not want to take casualties now if you're either of these two teams. Not this early.
You do not, but we've seen, this is Death Road. We've seen Death Road share two teams on the eastern half and on the western half in every region all the time. So as long as FaZe doesn't overstep their boundaries, and as long as Cerberus doesn't do the same, these guys could afford to stay right there, as TSM has sprung the trap, but Alo immediately going to get spotted by Fluky. You can see one player from Theraton 5 trying to run it off in the distance. Alo should be resable here.
He still has Pong though, on foot out on the other side, spots one. That's going to be Luke down to under half HP. Nate lopped on over, tries to send it into the center of that smoke. Might be able to be enough damage, but now Purdy, with a great off angle, able to suppress Pong, forced to fall back.
That was a good Nate follow-up from Pong, but unfortunately it's going to fall just a little short here, as Luke 12 still going to push forward with 32 HP, trying to see if he can catch him on the tree, but Pong smartly going to pull away from the obvious areas that you would stop down and try to go for the first aid, and instead pull back just a little bit.
Purdy trying to continuously find, a better off angle. They know that there might still be one lingering somewhere. He's on the south side, just outside of the minimap of Luke 12, but again, not taking any chances here. They know the risk of losing a player early with so much to fight for. Currently set tied with Gen G in third and fourth.
Yeah, there you go. Rossiter will get flushed out, so now it's just a question of tracking down Pong. As you can see, Highmass still looking over in that direction towards FaZe, just making sure that FaZe does not creep any closer than they already are. For the most part, in this zone, everybody in a spot that they want to play. Luna Galaxy starting to arrive a little bit late. They're getting close to Falcons 2-2 split, and they're going to go ahead and send 2 to the dip, as 4 a.m. slowly making their way in just past the east side of a Yesnaya.
Right now, the center being occupied by teams that need it more than anything. You have Twisted, of course, up to the north, but 17 Cerberus and FaZe on the southern side of Potato Hill. Should this circle swing south, Twisted would have to make a move, and the teams that are on the hunt would all be sat down there ready and waiting for them to come their way. This next circle could be a championship circle in the making, depending on how hard it ups to shift. We've had a lot of hard shifts off of Phase 2, so with 28 seconds to go, curious to see where this one's going to take us.
Looks like Pong will survive a little bit longer here, as TSM just going to go ahead and rally, get some vehicles. And as they eat the blue, you see Pong, just on your mini-map, he's hugging that coastline in the vehicle, so he should survive. Fluky already inside the zone for Theraton 5 on the northern side. He's safe.
Here we go.
It's going to be late going for TSM as we wait to see where this next zone is going to take us. And it will be to the north, so hard north. Yesnaya still in play, the Lake still in play, Razak still in play, and wouldn't you know it, Twisted Minds, dead center.
Everyone knows where they are, but do you opt to commit for it? 17, do you go into apartments knowing their potential points given over to Twisted Minds. Sushu is driving terrifyingly close. He's actually going to go all the way down towards the plank. The yellow's in the middle of the open. Kind of a last commit play, but now FaZe alongside 17 on top of each other. Cerberus entangled in this mess as well.
And 17 there, even though despite the fact that Sushu took all the shots from Twisted Minds, they're going to continue sending everybody that direction.
Wow.
And it looks like it's actually going to pay off. So they're going to keep 4 alive. But the problem, Toby, with this location, this is not a kill-heavy location.
Nope.
You're not going to get 20 or 18 kills that you need to try to catch Twisted from here.
Not only is it not a kill position, but also if you have to leave, you can be darn sure that Lou and the boys are going to make sure you have no tires left on those vehicles. A surprising full commit, I must say, from 17 here. But again, they've gone second before. Now it might happen again in this tournament. Gen.G's Barbo able to find Bobo. First one down, but they spotted more. They have to group up. They have to try and see if they can fortify this position.
Unfortunate for 4 a.m. that they arrived just a little bit too late. Gen.G got there right ahead of them. So Wang Zai still in the yellows off in the distance. You can see Zipian just going to go ahead and retreat back to Yasnaya, back to that southwestern corner and rejoin his teammate. As it looks like they're on 5. They've made it to the Yas bridge.
Yeah.
They're holding both sides. And are they holding for TSM, who is just now starting to arrive in the zone?
Could be. I think full bridge commit is not really the case. Pathenpong is playing the Granny in the north side, Flugy and the Wizard towards the south. I'll make that the gas station. So they're going to wait this one out, but at least the audio cues off of TSM's rotations should be given to them. New Happy, full committing to the E pickup here. They're going to take the garden compound and should be sat very comfortably here. I'm not sure if they have cars available. Pretty sure that vehicle was taken earlier on, but I don't think there was a Russak team in this match. So maybe, just maybe, they will have a vehicle should they need to rotate.
And there's another E pickup in the air right now. I believe it's FW coming from the south side. They were just eating blue zone, so that's the only team that I can think of that would be sending it from the south there. As we see TSM stopping down on the north side of the river, just scouting out things and taking note of what their next move might be. But so far, so good for TSM as they've collected a couple of points, a couple kills, 2 kills.
Where does FW go here? Twisted is in a split. They have Perfectix alone in school. Should they opt to go? I think Perfectix leaves. I don't think they try and fortify school. They already have apps. They already have more than they need in terms of real estate. But let's see now here. Haisaki pushing on up. Rello well aware that our opponent just stopped on the other side of the hill. Gets the knock with the last bullet in the spray and should be able to get the flush onto Haisaki as well. Indeed, he will. Falcons continuing to find points today, but that's a quick one and done. Got to fall back. Got to regroup with your teammates.
That's a big L for Cerberus.
Big time.
As they're going to lose their Haisaki yet again. Super early. And FW, they do decide to drop on the south side of the river. They're going to go for their forest just off to the west of where Gen.G was set up and just north of Kwangdong Freaks.
Next circle, where are you taking us? Will we go school and apps? Are we giving it to them? Oh my loud. Twisted Minds gets yet another one. We'll see if they can bring this one home, as now you would have to imagine teams are going to come school. Teams might send it towards apartments. But can they hold off the pressure? Can they fend off the teams trying to make these plays happen?
Yeah, you can see that southwestern side of the circle is still very clear, but it's a question of how well these teams are going to know this. It looks like FaZe is going to run right into Falcons in the middle of nowhere. Gustav going to go down. James will try to retreat here a little bit. Rello will flush out that kill, so another point picked up for Falcons. The rest of the squad now arriving.
7th place versus 6th. A lot of money in this prize pool to be garnered by continuously getting up closer to the top of that leaderboard as James. Solo player kind of staying back here, but honestly buying time for his team to wrap around. A nice wrap around here by Corexia and Fex. We'll see if they can catch them off guard.
And FaZe needs to win this fight. They cannot drop below 6th place if VP is going to have a chance to make it in. What a spray from Corexi. Roth drops like a bag of rocks, and now here come the grenades. Will they fall true? Flood goes down to about half HP, and now Rello holding the roof side here, but Corexi, such a courageous push onto the south side here. He's going to spot out Rello as well. Corexi's on time. He's going to find 3, and Snakers now the last player alive for Falcons.
The young Finn wraps around, finds 3 teams, now falls to Corexi instantly. Back on his feet, wants to make sure to get the points. Again, they know how tight this leaderboard is up towards the top. They want Snakers down. They want James to be able to play further into this game. Where is Fex? Can you push forward? Doesn't need him. Corexi wipes Falcons off the board.
And FaZe fans and Virtus Pro fans led up a collective cheer that could be heard throughout the world here as Falcons are down and FaZe is still alive. They will get back up to 3 strong here on that south side. Nobody anywhere near them.
Even if Falcons fall here, what and performance today. 3 wins, able to jump from practically bottom side leaderboard up into 7th. We'll see if they get to stay there or if New Happy or Day Trade are able to surpass. But great effort to climb that leaderboard on the final day.
As you mentioned, a memorable day from Falcons. 3 wins in one day in international competition. That is absolutely something to be proud of here. Zipian will spot out Fluky, and that is going to leave Theraton 5 down to just Pathapong, who is on the north side of the river. He is just running away from this, heading off to the west, as he will survive a little bit longer. But 4 a.m. down to just Wangzi and Zipian. They will see if they can maybe climb up. They can maybe get out of that basement position and pass T1 since T1 is already out.
I mean, there's no circle. No matter how hard you shift, I feel like Twisted Minds is going to be in on an edge somehow. They're sat so center in this one. We'll see if they get to keep all this real estate to themselves, and indeed they will. Again, I mean, put this circle anywhere. Either school or apps would have been in, but now they're going to give up school altogether. Tosi might see them leaving here. It could up to go west, but the fact that there's no one with them in apartments is baffling to me. Usually at this point in the game, you'd see teams commit. We might just see it now. 4 a.m. 2 guys left in the car. They're coming full speed down towards the south side, in from the north. Where are they opting to stop? In the meantime, TSM also, they're now active for the knee pickup.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think you'll see them alone in those apps very much longer here as Wang Zai and 4 a.m. ZPM will get there, and the spray coming from Blue will do some damage, but it's not going to get the knock. So they will now have some neighbors.
That's the thing. I mean, the more teams you start throwing in here, the less Twisted Minds can comfortably start looking away into the open for kills, knowing that at any moment someone with a shotgun could come wrapping around the side. But now, this fight, it was bound to happen. We saw them next to each other earlier. They were able to get away. But now I feel like this is meant to be. 1 knock on each side. Issue is, FaZe has already taken more casualty earlier.
Yeah, Correxy is down, but him ass pinned up against a tree, and James will finish the work there as TDT now will enter that school apps area as well. Day Trade has taken over school. While all this is going on, Sololzi will be revived by Duckmai, and it looks like we might be sending one for Corexy to get him back on his feet here, but this is all happening on the outside of the zone.
Yeah.
And look at Luna Galaxy. They're doing a long wrap
from the
east, and they're coming down south.
They know exactly where this fight is taking place, and there's enough space in this northern side that they could be in the open should they want to, but here comes TSM. They want it all, but they're on the rooftop, and they're being seen by Twisted Minds. 2 down, make it 3 down as Twisted Minds shut them down midair.
And only 1 left alive now for TSM. It's going to be Purdy Curdy. Can he stick it out a little bit longer in those apps? He's all by himself in the southwest corner spot as Corexy will get flushed out by Duckmai. But now James has an angle onto Duckmai as well. He's got to be careful. Look at this. Twisted Minds looking off in the distance as those smokes are just forming a cloud. And Luna Galaxy will be the one that does it with a well-placed grenade.
All the teams on the hunt here starting to struggle except for 17. Still all 4 alive, but no points just far. Twisted starting to flex out of the building. 4 points on their bank. As 4 a.m. they have teams in and around the buildings around them, but not really able to apply much pressure right now.
When did Twisted even get 4 kills? Like every time, I swear, I blink and all of a sudden
they just got 3 on
TSM. Well, they just got 3 off of TSM. There you go. Okay, you blink and all of a sudden they have a whole bunch of points. Gen G though, they're going to find FaZe as they try to make their way on this southwestern side. The spray coming through, but they're not going to find it. Thanadol will get James though, and now Fex is now the last player remaining alive for FaZe Clan.
FaZe currently sat there in 6th place. Again, I don't know all the math exactly in terms of Virtus Pro qualifying through the PGC all of this game. But right now, they're sat in 6th. We'll see if it's going to be enough by the end of the day, and they will fall in 6th. We'll see if they get to stay there or if they will surpassed by New Happy, by Day Trade, who are currently both trying to stay alive in this game.
Oh, it's going to be close. It's going to be hand-wringing time now as they have to sit down and wait and see how this thing plays out. Luna Galaxy continuing to wrap on that south side. They'll run into Gen G. And they'll stop down here a little bit. Vinny trying to go for the side angle, but Twisted Minds has an angle onto him now. As you can see, New Happy, they're going to be losing players to Kwangdong Freaks as they tried to make their way across the school. So Nan is down, and now AZ down as well. So Nan, the last player left alive for NH Esports.
Such a tough rotation to have to make, and knowing that you just saw Daytrade be active in the kill feed, Kwangdong Freaks active in the kill feed, and they're just behind you on the leaderboard, and here they come. The local team from Thailand pulling up on Purdy Curdy, who is now single-handedly tasked with trying to fend off.
He's got to do something. He's going to drop every bit of utility that he's got in the pocket, and he's going to get him low. But Purdy Curdy pulling off an amazing shotgun play. The double blue zone grenade gets 3 of them, and Daytrade is down to just 1.
They thought they had him dead to rights, but it was all a part of the plan. Shotgun in hand now in a 1v1. Doesn't know exactly where his opponent is downstairs, but he's going to take his time. He knows there's placement points to be garnered by staying alive in this apartment building. What a setup. What an anticipation of the pull-up on your compound.
And he is laughing. He knows he just got away with absolute murder as Gen G has now reset. They're going to try to send people back over to the east side. Now they've got Luna Galaxy to worry about, but Luna, they're back in vehicles and they're back on the move once again. As you can see, Twisted Minds has now spotted out Gen G. He's going to get the knock onto Adder.
Call an ambulance, but not for me. Purdy Curdy just destroying Daytrade on approach. Tulins wants an extra point, and Genji, of course, would love to see Adder back on his feet, but I don't think that's going to be possible with the circle closing in. Freaks now able to take down some of the players from Luna Galaxy as well. Sushu actually the one to steal points away. This is crucial.
That is huge. They haven't been doing much yet, but now all of a sudden it's starting to light up as Kwangdong Freaks staying alive. Just playing south of that J compound. They've got Vinny pinned and Suju again. So that's going to be 3 kills now for 17. But it feels like an almost insurmountable amount of work to have to do, especially with Twisted Minds doing what they're doing. And look at Purdy Curdy pull off just an insane play there in apartments.
Absolutely incredible. One for the highlight reel right there. As we see more and more teams starting to get torn apart. It's just Rex left alive on the outside of the circle. Do you give a point over to Twisted or do you not? Do you give 17 a chance to make a run for it? Well, he's going to sit tight for now. Still outside a placement point by just a smidge.
Oh,
see if he gets to stay in it.
Xiaobei managed to steal away Tosi, so that's another point.
4th steal. All of the knocks, all of the flushes, I should say, that 17 has been able to find so far has had Twisted players shooting towards the same target too.
Okay, new circle pops and Kwangdong Freaks have to get on the move, and all of 17 are looking north to see if they can spot them out. Where are they going to go? Yeah, they try to send it towards apartments. I mean, 4 a.m. is already looking in that direction as well. TSM or Twisted Minds looking there as well. They're going to send at least one to the shack and salute.
Oh, that door's not open.
He'll stay alive for the time being. So this might be something that KDF has to play here for a little bit longer.
The issue now becomes, I mean, if you were 17 with Twisted out at this point, you would be getting placement points. But for now, with Twisted being where they are, every time a team's eliminated, that is points you're not getting against them. Somehow you need Twisted out. And without their currently positioned and where other teams are, no one seeming too eager to try and engage them, this one is going to be tough.
I mean, look, they're 23 points shy. You got to figure 10 points for the win and another 13 kills. But how do you get 13 kills?
Technically doable. But yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. It's a long shot. I mean, Matchroom said it earlier on the desk that maybe they're playing for second with the pull-up onto that position. Maybe that's exactly what they are doing. Maybe they're the ones to keep their second place curse alive.
We'll see how it plays out. Right now, we've got everybody inside the apps with the exception of 17 and Kwangdong Freaks. And Pathampong for Theraton 5 still alive up there in the northwest. Although he's got to make his way across the road, and it looks like TDT is looking over there as well. So still there you go, Lil Ghost will find one. Let's see how close 17 can make it, if nothing else. Xiaobei will find heaven, and these kills aren't getting stolen just yet, it doesn't look like. So maybe, actually, Salute's still alive. He might be able to get these reses.
Oh, Lil Ghost, if you were just 2 centimeters taller, you could get those shots over the top, but not getting the angle, and now they're running for it again. They know what's at stake. They know what they need to do in order to win here. It might be too little too late, but at least they're trying to make a run for it. But here they come, the open angles.
Lou finds him. He doesn't get the flush just yet, but the grenade will find at least one off KDF. And now the second, oh, there you go. The blue zone grenade might be enough to do it as they haven't had time to stop down and heal. Heaven will get one off. And the fancy feet there from Bean as he will go down, but he's going to make sure he goes down inside the shack.
Exactly. Smart to have one stick to the heel, one runs out and goes back inside. Doesn't matter that you get knocked as long as you can stay put. Molly now, though, to follow. Comes up short, but once again, it's Twisted Minds fighting knock onto 17. Their angles are simply superior as Example takes out Xiaobei midair.
How many times have we seen it where Twisted Minds just gets to lay down fire on whatever they want and nobody, not a single person is taking a shot back at them because they just can't. There's just nothing you can do about this pressure.
With circles like these, you'd feel like it was written in the stars that Twisted would come out on top. They've been playing phenomenal throughout this entire tournament and they're showboating their way through game 18.
I mean, just put the exclamation point on the victory right here as they are setting themselves up to make sure that they leave no doubt in this final game of PGS 6. Lil Ghost and Xiaowu still trying to find something, though. They are not going down without a fight.
For a team that has lived years with their second place curse of their own, Twisted had such a long time where wins were just always out of reach. They always fell short of those victories come final day of championships. But I mean, they found the formula. They figured out how to turn that around, it seems.
Just everything is clicking right now. Everything is going, falling their way. Everything is just working out right. And just to add on to that, the circle will go on to them here in the final game of the day as Heaven will go down to the blue. And you know what? Shout out to Kwandong Freaks. They had a good performance here, and they will actually give that kill away. So it's going to be TDF, I think, that does it here.
Does Purdy get any points off of this? That might just be TSM somehow ending this game in second if 17 falls. If TSM's Purdy, who's been a solo player in this building for the better part of this entire game, if he can come out and get these kills, but it's such a hard commit. It's so dangerous, especially when you know 17's still alive.
I mean, he really is. But at this point, what do you have left to lose if your Purdy is Lil Ghost? Will put an end to 17's PGS 6 performance and a heckin' performance from 17. But once again, Toby, they will fall just short of Twisted Minds.
4AM able to potentially get themselves up into 14th, and for TD team, not much further they could get from here, but let's now see. I mean, if they can bring home the win here, why play Smash Pool if we can get the winners to win the final game as well?
And this has got to be a coming out party for Lou as well for Twisted Minds. I mean, we've talked time and time again about the just insane mechanical skills of Example, of Perfectix, the big brain plays of Batulins, but Lou has often been the last member that you mentioned. That is not the case this tournament. He has shown out in a big, big way.
This tournament has been the proving point of how important good support players are. He has been getting so much action because other teams have learned we have to avoid Example, we have to try and flank, we have to do something to best this team. But on those flanks, Lou has been there, ready and waiting, and dishing out a ton of damage in games where other teammates were down, in games where the teammates relied on Lou to get things done. He has stepped up, he has risen to the occasion, and made a bigger name than he already was for himself.
And you were telling me before we came in here, lest we forget that as exciting and fascinating as these four players are, don't forget that fifth player in Tab, their coach, who has done so much for this team in order to get them to where they are now. And now it's just a question of, can they get the crown in the final game to go along with their PGS 6 crown? As you gonna find Batulins on the roof with a well-placed grenade.
Our TD team as well, a team that has proven to the entire world that they're not just a couple of teams in Thailand worthy of top performances. They too are definitely up there and able to perform. Example now flanking around, has the angle, can't quite connect the shot through the smoke though.
He gets him low, but he can't get him down as the grenade follow-up will come through and fall just a little bit short here. Is Van going to get finished off by Perfectix, and the smoke wall just being laid down. Oh, the bike to prevent them from going in the door. Doesn't really matter. Batulins looks like he's slow bleeding out, but he'll just sit back and watch watch his team finish off what has been a dominating performance from the word go here. Can they finish off these last few? Yeah, they're all outside. That's going to be tough.
Yep, I think they're realizing this now, but has them on the right side of the building, but that nade bounces a bit too far. Lou with the UMP. Imagine the final kill of this tournament with the UMP in hand. Maybe there's a new SMG meta coming around as he once again whiffs one, but jumps up on the roof once more. Able to get knocked number 2, might find number 3, but just can't get the angle.
He keeps looking for it. He's got him pinned. He's got the Molotov down. Example will go ahead and flush out Wong F after he gets that knock, and it's down to just Zhu. Is he, ZPion's still alive for 4 AM though, so it's not just TDT. He might be able to shark out a few more points for 4 AM, as they do, in fact, crawl out of that 16th place in the final game. And let's see if they can get a little bit more off of it. 10 kills though. Wow. I mean, could you ask for a better final game from our champion?
No. Simple answer. You really could not. They've played stellar. They're not done yet either. Example finds June. 2 more players left to be dealt with before they can lift the trophy. Example now looking at Perfect. Is going to be the one to find him. And there you go. The win of the final match of the day. They have played lights out, and they do it here on the big stage. They've pulled off the back-to-back championships. They are inevitable. Your PGS6 champions, Twisted Minds.
Join me in welcoming your PGS6 champions, Twisted Minds! Extraordinary journey it's been. Today, Twisted Mind has made history, becoming the first team to claim the championship 3 times in a row. They faced every challenge, defied every expectation, and stood undefeated at the top. Now, let's hear from our winners. Congratulations, and here's the mic, please. Congratulations once again. It's back-to-back wins. Oh my God. Yes, and you indeed make our games into twisted PUBG, I would say, as I mentioned in the first day or second day of our matches, and you're indeed making it happening. It's just way crazy. Okay, Battalions. So, have you ever thought this could become anything possible, like when you play PGS6 in the first place? Have you ever thought it could happen to make 3-time championship?
Of course.
Of course, very confident.
Yeah.
So, like, what's your feeling right now?
My only feeling, I feel like we're just better right now. So we are winning. Our next step is PGC.
Yeah.
But I guess 3 PGS in a row is pretty nice. Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, we agree. It's good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Very good and crazy play today, and we're heading maybe into examples. Okay, crazy play of course to you, and you also get our final chicken dinner. It's like destiny to win this 3-time consecutive championship. And you know, like we also got PGS 4, 5, 6, and they're all very close to our PGC. Like, do you think you're gonna win a four-time championship in a row for PGC?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe, I don't like this word.
GG, go next, just. See you in PGC.
See you in PGC. See Twisted Minds in PGC, of course. And then we're heading to Loop. Yeah. So I think for you, I'm gonna ask. There are a lot of fans, and even I don't want to say fans because I think all the audience watching this tournament would ever become your fans. So to all the audience, what would you like to say to them?
Я не знаю, что фанатам сказать, не знаю вообще.
У вас, наверное, большая фан-база, и что бы ты хотел сказать?
Я понял.
Своим фанатам?
Я на русском скажу. Спасибо всем, кто болел, нашим семьям, нашим фанатам, все, кто поддерживал, ненавидел, там все дела, как обычно. Спасибо особенно папе, маме, да, братику, Маше.
I would like to say
Всем
thank you
спасибо.
to everyone who supports us, to our fans, to our families. Especially want to say thank you to my family, my father, my mom, also to my little brother and to Masha. Yeah.
Oh, that is so sweet to thank all of the fans, all the families, and all the fans supporting. And we're heading to Perfectix. So the question for you is, like, you are already dominating our game. So, like, for the esports, for our tournament, do you think this time it's becoming more competitive, or like you're just on another level? It's just easy for you.
What do you mean, like this time, this tournament?
Yeah, the whole game, the whole PUBG esport. Is it you're just on the next level?
We are on another level.
On the next level, of course, yes. And all this proves that you are on the next level, of course. And once again, we're just congratulations. Oh, okay. Once again, congratulations to Twisted Minds and thank you for all, and we're just heading back to the desk to get more information into our final match.
Well, there it is here. We are just living now truly in the Twisted era. Not only are we living in the Twisted era, we ended things in Twisted Land at the very last game. They're able to get the chicken dinner as well. It is a monumental achievement. What this team has been able to do, they are better than the rest.
It is just unstoppable right now. I don't know what you can do, and it's just a few weeks until PGC, and everybody's got to try to figure it out. This squad is just playing on an entirely different level. They read everything so well. They just almost never even stumble once, and then it's just constant barrage of late games, high kill counts. I don't know what you do to work around it, but it is so difficult for these other squads to manage.
Unbelievable stuff that we're witnessing here in terms of PUBG, in terms of esports. The PUBG history has been truly made by this. When you think about the challenges that are coming along, we had challenges in the previous PGS, we had challenges in PGS4 as well, and then here in PGS6, we technically had challenges throughout the days. However, coming into this last day, nobody could hold a candle to them. They have got themselves a lead of something like 30-some points from first place to second place against phenomenal rosters from across the world.
I mean, the GOAT conversation, if you're trying to figure out who the best player in the world is just really between Twisted Minds players at this stage right now. It's like, are you leaning into the IGL side, or are you leaning into the fragging side? Because that's the only conversation you can have at this moment.
That's a very good point, because let's be real, the quality of gameplay, the power, as years go by, only ever increases. Yes, you've got guys like Uber that were in the conversation. Yes, you've got like PO, the era of PO that was there, very present. We cannot deny it. And yes, we even had Soul recently. But when Twisted Minds is able to put all this on the international stage and then go into PGC looking like this, there's no debate.
We've never seen anything walk into an international at this stage. This is just, This is just a casual stroll through every single international to be like, okay, we can get, EWC is an outlier. I'll grant that. But if you look across the PCSs, it's just absolutely an unstoppable force. You hit it on the head. It's the Twisted Era. There's no way to get away from it.
We are currently in the Twisted Era in PUBG Esports. The question is, who will end that era? Will we see it at PGC? We may. It's a different format. It is a different format to what a lot of people think. We may see it come to an end. However, I mean, when they look like this, it's absolutely incredible. Let's take a look at the points coming in from this game as well. 23 points will go the way of Twisted Minds. The perfect cherry on top to crown off an amazing achievement here in back-to-back-to-back. And we have TDT being able to show up towards the end. TSM, purdy-curdy with blue zones into nades against day trade was beautiful. What a move.
Salvaged off of the emergency pickup where he lost 3 members. That has been the theme of the day for TSM. Lose 3 members early, Kurt's the last one up, tries to make something happen. I mean, and he's kept them in this the whole way. But again, the way it's going, off the map, they still got tied. 9 points with 17 Gaming in the last round.
I thought it was going to be 30 points. It's 36 points that Twisted Minds is able to make this work by. 115 kills. They are ahead of everybody 7th and under just on kills alone, Matrim.
I mean, that is just a ridiculous statement in and of itself. 17 Gaming, the curse continues as second place is always going to be there, always the bridesmaid. I mean, just never going to find it.
Will PGC for 17 Gaming be the retribution? Will it be the comeback? Will it be the vengeance? They're getting second place over and over. And now it comes down to the fact that in the last 2, yes, Twisted Minds was the constant, but also 17 Gaming was the constant. 2 second places back-to-back at PGS's.
So, I mean, if you need some inspiration... Oh, I'm so shocked. Example, I mean, this man deserves it. If you go off of numbers, there aren't anything. There's no one that comes close.
No, he is. I call him the cyborg, and I say it for a reason. Now,
I just call him my fantasy captain every single time.
Yeah, that's also applicable. He is the MVP of PGS 6. However, he was the MVP of PGS 5. However, he was the MVP of PGS 4. Who can stop Example? Who can stop Twisted Minds?
I don't know. I mean, there's a couple of contenders, but they have to use this. They have to use getting so close here as the thing that gels them together, because you have to have a fragging star on this level. You have to have the mind and just the mannerisms that we see Batulins bring for his squad. It is just a complete package, and it's going to be so difficult. $100,000 on the table for him.
$100,000 for first place. Congratulations to Twisted Minds here. The numbers and teeter on down from there. 17 Gaming, once again, $40,000. TSM, 20K. I think, ultimately, as much as third place, podium is great, they're not happy with this. They did not have a great last day, and I think that TSM has better prospects in the future than a third place.
3 games, half the games today with just 1 player up as we moved into later stages for TSM. Second place could have been theirs. Gen G, though. Gen G in 4th still astounds
That's
me.
A huge...
Just a big jump.
Yeah.
Well played to Gen G. We cannot give them enough laurels. As against Cerberus in their constant fashion also comes in big. Is that going to be enough for Europe where FaZe is at, though?
Right. Well, let's take stock of the PGS points as well, as we have... Obviously, yes, Twisted Minds get 300. They're already in by far. 17, 180, they're in by far. The ones that we're really looking at here are things like Gen G and FaZe. Now, Gen G, I think they needed to win the whole thing to be able to try and get in.
So too.
FaZe, 70 points. Will it be enough to be able to push them in is the big, big question.
We got a couple of nods on the other side. We got FaZe. Everybody is starting to cluster around
Here we
as we
go.
see the points line up. How are we looking?
It's enough. They knock out E-Arena. FaZe gets themselves to PGC via PGS points, which means EMEA gets another slot for PGC. Big ramifications for the landscape.
The trickle down is going to be massive, and the way it is going to affect PGC as a whole to have that extra squad brought in, as we know the fragging power that is waiting in the wings to now join in due to FaZe's performance.
It's a heartbreak for E-Arena, but I mean, it's by the by. They did not qualify for PGS 5 and 6, so they will not be able to make it off the back of the other one alone. Oh no, as we've got ourselves what a lineup. And now do bear in mind here, this is how it's all going to work. We've got our 9th through 16th, as you can see, knocked out by 5 points. What a shame for the arena.
Cannot stop. I mean, FaZe. And remember, FaZe just barely qualified to the finals off of their last day of play, and then they managed to just absolutely shoot up the leaderboard. Massive for them. Gen G, while they put in a great job today.
A great shift.
It's still going to be chilling down in 12th right now.
Yeah. So that is rough. That is rough. But that's the nature of this tournament. I mean, looking at how the competition was, especially 2nd through 9th, throughout the whole day.
This is the closest I felt like we've seen in a long time.
All right, so here's how it's going to work at PGC. That first 3 days of gameplay, because you qualify via PGS points 1st through 4th, you get yourself onto circuit day 3. Well, circuit 1 day 3 straight away. If you're 5th through 8th, you start on circuit day 2. And then from then on, we have our other 16 teams that are going to be playing. You can see there, Virtus Pro's logo now cemented in. That is our extra slot coming from EMEA, thanks to FaZe getting top 8.
Oh, this is just going to be an absolutely crazy set of events as we're going to be looking in, specifically as we move into circuit day 2 and 3, and then we start bringing in just the fragging squads, the capabilities, and their day 1 is already going to be messy and hard to deal with. This is just going to be an absolute beast.
Of course, we have 2 more circuit 3-day things going on before we actually get to that final, and when those come along, it's not PGS points that determine if you're going into day 3 or day 2. It's actually off the back of seeding from the previous week. So very, very important for you guys to know in terms of how that changes across our 3-day block circuit days-ish.
Thank you, because there is a lot to break down inside of that series. The way it all kind of functions out. Yeah, I know, you got it. You nailed it, man. It is hard. And of course, where are we going to be at? You saw just down below us. We're going to be making our way over to Kuala Lumpur, and it is going to be a blast.
What a tournament.
Dude, this is fun. I'm having a blast.
It's
good.
I'm a bit warm, to be fair.
You had to cook through, I mean, the sponsors you've been taking care of, you've just been absolutely killing it, and then you had to go through all of it. That was just amazing job all in all, but not as good as Twisted.
Absolutely. Nobody's as good as Twisted.
I miss them. They're not here today.
They are. We'll see them in a second.
They're busy.
Thank you very much, Match Trim. That is it for PGS 6. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in the Twisted era. Who is going to become the champion at PGC?
Of everyone here at PGS 6, thank you for tuning in. Join us next time as we look forward to the pinnacle of PUBG Esports, the PUBG Global Championship 2024 in December. It's where the world's best will rise to the challenge for ultimate glory. See you then!